It's a new dawn, it's a new day, and AGE LA is back in town for more high-octane flesh and blood action. My name is Bryce Platts, and I am here with Evan, no affiliation with Jeff Bridges. How you doing, Jeff? I almost called you Jeff.
I'm great. How are you, Bryce?
I can't complain, buddy. I'm really happy that you're in the booth here with me and out of the villainhood of locals at Odyssey, because that is exactly what you are.
I'm just taking a break. I wish I was affiliated with Jeff Bridges, though. That would be cool.
That would be very nice. Who is ready for some incredible flesh and blood? Because we're hitting that beautiful time gap in between when Jakarta is live and when it's not. One of the things we wanted to talk about, by the way, in respect to that, Evan, is the fact that Zen may or may not be LLing at one of these battle hardens that is going to go on before PT London. But before we get to that, because spoiler alert, it ain't happening at Jakarta, we're going to get into our weekend stories. First and foremost, we've got AGE New England, which is going on concurrently to AGE LA. That's right, we're hitting 2 coasts, ladies and gentlemen, 2 for the price of 1. Arcane Games and Events never stops. Evan?
Yes.
There was some interesting stuff that went down at AGE New England. Unfortunately, we weren't able to stream it the last time, but let's go ahead and take a look at what showed up. This was just last weekend, Sunday, March 30th, if I remember dates correctly. This was our metagame breakdown. 10 Aurora. Any surprises there?
Aurora most represented deck. What a shocker. That's... Yeah, Aurora's still really good, and then Earth Heroes are still popular, and then looks like everybody else is just on their pet picks. So that looks like an interesting tournament to be a part of for sure.
Yeah, 100%. And pet picks is an interesting way to describe it because one of those pets took the whole dang thing down. That was Kevin Markham on Dorinthia Ironsong, CYB Dorinthia Ironsong, no less, a deck that made massive waves at calling Sao Paulo, not just in New England. So Kevin seems to be a truther in line with the Brazilians, and he brought it to a amazing victory against Elise Sims, who was undefeated up until the finals.
Yeah, and one thing I noticed is that that's a pretty hard set of matchups for Dorinthia traditionally. You know, Prism, Dorinthia does not run that many poppers, and you know Florian is good at blocking, and New is good at disrupting. Do you happen to know if it were a CYB New or just kind of a standard New?
I do know because I have seen the deck list. It is not a CYB New. It was a more traditional fair New, who was kind of feasting, I guess, on all of the Auroras, but also the Florian players in the room. I believe it was Justin plus, let's take a look at the metagame again. Yeah, there were 3 Florians, and she was kind of eating them all throughout Swiss. So I think we saw during Calling Kobe that can be a very cursed matchup on the side of New, actually. But she seems to be piloting it very well, has game plans into those Earth Heroes.
Yeah. I've been looking into the CYB Dory a lot, seen it played at locals, and it does seem to function a lot like CYB New, where you know they send an attack at you and you think, oh, there could be so many crazy reactions that'll blow me out. I'll make sure to overblock to make sure I stay even, and then they go, okay, I have no reactions, I'm just going to gain a bunch of health. And the next time you're expecting them to gain health, and then they blow you out with those reactions. So definitely a deck to keep your mind on if you're participating in any of these big events, like say Pro Tour London.
Have you gotten any reps into CYB Dorinthia?
I've played a little bit against locals. They've been trying the CYB Dory, and it's interesting. You know, it is very tricky to maneuver, and if you're not ready for it, you can definitely sideboard wrong, and then when they put it down, you realize your game plan is entirely wrong, and then you have to switch it up and see if you can get there.
Yeah, it's like Dorinthia already has this kind of poker face that she gets to play throughout the entire game, but now there's a flip side to it where it's defensive as well as offensive, and it just gives you one more opportunity to guess wrong.
Exactly. I mean, Dorinthia already had like 3 different weapon sets that she could flip up, and you never know which one it's going to be, and they are all very different. You know, Dawnblade is very aggressive, Decimator is super defensive, and then Hatchets is, you know, very mid-range. And so even if they flip up the Dawnblade, you can never be sure, like, if they're going to be aggroing you or if they're going to be gaining lots of health.
Now, here's the question, though, Evan. When you are in that pregnant pause before you've presented equipment and the number of cards that you're playing in deck, are you more scared traditionally to be sitting across from a Dorinthia player or a Dash Inventor Extraordinaire player?
That's what I was just thinking, because Dash is kind of like the OG of you never know what you're going to be playing against. And so you just kind of have to, figure out like what is the worst case scenario for you and then avoid that. Like which one penalizes you more for guessing wrong. So you got to just make the option that if you're wrong, it's not as bad as the flip side. And then if you're right, great. And if you're wrong, then you need to have a game plan to deal with both varieties.
So could it be that Dorinthia Iron Song is suddenly the switchboard list to be looking out for? Only time will tell as we proceed into Pro Tour London. Let's flash real quick the standings from New England. Doesn't seem to be coming up, so I'm going to navigate right on away from that. We've got the top 8 bracket once more. This is what we've been talking about. This was Arcane Games and Events Open Series in New England, which popped off last weekend on Sunday. These are your anointed folks from the top 8 of that event, and we've got another one down the pipe, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be coming in April 13th, which is just next weekend. Yes, it coincides with the top 8 of Pro Tour London, but we've got a massive contingent of players in New England that are not going to be attending, which means that they get to play the game and stay at home. Unlike their compatriots that will be playing the game and seeing the world. But we are so happy to provide an arena for that.
Exactly.
We've already talked about it a little bit, Evan. Next up is Pro Tour London. You going?
I am going. I am leaving on Tuesday, so I will not be at locals, sad to say. I will be on a plane.
I am sad to hear that, but I am also very happy that I'm going to be able to potentially take down that event in your stead. Wait, no, I'm not going either, unfortunately.
Oh,
I'm going to,
gonna be there.
We're down so bad. Who's running locals, by the way? Connor?
Probably
Hell
Connor.
Yeah. Well, shout out to Connor, who we won't see on stream today, by the way, folks. That's right. No Sleepy Connor, because Connor is a little busy doing something else. I don't know what. Probably sleeping. Yeah. So Pro Tour London is on the horizon. And also on the horizon is a little bit of uncertainty. It's going to tie into our next weekend story a little bit, Zen's State of Mind. We know for a fact that he is not going to LL at Jakarta because he did not make top 8, so he is not in contention to gain Living Legend points and get out of the format. That being said, there is one more Battle-Hardened Dublin before Pro Tour London happens. Do you think he has what it takes?
So I actually know for a fact via the judge from the event that he did not top 8. There was one Zen who had a win in to get to top 8, and then he lost to Riptide, if Twitter is to be believed. So he's not going to be reaching Living Legend via Battle Hardens, but I have heard that there are 2 CC ProQuest Pluses in the world this weekend that will, if he wins both, will give him the points he needs to just eclipse the 1,000 points.
Yes, because each of those give 5 points, right?
Right.
And he is currently sitting at 991, 9 points away from the Hallowed Halls. So we'll have to see if it happens. But that being said, Evan, how much of an impact do you think it'll actually make on the meta if Zen LL? I mean, we're not looking at a situation where like Starvo would be leaving the meta. We're not looking at a situation where Lexi would be leaving the meta. You know, like these meta-defining aggro decks that you have to have game plans into. Zen might be gatekeeping like 1 or 2 decks, maybe like Vynnset because of Zen State tokens and that kind of thing. But I can't imagine that there's going to be a huge shakeup if he leaves.
Yeah, I mean, Zen has kind of followed the same path as like a lot of heroes, where they'll get a bunch of points right away, and then the meta will adapt to them, and they'll kind of slow down. You know, Briar was stuck at 998 for a long time when she was still, pretty strong. She was nerfed a little, but, she's still up there. And then Zen obviously got a bunch of nerfs, and then, Chain got up there, got nerfed. So we never see heroes just like, go 0 to 1,000 super fast and then just blast over the finish line to get there. So, yeah, I think there's going to be, I think people are pretty sure that they can take Zen. So if they've had the reps on Zen, then they're, ready to go for London. It's unlikely that he's going to win both events, but it would be, pretty shocking if we woke up on Monday and found out, oh, he's gone. So he better have a, backup deck ready to go.
But even so, do you, are you in a situation where, like, let's say Zen does LL. Does it change any of your sideboard slots? I mean, are you teched specifically for Zen at all? I can't imagine that's the case.
Well, I can't say too much
Yeah. I'll let you skirt the detail, but
because at the last Pro Tour Amsterdam, I brought KO when it was the peak of Zen. You know, unbanned. He had all of his cards available to him. Like 90% of my sideboard was Zen hate. Didn't do a thing to him. It was a rough time. So my current deck, you know, is not anything like super specific to Zen. I think, you know, he's a solid deck. Like he's a solid choice for London. But you know, I think the bigger boogeyman is going to be Aurora as the premier aggro deck. So that's kind of what our focus is on taking down, unless we're playing Aurora. Then we have the anti-mirror breaker.
We've talked about what is on the immediate horizon, but there is yet another horizon to crest, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll be doing it on the high seas, which is going to be the next set for Flesh and Blood. We have a little bit of information that has kind of leaked through the spoiler cracks. Evan, what are you thinking about high seas? Are you going to be committing wholeheartedly to any of these new heroes?
I am actually. So I've never said this before, but there's a new hero coming out that when it comes out, I'm going to play nothing else but this hero. It is, of course, the Pirate Ranger Marlin. I am so excited for her. She is definitely going to be doing lots of cool things, and I am going to be ditching my current deck as soon as the ProQuest season is over, and I'm going to start bringing, you know, full proxy deck to locals, and then maybe go to Taipei, get some cards early, but definitely slamming lots of pre-releases. I will be taking Marlin to Vegas for Nationals. I'm playing it no matter what. It looks so much fun.
Okay. Well, I am also very excited for Marlin. We are both Ranger truthers. We both experienced Lexi in a big way. You kind of dropped off with Riptide and Azalea. You're not so interested in those.
Sure.
But I really am kicking myself for not printing out Discord messages from you in days past, because I do believe that when Arachne Huntsman was spoiled, you said something to the effect of, I will play literally nothing but Assassin for a year when he's spoiled, and I think you made it about a month or so. And then the other one I have to mention, of course, is Teklavos and Esteem Magmate, which, hey, don't get me wrong, you put reps in that deck, and you did extremely well with it at AGE. Never mind the whole 040 thing against Zane Johnson, but also had to fall off. Like, is there a world where Marlin is just one of those meme decks and you kind of drift away from her after you start losing?
Nothing is impossible, but Marlin has access to one thing that Teklo and Arachne do not. You know what that is?
Rainrazor's 3 of a kind?
Rainrazor's 3 of a kind. And we do not fully know the extent of Marlin's ability as it interacts with 3 of a kind, but as it reads, it sounds pretty gross. So.
Yeah, it bears mentioning there has been a lot of kind of disagreement in Discord about whether or not she actually gets 3 loads off of 3. We should mention Marlin's hero text reads, besides the gold token situation, every time you draw a card during your action phase, you can put an arrow from your hand face up into your arsenal.
Right.
You and I think, are both in the same camp where 3 of a kind, because you draw 3 cards, there are 3 instances of you get to load an arrow face up.
Right.
Now, a lot of people disagree on that, including in our own team. A lot of them think that because it's all one instance of drawing cards, then you would only get 1 face-up. Do we have any conclusion from that in the Judge Discord? I
did ask the Judge Discord on the spoiler discussion thread, and I did not get a conclusive answer. I think anyone who actually knows for sure was probably, keeping it hush-hush until we get the full release notes. But just based on the specific wording of Marlin, it does make it seem like there is a load trigger for each draw. And obviously, we're talking about New Horizon here. If you don't have New Horizon, you only have 1 arsenal. So, even if you're drawing 3 cards, you get 3 reload triggers. You're only going to be able to load 1 card before your arsenal is full. So maybe we're going to get an even newer Horizon where you get 3 slots. That would be cool.
That sounds a little bit like a little bit of power creep, which is something we don't traditionally do in Flesh and Blood. At least not as brazen as that.
Well, the issue is New Horizon Cold Foil is not extended art, so we
the issue.
We deserve an extended art legendary. We do have Trench. I love Trench. Trench is great, but we're not illusionists, but we deserve some bling.
Yeah,
Something
100%. And we did have a little bit of it. We had Extended Art Codexes of Frailty, which you used to own, and then you sold out after Lexi LL'd.
Yes.
Need I remind you, as I do probably once per week at this point. But did you buy them back at max rarity once again?
Okay, so I only ever owned Marvel, Inertia, and Bloodrot. I never
Really?
owned them over Frailty. No, I never opened any, so I had to buy them. I bought one Inertia or Bloodrot after top 64ing at Pro Tour Baltimore with my 9 codex list. I had to upgrade one. And then I did sell my Codex of Frailties when I thought they weren't going to go any higher at like $40 or $50, and then did recently buy them for not $40 or $50. It was a little higher than that, but we are back. I did not see another exciting Ranger on the horizon at that point, so yeah. So a little down, but I'll take it if it means getting a new cool Ranger back.
100%. I'm right there with you, buddy. I give you a lot of crap, but we are aligned in Rager hype during this next set. Any love for Necromancer or Mech?
Very little.
Yeah.
I mean, Gravy Bones is cool aesthetically. Like, he's a fun hero, and in limited, I'll probably try everybody. But yeah, I'm just all in on Marlin.
All right. Well, we are going to be doing a short break before we get into round 1. But before we do, let's remind everybody what is at stake right here. We've got a total of $1,000 USD that are up for grabs today. But the more juicy side of this pie is, of course, the Arcane Games and Events Open points. All of these points are going to be accumulated throughout the year. And the top 16 players at the end of every single Open, there's going to be 8 of them throughout this season, will qualify for an invitation-only players championship. And that one will have a $3,000 prize pool, also a gold cold foil, and a PTI on the line. Evan,
yes.
Are you going to make players championship this year?
Well, I do have 1 whole point, so I'm working on it. The scheduling for this year has not lined up very well for me personally. The only reason I'm not doing this one is because I only ever know how to play 1 deck at a time, and I'm going to keep that deck secret until Pro Tour London. Unfortunately, even if you win Pro Tour London, you don't get any AGE points for that.
No, and we're trying to work that out with LSS. We're trying to make AGE points on offer for every single event, but until then, you can only earn them here at AGE Open Series events. But the good news there is that we've got 2 coasts going on at the same time. We got LA and New England. There are more events here in LA that are ready to go. April 5th is going on right now, right here. That is what is on the docket, and you're going to see the action start in just a moment. But if you just can't wait to get your ticket for the next event, you can do so. Go to our website, www.age.events, and secure your seat for the May Open, which will be on May 24th at the same place. That's Top Deck Keep in Riverside, California. And get them quick, because this event, for instance, was capped at 48 players. So we did almost run out of seats. We may have, since we've been sitting here and talking, for all I know. But bottom line, get off your duff, get on the web, worldwide that is, and get over to age.events. So, Evan, you're sitting at 1 AGE point. Are you going to be appearing on this top 16 list?
Well, so the next AGE is the same weekend as World Premiere Taipei in Taipei City, Taiwan. So I will either be in Taipei or I will be here at the next AGE. But every AGE after, which is June, July, August, however many we have, Marlin is going to be available, and hopefully there will not be something else going on that weekend that I will not be able to participate for. So I think I can climb back up. I mean, all I have to do is win 1, and then I'm on this top 16 board here. So yeah, we'll see what happens when Marlin comes out.
All you got to do is win 1, says Evan Bridges, something that is painfully easy for the man who went 0-40 against St. Johnson. The players' meeting has started in the venue, so we are going to ship ourselves to a quick break, and we'll be back once round 1 is paired. And we'll be back with Flesh and Blood Evan Bridges, Bryce Platts, and AGE after this. The players are getting ready at the match floor, but in the meantime, I've got yet another new face here for the AGE casting booth. My name, of course, is Bryce Platts, and I'm here with Patrick Greasy. Welcome to the booth, Greasy.
It's great to be here. I'm excited to watch a local fixture coming up, and then as well a member of the AG Pro team.
All right. Well, you've alluded to it, so let's announce it. It is Tyler Horspool of Team Top Deck Keep, and also our point of contact at our new sponsored store, Top Deck Keep in Riverside, California, versus the Brute Master, Jonah Overholt from the AG Pro team, who is not brooding at all today. He is instead choosing a different green paletted hero. It'll be Verdance, Thorn of the Rose versus Aurora, Shooting Star. Last month, I believe, Tyler brought a very offbeat version of Aurora with the advent of the Aurora Armory deck. He was playing things like Sonata Arcanics and a bunch of other non-attack actions with Go Again to facilitate massive Arc Lightning turns. Did you happen to run into him?
I did not. I've seen some shifts in the Aurora list to be more of the arcane damage, maybe non-attack action focus list using the Purgatory. Face Purgatory hat, and they seem very effective. I know our teammate Anthony has had some success playing those, so excited to see what Tyler has cooking.
He almost always has something a little bit offbeat. He was the inventor, I should say, or maybe not inventor. I shouldn't speculate on that, but certainly the mainstayer of that reality refractor Enigma list back in the day when he was sporting that in Battle Hardened San Diego. So I expect very exciting things from him. That being said, let's take a little bit closer of a look at Jonah Overholt because he is just such a sweet human being. He also filled out a player profile for us. So let's go ahead and hit the button and pull that up. Jonah Overholt, I've already mentioned it, but I'm going to say it again. He's one of the sweetest human beings on the face of the earth, let alone in the Fab community. He was instrumental in onboarding me to the AG Pro team and giving me some really wholesome reps early on. So I would go to the bat for this guy. I'd probably die for him, and I would also die on the same hill that he would. Pineapple definitely goes on pizza. How do you feel about that, Patrick?
I think that's heinous and unforgivable.
I think you're just being controversial.
Well, Jonah, look, I've known Jonah now for about a month and a half, and excellent guy. Lovely person. In fact, I regret that I've said something against a hill that he'll die on now, live for you all who are doing laundry. But that is just a step way too far for me.
I don't agree with him about blue cheese. I do think ranch definitely beats it. So I'm going to slander our boy as well, just a little bit. But before we get into any more crazy food takes, let's go ahead and get on down to the match floor because these players are ready to duke it out for all to see at Arcane Games and Events LA, baby. It's the first matchup here. It's round one. As we mentioned before, Jonah Overholt on the left side of your screen, Verdance, Thorn of the Rose, versus Tyler Horspool on Aurora, Shooting Star. Both of these players are very, very seasoned in the game of Flesh and Blood, and they are going to be duking it out right here. It's going to be really, really good. I promise you that. And already, we mentioned that Tyler is going to be bringing something saucy to this matchup, and he's got the Crown of Dominion with the gold token at the ready. That makes me think we're going to see some high-octane Arc Lightning turns.
Yeah, I think there is there's definitely a pitch stack plan that you can do on the Aurora decks that's a little bit lateral to the straight 0 for 4 aggression plan. Set up those Flicker Wisp Arc Lightning turns. Let's see how effective Tyler is at doing that. Okay,
Tyler is lining up the first action of the game. Looks like he is going to be going first, and it's going to be Exude Confidence, a mainstay in Aurora decks all around the world. This one is going to say, while it is not defended by a card with equal or greater power, the defending hero can't play or activate instance or defense reactions this entire combat chain. So it's going to be on Jonah to be able to find an attack powerful enough because he definitely wants to be playing defense reactions, especially on the first turn of the game.
Yeah, and it's an interesting turn 0 play in him. There we see the Channel Lightning Valley there to get some value. But usually you see the Aurora lead off with something lightning and then creating the embodiment on the back end. That was obviously the attack action was not the lightning card, but clearly Tyler had a plan the entire way through.
Plenty of setup done for Aurora Shooting Star here, a Channel Lightning Valley, and also an embodiment of Lightning Token with which to fuel that next turn. Jonah has bought a little bit for his own game plan. There are 2 Earth cards in the bin now, and he's going to start off with a Channel the Millennium Tree. He's thanking his lucky stars that Tyler gave him enough room to do so, and it's a haymaker of a follow-up. It's Mind Warp, which is going to be amped by 3 from that Channel the Millennium Tree. It's going to come in for 5, and if it deals more than 2 damage, which is pretty much a foregone conclusion here, Tyler is going to have to shuffle the entirety of his hand into his deck and then draw that many cards -1.
Yeah, it's a dream start for Jonah. You really want to see the tree go aura for aura with Tyler's turn 0. Notably, no Earth card in the pitch zone, so I think this is just going to go away, but not a bad effect to just have around for 1 turn. Oh, well, never mind. There we go with the Waning Moon, which will add the Plow Under, powerful card to have later in the pitch stack when decompose options are more available, and more importantly than that, keeping the Millennium Tree around for 1 more turn.
A big form of variance going Tyler Horspool's way. He found one of the few blues that this Aurora deck runs, which means that he's able to shore up 3 arcane damage on that Mind Warp and prevent him from having to shuffle that hand back into the deck. That being said, he's still only got 3 cards with which to work because he had to send one of them to the pitch zone in order to stop Mind Warp's effect. So Jonah kind of giving him a damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of effect. That being said, here comes Tyler Horspool with the first Arc Lightning of the game. He's also working with a Burn Up Shock and a card I can't quite make out there.
I think it's a Flicker Wisp. So it's almost as if you asked Tyler, what are the cards you would want in your hand? Perhaps maybe a little, you prefer to have the 5-card hand available with that sort of power, but, of course, the CLV is going to shore up that and maybe let him go a little bit wider with such a powerful collection of cards.
So you mentioned pitch stacking earlier, Patrick. This is usually what you are pitch stacking for. The Arc Lightning plus the Flicker Wisp. In this case, Tyler just says, I will naturally draw it, and you can't stop me.
Yeah, and that's a lot of mistakes. That's a mistake a lot of people make. They don't just simply draw it. So Tyler obviously knows a lot better, and he has both players to start off this game have had really hot starts.
But in this case, I tend to think that the edge of the hot starts are going in the favor of Aurora. As long as Jonah can shore up a lot of this arcane damage, then he's going to be doing very well on this turn. He does have a Shelter from the Storm in the discard pile, which he discarded in response to that Arc Lightning. So he's got 2 prevention floating, but this Flicker Wisp is now making it so that every one of those Arc Lightning pings is going to be coming in for 2 rather than a measly little 1.
Yeah, so almost certainly going to leak to CLV as is happening there now. And so Tyler's going to be able to draw a card and work with 3 cards, a 3-card hand following this very powerful effect. Of course, 2 arcane damage for every instance of Go Again. I don't think it's likely that we'll see Tyler deploy the Burn Up Shock here. It'll be probably hard to get the Burn Up part of the effect. Well, and he proves me wrong right there. He's going to go ahead and push it. Of course, that'll have the very powerful effect of dealing 4 arcane damage on hit of any attack action or, of course, the weapon.
Tyler was able to draw up an attack that is going to give him yet another source of Go Again. It's second strike in the hand. He's got an embodiment of Lightning Token and Arc Lightning still sitting at the ready to confer Go Again to the next thing that he plays. But second strike is going to have Go Again and +1 simply because Tyler has dealt damage this turn. And Jonah is a little bit, unfortunately, bricked up with the boys and not enough blues in order to deal with all of this arcane damage. He's got a Felling of the Crown and 2 blues with which to work, and Tyler is continuing to come out swinging. It's Ravenous Rabble followed up there. It's threatening not only that 2 arcane damage paying off of Flicker Wisp, Arc Lightning, but also the on-hit effect of Burn Up, which means that Jonah has to throw 2 cards in front of this in order to not lose 5 life.
Yeah, and if you're Jonah, I think you're just hoping that what Tyler drew off the CLV, the random draw, wasn't something that had a 4 in the corner. Unfortunately, it was. Fortunately for Jonah, it was. So now it just basically comes down to if that arsenal can bring an attack, and it doesn't look like Tyler is going to be able to deploy that. So the shock does not, the burn up shock does not hit there.
Which is a good situation for Jonah Overholt, of course. He did have to use the first block on Barkskin of the Millennium Tree, which is not a situation he wants to be in an ideal world, but you can't beat the value of blocking 5 for your equipment piece.
Yeah, so Jonah in a little bit of a the more defensive, reactive position so far in this game. Part of that's just Tyler having really strong plays to do of his 2 turns that he's taken so far this game. Here, breaking the gold without a Arc Lightning active, which to me is signaling maybe the hand could use some fixing. And there we see the Arc Lightning, so that'll fix a hand right up.
So even though Jonah has seen one of the most powerful things that Tyler's deck can do, he's still sitting at 30 life, which is not an uncomfortable position as of yet. The more difficult thing for Jonah at this point is he has not been able to decompose a single time. But he also hasn't found a copy of Rootbound Carapace, which we know is going to be coming and going to start kickstarting the decompose part of the Verdance game plan sooner rather than later. Here comes Starfall, conferring 2 damage there. Jonah descends on down to 28 and blocks the arcane damage ping from Arc Lightning with the 2 resources left in the pitch. He's got 1 more with which to use this turn, and Tyler continues to swing.
Yeah, and peeking at Jonah's hand here, I see a Felling of the Crown along with a blue, and I think that's a Rampant
It is
Growth.
Rampant Growth.
So, he'll be hoping, typically you're hoping when you see the Felling of the Crown, and I think he can decompose here, you're hoping to be able to send that 2-card hand. It's going to be difficult to do so here, given just the amount of damage, the barrage that he's sort of facing down. But, at a certain point, maybe asking himself whether just sending the check to him is going to be worth it. Just finally get a line and have that powerful effect.
For now, he continues to take the onslaught. He's received all of the damage from this Scar for a Scar, which has go again thanks to the second clause of Arc Lightning. Jonah is down to 24, Tyler's 36, and the Snatch is the final attack on this combat chain, blocked up by 2 cards from Jonah's hand. The last 2 blocking cards in his hand, which means that Rampant Growth life is destined for the arsenal as Tyler draws back up, creates an embodiment of Lightning token, and gets ready for another swing.
Yeah, and we saw a little bit of a grimace there from poor Jonah as he had to commit the block there. I think he really wanted to be able to have, hit that powerful decompose play available to him, but, sometimes this is why Aurora is maybe the best deck in the format, because when she's placing this much pressure on you, you're sort of forced to just turn your cards sideways.
He's going to be able to receive that pressure a little bit better now because he's found his first copy of Rootbound Carapace. But like you said, Patrick, you really want to be resolving those Fellings of the Crown if you can into the Aurora deck, because a little bit of disruption goes a long way against the premier aggro deck in the format. Gone in a Flash is the first attack from Tyler Horspool. 1 damage leaking through over the Sift that is devoted to block. Snatch into the pitch zone to play Starfall to go again right here.
Yeah, and to your earlier point, I think Jonah, he may be a little bit bummed out about the way this game is proceeding so far, but he's certainly happy to see that first Rootbound Carapace, having something that can defend and give him 4 points of block value, while at the same time furthering his decompose game plan is really strong, and of course why it's a mainstay in both of the Earth heroes.
2 damage comes across from the Starfall. Jonah Overholt now sitting at 23, very close to half life here in the first 3 turns of the game. In round 1 of the AGE Open Series, looks like he's lining up the Rootbound Carapace. It comes down into the arena, and there is a plethora of Earth cards from which he can choose. He chooses 3, in fact, so he's going to accelerate that decompose game plan by one turn fewer. He put 4 on the die in the Banish Zone, but it is in fact 3. You can only decompose 3 cards at a time. Just a little bit of game day nerves, I'm sure. I know Jonah will catch that. He is a very, very astute player. Tyler is drawing back up, and Jonah finally has a little bit of cards to work with. He's got 2 in the hand and 1 in the arsenal. Let's see what he can do with it.
Yeah, and he's gone ahead and fixed that decompose, being very fastidious here, and as we expect from Jonah. And I'm sure, this is maybe not the flashiest thing he could be doing. I'm sure would rather be saving that rampant growth life for when he's online, but I'm sure just thrilled to be able to take affirmative actions on his turn.
An affirmative he is. Waning Moon is coming in for 6 thanks to the amp from Rampant Growth Life, beefed up as well by the Heartbeat of Candlehold that came before. So Jonah has even these life totals up just a little bit. 25 plays 30 as he passes back over to the aggressor, Tyler Horspool, who has got yet another blue in hand and some more gas with which to work. It's a great start. Lightning Surge from the arsenal for go again here, which was super important because he was not able to generate an embodiment of Lightning token last turn.
Yeah, and I certainly don't envy being on the Jonah side of this. I guess is coming across through my commentary here, because you never really know at any point when attack's coming at you with Go Again with a 4 in the corner. Do they have the CLV in their hand? If I put a 3-block in front of them, is this just going to be the beginning of an avalanche, of an absolute barrage of damage? Ultimately, you can't. There's only so much you can do to prevent that. So, Jonah will just give the 3-block here and.
Ooh, and it's an electromagnetic somersault out of the hand of Tyler Horspool, which means that lightning surge upon resolution and 1 damage conferred over to Jonah Overholt. That lightning surge goes right back to hand and is ready to be used on a further chain link. Looks like it's getting closed for the time being as a blue card goes into the pitch and Starfall gets pushed out onto the combat chain. It's 2 Go Again, thanks to the fact that Lightning Surge is indeed a lightning card. And Jonah continues to receive damage. Yeah, down to 20. 20 plays 30 here. Tyler Horspool has a 10 life surplus, but Verdance, being the de facto life gain hero in this format, can always close that gap a little bit. And Jonah's got plenty of life gain in this. Not plenty, I should say. He has 1 life gain card. It's another rampant growth life, which he's probably not super happy to see given how much he's got to be blocking right now.
And I was intrigued to see what Tyler would do to extend his turn here. Obviously had 3 cards in hand. Maybe he was going to use those 2 floating resources to create an embodiment and sort of manufacture Go Again that way. But even better, he's got the 2nd strike. Of course, Jonah took the 2 damage you just referenced, so that'll allow him to continue his turn.
So one of the most important things about watching a Verdance player is the activation of that headpiece, Plume of Evergrowth, which allows Jonah to pitch a blue and find any old Earth instant or Earth action in the graveyard and put it into his hand. A lot of the times we see Verdance, especially in this kind of matchup where they're facing down a lot of physical damage, fetch a Felling of the Crown and recur that just to get a little bit more disruption out of their deck. Do you think that's what he's going to be going for here, or is there another target that might tempt him?
You'd love to do that. I think, when you're looking down a lot of damage, it's possible he also has available the... the name's going to
Seeds of Tomorrow.
Seeds of Tomorrow. Thank you so much. That's why you're the professional. To just, assuming he's got the arsenal available to just really stop like a big arc lightning turn, damage across axes that are difficult to cover up. Those I think you nailed. In an ideal world for Jonah, that's what he'd be fetching.
Okay, it's back over to Tyler once again, who has 5 cards and a lot of damage. It's Ravenous Rabble to start, revealing an Entwine Lightning, so 4 Go Again once again for the heal of Arcane Games and Events, who is not in cosplay once again, but we don't hold that against him. It's Ravenous Rebel for 4, and Jonah has found his 2nd copy of Rootbound Carapace, which means that he's going to be able to defend pretty well on this turn, and yeah, it's coming right out, and a 2nd Decompose, probably a very Earth-heavy one, is going to mean that he is so close to being online.
Yep, and you nailed it. That's 3 Earth cards. That'll bring him up to 6, which means he's just 1 away now. Got to imagine that every time he's drawing up his hand and seeing a Rootbound Carapace, it's met with relief in Jonah's mind to sort of move forward his gameplay, but at the same time cover up that life. Interesting play here to swing with the Starfall. No lightning card has been played. I don't know about you, Bryce, but when this happens to me, my first mind goes to CLV.
Yeah, and it's not in the hand. We just did a quick check there, Patrick. It makes me think that it has made its way into the arsenal because that is exactly what you've got to be thinking. The other option, of course, is a electrostatic discharge, which can allow you to do this kind of like naked Starfall sidestep situation, doing his best Fang cosplay, if I may be so bold. But Jonah has to be very careful here because if it is that Channel Lightning Valley, he's essentially just going to give Tyler a card draw, and you never want to be doing that when your opponent's cards are coming in for 4 just about every single time.
Yeah, and it's always super interesting to me in Flesh and Blood whenever a hero can utilize sort of information asymmetry to their benefit. Here, Jonah respecting the CLV, which, as you noted, we have now a sidestep, and that's sort of depriving Jonah of 1 extra point of block value by being a little by using obviously he knew. Tyler knew he didn't have the CLV, but I to Jonah's credit, I think I might be respecting that as well.
Even though you've already seen 1, you know that there are still 2 left in the deck. There's not an Aurora Shooting Star deck in the meta that is not going to be running Channel Lightning Valley. E-Strike is the follow-up to that electrostatic discharge. Looks like the chosen mode is draw a card, refresh the arsenal for Tyler Horspool. He has not been able to make an embodiment of lightning token. He instead used the 2 floating to create a rune chant and just trying to spit more split damage as much as he can. And Jonah is in agony because he's got a command and conquer that he definitely wants to be deploying on his turn.
Yeah, and here we're just seeing the beauty and the flexibility of Enlightened Strike. That choice between pushing a little extra damage, but of course the 2 extra points you're getting from that mode are probably not worth the extra card to Aurora, who can just do so much with a greater card density.
It's back over to Jonah, who's got a blue and a command and conquer, which is hitting the combat chain right now. Also a 20 life deficit to Tyler Horspool. Command and conquer coming in for 6. Defense reactions can't be played onto its chain link, and it's going to destroy the arsenal of Tyler Horspool if it's able to connect even for 1 point. But Tyler looks like he's going to be shoring it up. He is pushing all of his equipment that can block out onto the combat chain. He's still tanking on blocks there because it's still going to require a card if he wants to prevent this on hit.
And it was immediate, too. So if we're going into sort of body language reading here, that implies to me that Tyler likes his hand. He wants to keep as much of it as he possibly can.
Tyler's body, as always, is speaking volumes as he pushes out a static shock along with Grasp of the Arknight and Lightning Greaves onto the combat chain. So no connection of the Command and Conquer for Jonah Overholt. He's still sitting at 6 Earth cards in the Banished Zone. He is so close to being online, and he's drawn up the last Felling of the Crown, but will he have the space to use it?
All right, now we're starting off with the Entwined Lightning here, showing a Flittering Charge. That's, of course, signaling that we have a turn that's going to be able to go wide, which would give some insight as to why Tyler wanted to protect it so well. Likely spelling blood in the water with Jonah almost down to single-digit life. And of course, against Verdance, you really want to be assigning the pressure early on before they're online, and critically, Jonah 2 Earth cards away from being online.
And then you can really start cashing in on the extra value of all of that life gain because it's also chipping away at your opponent's life total while yours is going up. In this case, however, Jonah has blocked with the second block on Barkskin of the Millennium Tree, has not taken a single point of damage this turn because he shored up the first Entwined Lightning with a Command and Conquer and the Barkskin. Second one with 1 non-attack action card in hand because those are all getting +1 thanks to that Embodiment of Earth token generated by the Barkskin of the Millennium Tree. That being said, the follow-up is Flittering Charge with a Lightning Press, no less. No cards in the hand for Tyler Horspool at this point, so Jonah is just going to descend on down to 3, which is still not very comfortable at all when your opponent is sitting at 30 and has plenty of gas left in the tank.
And is a Lightning Press deck. I think 3 is a very specifically scary number for a player playing against Aurora to be at because of the Lightning Press. We just saw one there. I'm not sure how many others we've seen, but I'll tell you, it would be on my mind at all times.
Okay, Jonah is finally resolving one of these Fellings of the Crown. Decomposing, of course, which means that not only is he 100% online, Verdance Thorn of the Rose now has text, but he's also coming in for 8 and stripping 1 card away from Tyler Horspool, who only had 4 to work with in the first place because he did not save an arsenal on the last turn.
And interesting there to deploy the equipment. Tyler clearly making the value judgment that for the rest of the game, the amount of damage that Jonah will be sending will be Arcane. Can't cover that with your equipment, obviously. So cashing it in while he can.
Perhaps a little bit of a brick on Tyler Horspool's side of the board, but he's starting it off right. Ravenous Rabble revealing a red, of course. There's an electrostatic discharge that will be available later on down the line. For now, it's just conferring -1 to Ravenous Rabble, which is coming in for 4 go again. The exact thing that Aurora wants to say time and time again. And Jonah has drawn up an interesting bit of tech that I don't usually see in a lot of these Verdance decks. That's Cadaverous Tilling. He's really liking the ability to send above rate attacks with decomposed text.
Yeah, and I do note that, so obviously Ravenous Rabble, pretty ideal chain starter. I know we have an Exude Confidence in Tyler's hand. Did you happen to see the other card he's got in there?
Yeah, it was another attack without go again. I think it was a static shock, but my mind simply said Bagel 4, and he's
Gotcha.
Without go again.
Yeah, so a little bit of awkwardness there. Can't swing the Starfall either to go wide because no Lightning card has yet been played. So, I would say the likely follow-up here is probably just going to be another 0 for 4 and then arsenaling the other for a 5-card hand on the next turn.
We talked about the importance of the activation of Plume of Evergrowth. In this case, Jonah is cashing in a blue in order to use Rampant Growth Life from the graveyard. He's activating it now, too, folks, so he's only going to gain 1 here, and because it is not during his own action phase, no 1 arcane damage is going to be coming through thanks to Verdance Thorn of the Rose's ability. Tyler is reading that for himself and confirming, so no, in this case, it is just 2 life gained and 4 amp for Jonah. 2 from the first Rampant Growth, 2 from the second.
Yeah, and I'm intrigued to see what Jonah's going to do with this here. Just looking at his hand texture, it's possible he's going to opt to use the Storm Striders and maybe try to Mind Warp Tyler, anticipating a bigger turn.
Ooh, I do love this play here. It's the 3rd Rampant Life Growth coming out of the hand of Jonah Overholt. He had access to all 3, 1 from Plume of Evergrowth and 2 from the arsenal and hand, which means that we should be up to, 9 amp here. Holy! And it's an activation of Storm Striders pitching a blue. Here comes Mind Warp. And not only that, Patrick, he's also going to be able to activate the Waning Moon on the back of this. So really saving some life, even though this Ravenous Rabble is still in the combat chain and threatens to bring Jonah down to 2, Tyler is only going to have 1 card at this point with which to work for the rest of this turn.
Yeah, and I like this move by Jonah. To the extent Tyler was going to be able to go wide, I mean, he doesn't know what's in Tyler's hand. This was really going to shut it down. Additionally, he's gaining a bunch of life or at least 3 points of life from the Rampant Growth lives. Those don't have a 3 in the corner. He wasn't going to be able to do anything with those anyway. So maybe doing this is to anticipate a wider turn from Tyler that was going to leave him very dead at the end of the turn.
But it's really all going to come down to that last card that Tyler draws after shuffling the 2 cards in his hand back into his deck. If it is a 0 for 4, Patrick, the shields are completely down for Jonah Overholt. In order to pull off this play, he used every single card in his hand. So if Tyler draws 2 power or greater, heck, even something that he can pitch. Well, he can't pitch to Starfall because he hasn't played a lightning card. But bottom line, if he finds 2 damage off of this draw, Jonah's dead.
Yeah, this is why we love card games. He could, whatever this draw is probably going to determine how much longer this game is going to be played. Of course, to take this gambit, Jonah had to use his boots. That's going to make Tyler feel a lot more comfortable presenting damage into him. Tyler probably feeling like he's in the favorable position, but to your credit, maybe this game is over sooner than we think.
Oh, I think it was a second strike that he drew up right there. This could spell doom for Jonah Overholt. There's still a Ravenous Rabble to deal with, my friend. It's going to bring you down to 2, and then second strike comes in for the kill. Oh, yeah. Devastating. He's taking 4 right now, down to 2. And yeah,
it's Skizik.
It is not indeed the second strike. It is a Skizik, but that is going to do the job, ladies and gentlemen. Tyler Horspool is the first victor on stream at Arcane Games and Events LA, round 1.
Look, Jonah was forced to turn his card sideways a lot of that game. Obviously not a position you always want to be in, but very cool that he was at least able to deploy his cards, do the Verdance thing, have 1 big pop-off turn. Of course, he died that same turn, but look, we play to have fun.
We absolutely do, and Jonah definitely looked like he was having fun, despite the fact that there was an onslaught coming his way turn after turn. Folks, we are going to have an interview almost immediately with our winner, Tyler Horspool, the heel of Southern California. We don't hold that against him, but it'll be curious to hear what he has to say about that match, because it seemed like it was all gas all the time for our Aurora player, showcasing exactly why they are the meta definer of Flesh and Blood at the moment. So don't go anywhere. We will be back with more Tyler Horspool, more interviews, and more Flesh and Blood after this. We're back with the first victor at AGE LA in April. It's Tyler Horspool, the heel of Southern California, back at it and not in cosplay.
It was Vegas, not LA. But I'll take it nonetheless.
Vegas? Oh,
yeah,
you were the heel of Vegas?
I was my first GP or my first win you're talking about LA. I'm sorry. I'm already gone. It's early.
We're
it's
in
early,
LA currently.
Yeah. We are currently, yeah.
That is where your feet stand right now, my friend. I hope that's not news to you, but it makes sense that your brain is whirling a little bit after the number of 0 for 4s that you threw during that last game.
Absolutely, yeah.
So you're bullying my friend out there. Jonah Overholt is my teammate, and also he brought kind of a fun pick. Thought he would just test the waters with Verdance, play a little Earth, and you were like, no, Lightning is still king out here.
Yeah, I mean, being friends with Jonah Overholt says more about you, but the 0 for 4s, it was easy. There was nothing he could do. The onslaught was real.
I think it is very curious, that game, because not only were you doing like the bread and butter thing that Aurora likes to do, but you also drew into Natty Arc Lightning Flicker Wisp in the first turn of the game, or technically your second turn. How did that feel?
I mean, anytime you see that as an Aurora, especially if you see it early, you feel like the game should go your way. And it's the games where it doesn't, where the game gets a little more difficult. So obviously I'm very happy to see it. There's not much more to say about Flicker Wisp and Arc Lightning that hasn't already been said. So it's not like it's rocket science at this point.
Well, I'm going to ask you one more question about it, Tyler, because I think there's a little bit we can delve into. So the main question I have about the fact that Flicker Wisp made it out of the sideboard, which I think is typically where they land in Aurora lists, were you expecting the possibility of this game going particularly long?
Yeah. So some Verdance loves to block, and Verdance loves to play D-reacts and stuff like that, and then try to combo you. So I thought the game could go long. I thought the game also required, the game just required me to be able to combo as well. And so my goal is to just combo before he does in that matchup. And I think it happens more often than not just because they have to do the setup. So obviously if their plan is to block and set up, I want not only enough damage to keep going long game, but I also want I also want the combo in my deck to be able to do like an insane amount of damage, because then what happens is you see what happened at the end of that game, which is he was like kind of forced to block, and then ran into a no block situation where that's the goal in the matchup. So I think it played out as you saw on camera.
And while you were kind of getting a little bit of a break in terms of draw variance, Jonah was getting the opposite. I mean, the fact that he didn't see a rootbound carapace until probably like turn 4 or 5 in that match, and then also that he was blocking with Fellings of the Crown very early on as well.
Yeah, when you see him blocking with the disruption, especially when I'm throwing out snatches at the end of the chain that are must block, so you can't give me free cards. It's I think the draws probably went about as well as they could have for me. And yeah, I would say that for him, it was probably more in the medium low to low range. So, yeah.
Well, Tyler, the future is looking very bright for you at AGE LA. You are handsomely placed in the top 16 leaderboard, and it seems like you're about to stay there. But what is on the docket for you next weekend? Are you going to be in London?
I will not be. I'm kind of, I'm going to be honest. I'm kind of like at a life crossroads right now. I did qualify for nationals coming up in Vegas. And I'm going to see how that goes. And then, I don't know, I'm going to continue to play Flesh and Blood. Flesh and Blood is my game. I'm going to continue to be at AGEs. But as for the bigger tournaments, I have been vending a lot. At some tournaments, I've been working a lot with not only you guys, but other doing other tournaments for Flesh and Blood and other games. So I don't know. It feels like work has kind of taken a hold, and I enjoy doing that as well. So I might be in a situation where I choose to go with one or the other. But right now, I'm just trying to do my best out here, and I'm going to try to do my best for nationals. And the better I do, the more likely it is that you'll keep seeing me around.
Well, whatever the future holds for you, my friend, I hope it is bright. And even if it is not in the player's seat of a Flesh and Blood tournament, tier 4, tier 3, whatever, I hope it brings you whatever you need in life.
Oh, thanks, Bryce. That means a lot.
Love you, buddy. Even though you're kind of a butthead for beating up my friends.
Yep, of course. I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop. I don't know what you want me to do.
Good. I honestly don't want you to stop because it makes us sharper.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to go to a quick break, folks. You've heard it here first. Tyler Horspool's future in Flesh and Blood is not certain, but for now, he's still the king of the castle. And we'll see if he can make his way to the top 8 today. We'll be back with more Flesh and Blood after a short break. Don't go anywhere. Go again equals pain is the story here so far at AGE in April. My name is Bryce Platts, and I am here once again with Evan Bridges, the villain of Odyssey Games, but also my co-caster today. Welcome back to the test, Kevin.
Thanks for having me. Did you call me Kevin?
Evan.
Okay.
But I just had like a little bit of chutzpah in the back of my throat.
Okay.
It's like, kind of like a little I don't know, I guess Jewish pronunciation.
Okay. It's better than Ethan. I get that all the time.
Ethan Bridges.
Yep.
No, I'm still convinced that you're Evan, no relation to Jeff Bridges.
Yep. No
as far as
relation.
I'm concerned. Folks, we've got a metagame breakdown hot off the presses for you. Let's take a look at what is showing up here at AGE-LA. We talked about Zen not really being represented too much at Battle-Hardened Jakarta or Dublin, but in this case, it's the third most represented deck here. Maybe even tied for second, if that's the way you'd like to look at it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think a big part of it is maybe a lot of people not wanting to bring Zen in the hopes or fear that they might win the event and then he LLs and they can't take him to London. But there's no LL points on the line here at AGE, so it's safe to play him because you can win the tournament and still take him to London and everything will be fine.
Aurora is still the most represented deck, despite the fact that she is not seeing like an overwhelming number of copies like she did at AGE New England. She's still well at the top of this metagame. 7 copies in the field today. We've also got Vynnset, which has kind of been like an AGE LA staple so far this season. There's been a lot of, honestly, it's a little bit light here today, given the fact that so many people from Team Top Deck Keep and also the AGE Pro team are really hot on that hero right now.
Yeah, Vynnset is definitely a popular pick around here. They put a lot of time into it, and it does have what I've heard is a pretty good Aurora matchup. So if you're not playing Aurora, you definitely need to have a plan to beat her, and I do think Vynnset has some good anti-aggro tools, while also just being very aggressive herself, and Aurora does not like to block, so good answer into the field.
I am incredibly perplexed by the number of Fangs that have shown up. There's 3 copies, and myself and Patrick Greasy are not in the room. I have no idea what to make of that.
Yeah, I don't either. I can even begin to guess who is on Fang, but he has been putting up results recently, doing well. He won a Battle Hardened, so maybe people are starting to see the light. You think Fang is a pretty solid deck, right? At the moment, don't you?
I do. I don't think he is a meta definer by any means, but Patrick and I have together settled on he is probably at like the top of B tier. Mm-hmm. Like he's definitely kind of like a middling hero, but he has good game plans into just about everything. 41 players total here at the April Open. If there is one thing that is incredibly apparent, Evan, I think it's that the blue color palette is vastly overpowered compared to all the others.
Oh, yeah. Are we talking about part of the misfill?
Yeah, well, part of the misfill, and also the fact that Aurora has an awful lot of blue in her hero art.
Oh, that's true. It is a very blue-heavy thing. Basically, the top 6 heroes, very blue, and then we've got Fang, who's entirely red line. You shouldn't be running any blues in Fang whatsoever, right, Bryce?
Absolutely incorrect, Evan, but I won't hold that against you. I do want to draw our attention down to some of the 1 copies in the field, because I think it points to the fact that we have a couple specialists that are very well known here at AGE LA. Who, for example, do you think is on Kasai of the Golden Sand?
I couldn't even begin to guess unless it is the winner of the first AGE of the year, Colin Erickson.
Colin the Boy Wonder, don't call me the Boy Wonder, Erickson. Also the one of Azalea, I think you can venture a guess.
I don't know. That would be tough. I know, Chris is a big Azalea fan, but you know what? I'm going to guess it is Odyssey Games local Paul Selinsky on his patented Sandscour Great Bow Azalea. Not Death Dealer. He does not like Death Dealer.
Gotta be honest, Evan. You had me in the first half. I really thought that you were going to miss that call, and that would have been really egregious considering that you see Paul on a weekly basis.
He has been dabbling in Verdance. It kind of varies from week to week. But yes, I will put respect on Paul. He is a very good Azalea player and just a really good person in general. And I always like playing against him, even if he dominate Red and the Ledgers me over and over again.
We have gotten word that the players are ready down at the match floor. So let's go ahead and pull the Flesh and Blood slot machine and see who we're dealing with. It's Chris Iaali on the right side of your screen playing Arachne, Slip Through the Cracks. Craps. Arachne
Whoa.
slipped through the crack. If I want to be 100% accurate, it's Arachne swiped through the cracks. But I'm putting my own take on it here, Evan. No doubt Chris is very excited on the recent stellar performance of Arachne slip through the cracks. He just won a PQ+.
He did. And he beat 2 Enigmas in top 8 along the way. Both games were on the feature match. What we don't see a lot of normally is Assassin beating Enigma. That is normally a matchup they do not like, but Slip Through the Cracks, or Slippy, as a lot of people like to refer to him, seems to have the tools to be able to get through all of her defenses.
Speaking of tools, we're seeing a lot of the usual suspects here on the side of our Assassin player. The only flex slot, I think, in this suite of equipment is probably the chest piece. I'm sure some Slippies are choosing to bring in the blood-splattered vest instead of Fiendal Spring Tunic, but Chris being no stranger to the long game, I think makes sense here.
Yeah. I thought you were going to say Redback Shroud for a second. That would be a very
That would be weird.
Yeah, because I don't know how much silver you're going to be making with, Leave No Witnesses, banishing many blues from an Enigma's deck. So just very interesting play. I guess it's turn 0, and he's just popping the gloves right away.
Yeah, we should mention the left side of your screen is occupied by Enrique Castro. We didn't get to introduce him because I was mispronouncing hero names a little bit egregiously. Right now, Enrique has popped his Calming Gesture, created a Spectral Shield on turn 1, and yes, it's because he is telegraphing that Astral Etchings, which Chris Iaali saw right through him. Astral Etchings is able to be played at instant speed, and it's going to put 3+1 counters on that Spectral Shield, which means that Spectral Shield is also going to get go again. The follow-up is Restless Coalescence, which is a Japanese version of that card that Enrique got. I don't think because he went to the Worlds in Osaka, probably picked one up off of one of the locals that went there. Right now, it accepted all of those +1 counters from that Spectral Shield and the Astral Etchings. All of them go on to the Restless Coalescence, which means that it swings for 5. Chris Iaali has 2 more block cards in hand, though. Enrique is just going to activate Restless Coalescence, create a second Spectral Shield, and pass on back over to the runner-up of the first ever Flesh and Blood Worlds.
Yeah, I think we were both surprised to see him pop the gloves, but I do think that was a pretty solid use of it. He's got Ward 4 on the board, and then when he activates the Restless Coalescence, again, it'll be up to Ward 5. So he's got the ability to block a couple of dagger swings, but I guess Chris is saying that's a nice board. It'd be a shame if it didn't block any damage whatsoever.
And that's because Chris's first action of the game is Pick to Pieces, which says if you've played or activated an attack reaction this chain link, this gets +1, and damage that would be dealt by this can't be prevented. You know what likes to prevent damage, Evan? It's Wardboard.
That's very true. And yep, Enrique does not want to have any of it. But the tricky thing about Slippy is that attack has go again. So if you overblock it and he doesn't want to react, well, we've got a Command and Conquer. That's going to clear your board and get rid of your arsenal. And I see at least 1 chi and a defense reaction in hand. So I think this board is gone along with that arsenal unless it's an instant he can deploy.
So Chris Iaali showcasing exactly why Slippy starts at a 2-life deficit. That hero ability is just so powerful. All these stealth attacks are usually hampered or maybe balanced by the fact that they don't have go again. In this case, because Slippy has hero text, they certainly do, and it's incredibly powerful. So not only warriors can do this whole sidestepping situation, Enrique is having to activate that Restless Coalescence. He's up to Ward 5 on his board, but right now 1 is slipping through the cracks.
Yeah, and it's interesting that so he had the put into context in his hand, and it's able to be played on the pick to pieces. But if Chris did have the 0 for 3, then he would be able to pump it up to 7, and then the whole board goes goodbye, just like that Phantasmaclasm that was in his arsenal. So now we've got basically no turn right now because you can't play either of those cards on your turn. So looks like we're just gonna arsenal one of these and then see what Chris can do.
Enrique is punished immensely for not using that put into context on the first chain link that Chris presented, or even just holding 1 card back and thinking that you can protect your ward board with that defense reaction in hand. Instead, he's got to take 1 damage, which completely derails his early game. Chris Iaali is coming out swinging once again with a Hunter's Clave, trying to sneak in a mark. In the pitch zone is a Codex of Bloodrot, a kind of recent addition to the Arachne Slip Through the Cracks deck, one that kind of came off a little bit late in his introduction in the meta, just like it did with Lexi Livewire.
Yeah, most people, were not playing Codex of Bloodrot at during Lexi because there were more impactful codexes in the meta, but I always liked it, especially if it was already in your arsenal 3 of a kind. But it is, pretty good into Enigma because the Bloodrot does say deal damage, which means if any ward is left over, they are going to have to hold back a card if they want to keep that around. We do see Chris flicking one of his daggers so he can get the Graphene Chelicera, and now we've got a very impactful on-hit with 2 cards left in hand.
Mark of the Black Widow is on the combat chain, and because Chris connected with that Hunter's Clave and Enrique is marked, on hit, Mark of the Black Widow will cause Enrique to banish a card from his hand. The question is, will Enrique respect it here? It looks like Put Into Context is finally coming out of the hand after kind of being an IP penalty on the previous turn. Enrique is taking 1 and will no longer be marked. And yep, he's going to have to banish a card from the hand. It's going to be a Rage Spectre. This hand is just getting stripped apart by Chris Iaali.
Yeah, it's interesting. Last turn he had a very good card set up in Arsenal in the Phantasmaclasm, which would have dealt a lot of damage and been able to, bottom a card and disrupt Chris's turn, and he decided to over-respect the pick to pieces and got punished. But now when he's being disrupted, he decides to just, block a little. And, he's getting out the Chi, which is going to let him transcend for the first time. So now for the rest of the game, Traverse will always be something that Chris has to worry about.
Okay, with an Inner Chi in hand, what can Enrique put together here? It's a Spectral Manifestations, which is a great start to a turn. Because he has no ward board, he's going to not only create a Spectral Shield from this card, he's also going to get 3+1 counters on it. And because Enigma Ledger of Ancestry allows you to swing your first Spectral Shield attack each turn for free, this is going to be 4 go again with no extra resources invested. Chris is reaching immediately for the life total and descending on down to 34. Follow-up here is Restless Coalescence. Once again, he's doing exactly what he did on turn 0 of this game, transferring all of those +1 counters over to the Restless Coalescence, using the last resource in pitch to swing for 5 go again.
Yeah, Restless Coalescence is very good when you're able to line up with one of your auras where you have a bunch of counters. One thing we haven't seen yet in Enrique's deck, which is a popular card, is the 10,000 Year Reunion. But you usually see that paired with Mage Master Boots, so you're able to swing with it the same turn you put it out. So we'll have to see if that is on the agenda for Enrique this game.
Both of these players sitting at 1-0 in this tournament. Chris Iaali accepts 5 damage down to 29 and is ready for a full grip clapback, shall I say. Enrique, of course, activating Restless Coalescence at the end of his turn so that he has an extra bit of ward board with which to deal with whatever Chris Iaali is going to slap him with.
Yeah, and Enrique is going to have to hope that another pick to pieces does not come out now that he has this very defensive reactive board. So we've got looks like a couple of go again attacks in Chris's hand, but not sure if he has any reactions that he'll be able to push over the top Enrique's blocks with.
Right now, Hunter's Clave is the first action here. Activating Flick Knives once again is Chris Iaali. This time, sliding across that Graphene Callistra, going to eat one of those Spectral Shields. And right now, Enrique, after destroying the second one of the turn, is just sitting with Restless Coalescence left on the ward board. He has not activated it yet, so another Spectral Shield is at the ready. Follow-up is Pick Up the Point from Chris Iaali, and he is paying into it to get back one of those Hunter's Claves. He's back to dual-wielding, marking daggers, and 3 go again is on the combat chain.
Yeah, the Retrieve is very handy for Slippy, meaning you can, Flick Knives with Abandon. It's not as, immediately available as Syndra's is. You do have to pay for it and have the right cards, but just getting that getting those shields out of the way so we can get the disruptive attacks online is probably the primary win condition for Chris in this matchup.
Mark of the Black Widow is the end, ostensibly, of this combat chain. Right now, Enrique is activating Restless Coalescence. He doesn't have to worry about the flick knives being used at this point because, one, it's already been used, and two, he has plenty of ward board to prevent a mark here. Another Restless Coalescence comes out of the hand in order to block all of that damage. So looks like it's just Ward 3 devoted to the block here. Enrique has 2 cards left in hand. Makes me wonder what it is he can do after this, but a spike with Blood Rot comes out of the arsenal of Chris Iaali. This is the namesake 1-cost attack reaction in the Slippy deck. This assassin doesn't just want to disrupt, he also wants to push a lot of damage. So Enrique activates Restless Coalescence, grabs another Spectral Shield, and shores up all of that damage.
Yeah, well, I think so Enrique has got the Miraging Metamorph in hand and the Tunic ready to go. So I was thinking he was hoping to hold on to at least one of those Restless Coalescences just in case Chris would like to pop this attack so he could get another copy. But 1 for 7 Arsenal Chi is still pretty solid on Enrique's end.
And it looks like Chris has found the popper. There's got to only be about 3 in this deck. I think it's just Command and Conquers. But in this case, Chris is at the ready to destroy that Phantasm attack, which, if it is defended by a non-illusionist card with power 6 or greater, it simply dissolves. The combat chain closes immediately, and Enrique has gone from presenting 7 damage to presenting 0. And Chris has 3 cards in hand and 1 in arsenal.
Yep, and we see a very scary card coming out in Bonds of Agony, and Enrique has the worst card to have in your hand, potentially when facing down Bonds of Agony, in his most powerful card, Miragai, but he also has multiple Sink Blows and the blue to pitch out just in case.
Enrique says, I am not scared here, and I like this play because Slippy has a tendency to do this sidestep thing on Bonds of Agony. I think the best case scenario, most of the time when they're leading off the combat chain with Bonds of Agony, is to make their opponent overreact to it. And then whatever comes next can really do its duty. In this case, it's an Infect, blocked out by a Sink Blow. Chris follows up with a Tarantula Toxin out of the arsenal, and Enrique has the answer. It's another Sink Below from hand, which is probably why he was not respecting that Bonds of Agony, and he's also going to double Transcend, Passover plus drop in the ocean. So Enrique is very chi-rich leading into this next turn. It's all going to hinge on what is that last card in his hand, though.
Well, we've got 2 Chi and a Miragai, so this is a very good setup for Enrique. He's going to slap that on the board, throw 8 at Chris, and most likely Chris is just going to have to take it because the one thing you can't do is let a Miragai stay alive for multiple turns. That is very bad news if Chris is not able to push enough damage to remove it. Thankfully for Chris, Enrique does not have any more cards in hand, so won't be able to arsenal defense reaction. It was important that Enrique prevent that Infect from coming through because the Blood Rot would remove this Miragai if it were to come onto his side.
So heads up play from Enrique. A lot of disruption has been coming from Chris Iaali, but you got to look at the life totals here, folks. It's 34 plays 29 in the favor of Enigma at the moment. Enrique is feeling very good in terms of the life lead, and even though he had to lose a Phantasmaclasm very early on, Chris is still staring down a Miragai, which didn't require the Traverse to be invested into it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very helpful to be able to naturally draw into that. We've seen multiple Codex of Blood Rots, pitched by Chris, but now Enrique has no arsenal. So if Chris is able to find a Codex of Frailty and load Enrique's arsenal with, some blue attack, Enigma Chimera or something that's not very useful, it's going to take a card out of his hand and prevent him from being able to keep this Miragai around for very long.
Looks like Chris is lining up a block. Probably just means he can't convert 100% of this hand, so he'd like to save a little bit of life. But Black Tech Whisperers has been shoved out in addition to a Kiss of Death, which maybe implies that Chris thinks he can go 3 chain links wide. Either that, or he simply wants to get the block value while he can, when he knows that there is going to be more down that he wants to do down the pipe. For now, Chris is looking at yet another... Codex of Bloodrot. So he's running 3, I guess.
Yeah. So luckily for Enrique, he's got the defense reaction to stick in his arsenal, so he doesn't lose any blocking cards. But the Codex of Bloodrot does, give him the Bloodrot, which represents another threat to the Mirror guy, and we see another Kiss of Death. So even though Chris was forced to block with 1, this is still another, very powerful card for him.
Kiss of Death, probably the main reason that slipped through the cracks is a contender in this meta. I mean, this was a card that was 100% designed with Slippy in mind. This is stealth. When this connects with a hero, they lose 1 life, 3 power, and in Slippy's case, it's got go again. The very cool thing about this card, though, is that not only is it an assassin attack action, it's also a dagger, the only one of its kind, which means 1, that it can be targeted with both modes of Tarantula Toxin. 2, it can be flicked with the arm piece of Chris Iaali on the next chain link.
And another cool thing about Kiss of Death is when you load it up with another buff, like Spike with Bloodrot or Toxicity, then that is going to apply whenever it hits as an attack, and also if it hits as a flick, so you can double dip into your Bloodrots and your Toxicities.
If you thought Kiss of Death was scary, the next chain link is even scarier. It's Pick to Pieces. Once again, potentially offering some unpreventable damage to Enrique, but he's also got to worry about the flick knives here. He's really posturing that he wants to defend this Mirror guy, but flick knives, at least with what he's got on board and in hand, is just going to connect and kill that Mirror guy at very little cost to Chris.
Yeah, and we see the flick knives, which is going to take out the Mirror guy, buff up the Pick to Pieces, which now is just 4 vanilla damage. A lot of times, cards like Pick to Pieces and just the flexibility of Assassin in general means that if you see an attack, that can be prevented that has go again, then a lot of times Enigmas will just choose to take advantage of the health you gain from ward, so your board does not get blown up by the Pick to Pieces without doing any defending.
It's back over to Enrique, who's got 2 blues and a Miraging Metamorph. Not exactly what you want to be doing as the Enigma player. You really want to be sending this card when you have a Tunic resource up, and hopefully no poppers in the side of your opponent. Right now, it's just 7 damage, and Enrique is saving yet another chi for the arsenal. Chris Iaali has to decide what he wants to do with this. Has he found that last popper in his deck? At least if his only poppers are Command and Conquers. No, indeed. Down to 18 is Chris Iaali. 28 plays 18 in the favor of Enigma Ledger of Ancestry as we pass on back over to Slippy, who's got an onslaught of his own.
Yeah, and obviously there's no auras on board that Chris cares about being copied. Funny thing is, he did have the Bloodrot on his side, so if Enrique just felt like it for any reason, he could have made a copy of the Bloodrot and taken an extra 2 damage. Just in case, but he's got
an interesting play indeed.
He does have, he's got the Sacred Art in Arsenal. He's got 2 chi that don't require any targets. So as long as Chris does not throw anything super obstructive, then Enrique could have a pretty solid board setup next turn.
But something obstructive is exactly what comes out after the pain in the backside, which is covered up by a 3 block in hand. It's Persuasive Prognosis. When this hits a hero, they banish the top card of their deck, and then Chris will have the opportunity to look at Enrique's hand and choose another card from it that matches the color of the banished card and banish it as well. So basically, if Enrique banishes a blue off the top of the deck, he is going to be very, very sad. He does have the option to transcend every single card, the 2 cards in hand and also the one in Arsenal in response to the on-hit, and develop a little bit of ward board and maybe banish a superfluous chi if it's a blue on the banish.
Yeah, he does have that Astral Etchings in hand, which isn't currently doing a ton at the moment, so he could block with that. Ooh, but we see a Take Up the Mantle, so Chris decides, you know what, I can probably do something a lot more disruptive than relying on the top of your deck. I think a super buffed Bonds will be a lot more impactful this turn.
This is really rough, folks. Flick Knives confers a mark to Enrique Castro, and then Chris follows up with Take Up the Mantle, choosing Bonds of Agony. So that Persuasive Prognosis is now a copy of Bonds of Agony. And Bonds of Agony requires 3 attack reactions to get a buff on its own and a super powerful effect. And Chris has it. Take Up the Mantle is 1, Flick Knives is 2, Spike with Blood Rot is 3 off of that Fiendal Spring Tunic. So Enrique is now facing down 10 damage, and if it connects with him, Chris will have the opportunity to look at his hand, banish a card, and then choose 2 additional cards from his deck and graveyard with the same name. So basically, the play that we were talking about before, where Enrique just transcends every single card that he possibly can in response to this damage, is null and void, because if he does that, Chris will be able to choose Inner Chi out of his hand and banish all of them.
Yep, very true. Luckily, since he has 2 untranscended Chi cards and an Astral Etchings, which you've already seen 2 of, he's going for it anyway. I wonder if he is somehow going to be able to pitch all of the Chi so it's not as disruptive. Oh, he's searching. Okay, the Rising Sun, Setting Moon does find the defense reaction, but I don't think he's going to be able to defend enough to be able to block this out.
Interesting. So Enrique, rather than pitching to Enigma Ledger of Ancestry, allows Chris to see both Inner Chi in hand. So Chris, is going to be able to choose 2 Inner Chis out of the hand. Bye-bye, Enrique, because, oh my goodness, Enrique is realizing it. He's putting his head in his hands. He made a misplay here, folks. So Chris is able to take both Inner Chis out of the hand because they have the same name now that they've transcended.
Yeah, that's definitely a bit of an oopsie. But in Enrique's defense, he did not have much of a play. Even if he didn't do this, he could lose the Astral Etchings, which he wasn't going to play. But I think Chris would probably just take one of the untranscended Chi. But now Enrique's got a defense reaction that he won't be able to put in Arsenal because he's got that Sacred Art stuck there. And I haven't been keeping count. That may be all of the Chi out of his deck. I remember he transcended at least once earlier in the game, and if he hasn't transcended another time, then Traverse the Universe is now turned off until he's able to transcend again.
So if hindsight is 2020, which it absolutely is, I think what Enrique could have done, bottom one of the Chi off of Rising Sun, Setting Moon, pitch Rising Sun, Setting Moon, which would now be a Chi, into Sacred Art out of the arsenal. And then after Sacred Art has transcended, use that Inner Chi for Enigma Ledger of Ancestry. And then he could have not only prevented Chris from ripping a ton of cards out of his hand, he also could have established a bunch of ward board with which to use on the following turn.
Yeah, that definitely was not a good lineup of hands on Enrique's side. He needed to keep basically his whole hand to be able to do anything. And yes, if he did, as you said, and fully transcended and play the Sacred Art, activated Enigma, and then found that defense reaction, he would be able to mitigate a lot of damage, but then still pass his turn. But as it stands, we are back to Chris's side. Enrique has no board. He is now down in life, and Chris has all the tempo.
18 plays 11 on the side of Arachne, slipped through the cracks. Chris had a huge life deficit just a moment ago, folks, and he has really taken the pain to Enigma. Enrique has found himself with I think that's just one non-blocking card in hand. It's yet another Chi, and Chris is following up with a Leave No Witnesses after connecting with a 6 damage infect off of Razor's Edge.
Yeah, so Leave No Witnesses is going to be threatening that last Chi, but we do see another Chi in Enrique's hand, so he could reactively get it out of there. He could even take the hit and then respond with all the transcending, so he's able to carry the board state into his turn. So we did see that Enrique was not clear on how Bonds was going to impact that hand where he did multiple transcends and lost the Chi. I wonder if it's just he hasn't played against a lot of Assassins, or he hasn't played against a lot of Slippy specifically, which I think is going to be the case for a lot of people. I do not see all that many Slippies played generally, so that could be one thing that they have going for them.
It's also important to mention that Enrique has never played on stream before. He is an Odyssey local, so we're very happy to see him here. This is also his first ever Arcane Games and event tournament appearance. So it's really cool that he's here. It's really cool that he is trying to take down a near world champion and our team captain as well, Evan. So I'm really stoked that Enrique is here. I am proud of him. Misplays be damned. Mm-hmm. And right now he is reconciling his errors before he takes that damage, and in the resolution step, before Leave No Witnesses has banished that Sacred Art out of the arsenal, Enrique is going to go ahead and play Preserve Tradition and also Sacred Art, developing a bit of ward board for the next turn and also getting 2 Chi in hand to boot.
Yeah, it's definitely a tall task. Your first AGE, your first stream match, you're playing against, world champion finalist Chris Iaali. So it's definitely nervous situation for him, but it's definitely not over. He's got a solid board state. He's going to threaten a decent amount of damage to Chris, and he's going to once again have a Chi in his deck. You have to imagine that the Traverse is going to be deployed next turn. We're in a use it or lose it situation where you're down to 7 against an aggressive deck like this.
We're also in a situation where we haven't seen copies 2 and 3 of Manifestations of Mirror Guy quite yet, and we are getting deeper and deeper into these decks. So I have to imagine that it's going to be rearing its head very soon. Enrique is hoping sooner rather than later.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to follow up much of these Spectral Shields. He does have the Rage Spectre, but since he has other auras on the board, it's not going to confirm an action point. He may just opt to get rid of that Blood Rot to maintain his board as much as possible for the next turn, and then hope he draws into that Mirror Guy, because if Chris takes this and goes down to 10, as it looks like he is doing, or maybe he already took that one, and so this one will put him down to 8, and then the Mirror Guy is going to represent potentially lethal. Nope, looks like he is down to 10.
Doing exactly what my co-caster mentioned is Enrique Castro. He's pitched the last card in his hand in order to pay the Blood Rot tax, so no ward board damage there, which is fantastic for Enrique because Chris is coming out swinging with a Mark of the Black Widow. 3 go again, thanks to the hero text on Arachne slipped through the cracks. He's only got 1 dagger, though, so you'd have to think twice about whether or not he'd be willing to flick that second Hunter's Clave. Mark of the Black Widow is blocked out by a Ripple Away, and then the reaction out of the arsenal is a Yellow Shred. So right now, all of a sudden, Enrique is blocking for 0 once again, and he's got 2 defense reactions in hand. Gotta make you wonder if he's going to deploy them here.
I mean, I think you have to. This is definitely a blocking hand. He's got the blue, so he wants to preserve as many of those shields as possible in order to swing them at Chris if any are able to survive. Looks like he's not sinking to keep the defense reaction, and all right. Precise Prognosis only comes in for 1. Chris does have 2 cards in hand, but this doesn't have Go again, so that defense reaction could be very useful.
Attack reaction, just a nick. Persuasive Prognosis is up to 6, and Enrique is able to shore up a little bit of that damage with Shelter from the Storm. He's not protecting the entire ward board, but this is pretty dang good. Only 2 damage leaks through and kills 2 Spectral Shields, which means that Enrique's got 2 more with which to work, both of which have +1 counters thanks to that Sacred Art Lunar Moon Shrine, I think is the is the full name of that card. I'm so used to just calling it Sacred Art. Okay, we're back over to Enrique, who is at a 3 life deficit to Chris. 7 plays 10, Spectral Shield coming in for 2 and is free. 2 go again for Chris Iaali.
Yep. So I know the card in Enrique's hand is a blue. I think it was a Spectral Prowler, or
I think it was an Enigma Chimera.
Enigma
but yes,
Chimera,
it is a blue card that blocks.
Yeah. So interesting. If we're going to see him use the Tunic to swing the second Spectral Shield and arsenal it, then Enigma Chimera is not the most impactful card in this matchup. But maybe better to have 1 card instead of none. Ooh, those are multiple codexes in Chris's hand. Looks like 1 Blood Rot, 1 Frailty. Opting to sink the Frailty. All right.
I think they were both Frailty because they're Marvels, and I don't think he has Marvels of the Blood Rot.
I do think I saw, because Blood Rot is the one that I had, or one of the ones that I had. Yeah, I definitely think it's a Blood Rot. It has, that's definitely a Blood Rot.
Okay, because it's got the heart on there. Okay, so Codexes are cards that are a little bit clunky when you see them together, even though they're incredibly powerful, and they are famed for being so. In this case, Chris decides to sink one away with that Crown of Providence. Spectral Shield. Oh, it was a Spectral Prowler. You're right, my friend. So that means Enrique is able to swing all of this damage, 2+2, and draw right back up, pass back over to Chris Iaali, who is still at a life surplus, but it's only one. Pick to Pieces is the first attack for Chris.
Yeah, it's interesting that he deployed that Spectral Prowler just to get 2 damage. Because if you arsenal it, then it's 2 damage next turn, and also it's a blue if you're planning on transcending to give it go again. But he just decides, you know what, if you have Arsenal Disruption, might as well just get 2 damage now. But now he's got to contend with this Pick to Pieces, which could be very annoying for those 2 Spectral Shields he has on board.
Enrique is taking on blocks. Chris has got to take up the mantle in hand, but because Enrique's still got Ward Board, that Flick Knives Hunter's Clave is just going to hit a Spectral Shield instead of the face. So no mark here, but Pick to Pieces is now up to 4. It's 1 over the block on that Rage Spectre, which means that it could connect with Enrique directly for another 1 and also slice right through that with unpreventable damage, that last Spectral Shield.
Yeah, looks like he's thinking about playing that Put into Context, but I think you're just happy to just take 1 damage on this attack that doesn't have any on hits beyond getting rid of your Spectral Shield and saving the Put into Context for something more threatening down the combat chain, because you are down to 7, so you need to make every block count. Especially
because Enrique's hand has got the last copy of Spectral Manifestations, which means to get full value on that card, you need an empty Ward Board. That being said, Enrique is throwing out the Quick Dodge Flexors onto the combat chain, pitching the Put into Context in order to do so. So right now, it is blocked out perfectly, maybe even a little bit extra.
Yeah, I think this is probably as good a time as any to deploy it. So here we see the problem with having the empty arsenal. You are subject to these codexes. Interesting that he decided to pitch the Put into Context instead of the Chi to defend with the Quick Dodge Flexors, because if you need to block with it, you can't. Well, now we see the Command and Conquer, so neither of those cards were doing any blocking. And if this is a Spectral Prowler in your arsenal, that's not as big a deal to lose as this Spectral Manifestations that you are losing.
But he has to lose it because he just doesn't have the block value to contend with Command and Conquer. Yeah, Spectral Manifestations, which was in the arsenal thanks to the Codex of Bloodrot, goes right into the graveyard, and Chris showcasing exactly why Codex of Bloodrot is making its way into these assassin decks, which means that Enrique is just left with an Inner Chi in hand. All he's going to be able to do is activate Enigma, swing for 2, and then almost die to Bloodrot.
Well, I think he's just going to...
Oh, he's just pitching to Bloodrot.
They were playing pretty quickly, so I didn't see if he did it, but when he put his pitch card on the bottom, he still had 2 floating represented. I don't know if he used the Quick Dodge Flexors on the Command and Conquer. They were going really fast. So
I think he thought that he couldn't because of the text on Command and Conquer.
Yeah, which that is definitely not the case. You are able to activate defense reactions. You just can't play any defense reaction cards. But now you've got the Chi, or you've got the Miragai, but you're at 2, and most of those cards in your hands don't block. So he's going to need Chris to not have a very high damage turn if he wants to be able to deploy it offensively.
High damage, however, is exactly what Chris is trying to put together. He's got himself a beautiful Marvel Codex of Frailty in hand. 3 go again on the combat chain. 2 of it shored up by the Traverse the Universe. Enrique has found himself an Inner Chi from the bottom of the deck. Chris also pitched into the retrieve cost of Pick Up the Point. So he is once again with a dagger. His left hand is full of a Hunter's Clave. And Enrique is thinking, I think, about discarding this Shelter from the Storm.
Yeah, and you've got to be very careful about when you do it because, Flick Knives is able to do it in response if you wait for the wrong window to do it. But Enrique does wait, and he is able to prevent that damage, and doesn't have much more block in his hand to deal with this pain in the backside, so he's probably going to have to deploy that Mirror Guide just to survive this turn.
He could block with Fiendal Spring Tunic, and then the floating damage prevention from Shelter from the Storm will at least cover up this attack and leave him at 1. But what is the follow-up from Chris? It's a shred. Shredding that Fiendal Spring Tunic and threatening lethal. Oh, Enrique is forced to play out that Manifestations of Mirror Guy after all in order to block out just 3 damage. Or 2 damage, technically, from pain in the backside.
You know things are going badly when your tunic getting shredded is worse for you than it is for the person doing the shredding. Like, oh, this card is just going to do +1. Well, guess what? That's lethal. So, and speaking of which, we got another Codex. Enrique's got an empty arsenal. So, looks like this is going to be the death knell.
Yeah, that last card, even though it can't block, has to go into the graveyard. And Enrique takes whatever Chris finds from the Codex of Frailty right to the face. Poor Enrique is unable to get there against our world champion, and his head is in his hands because he knows there were a couple mistakes during that game.
Yeah, a lot of, little minute interactions that you're not sure about. And obviously the pick to pieces were very annoying, but it was actually the Command and Conquers that I think did the most work for Chris in this matchup. There were 2 times that he wasn't able to block it out and he lost his Arsenal card. So yeah, very well played by Chris. He's able to navigate that ward very successfully.
Indeed. So our champion, well, our near world champion is able to take this one down. Chris Iaali showcasing exactly why reps in this game are so powerful indeed. He's got the experience, and he knows how to take advantage of a player that doesn't know these little minute interactions. We've said it once, we've said it before. Flesh and Blood is a hard game, folks. And if you don't have the reps, the experience will generally take you down. But that's also one of the things that, for me personally, drew me into the game. I love the fact that it was a card game that I would lose rather than my deck losing for, not drawing enough resource cards or just drawing in a weird sequence. The fact that win or lose, the end of the game is more or less in your hands is something that's incredibly liberating for card game players.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Flesh and Blood is really good in the fact that you're rarely going to get completely destroyed where there wasn't anything you could do. Anytime I lose a game, I'm usually able to pinpoint the exact thing that I wish I had done differently in order to have a better chance at taking it down.
Well, we hope that Enrique doesn't lose too much sleep over that performance because, one of the amazing things about AGE as well is that when you're in a situation where you're facing off with players of higher caliber than you're used to, it's on camera and you can go back and find exactly the points where you made a little bit of mistakes and then you get to become better as a result.
Oh, yeah. If I know Enrique, then the first thing he's going to do when he's done with the tournament is watch back that game and figure out exactly what went wrong and what he can do better in the future.
Well, we love you, Enrique, and we're so happy that you're joining us. So sorry that we threw a near world champion at you, but don't hold it against us because we think it's in your best interest. Folks, we will be back with more lessons learned and more Flesh and Blood shortly after this. I believe we've also got an interview with Chris Iaali, haven't we? That'll be up next. Don't go anywhere. showing a little bit of a rerun of the PQ Plus in Milwaukee in recent past is Chris Iaali. Youch, Chris. That was even more decisive than the game against Noah Bagelman.
Yeah, it was a couple of mistakes, but assassins are hard to play against, I guess, and was it able to capitalize on them?
Unfortunately, Enrique doesn't have a whole lot of assassin context at Odyssey. I mean, like, we've got basically a new player lurking around nowadays, but there are no Slippies in existence. So I think you've taught him very valuable lessons, for better or worse.
Yeah, there's a lot of text on Bonds of Agony, but I think he gets the gist of it now.
Yeah, it has to happen to you, right?
Yeah.
Even if he was able to make use of all of those cheese, I think you've showcased exactly why Slippy is now kind of on people's radars. Probably something that you're a little bit disappointed about moving to PT London, but the disruption is out of control, but also the damage, the action point generation from Assassin is unlike anything we've seen prior.
Right. Yeah, I think one of the reasons to play Slippy over something like Marionette is exactly like this matchup, where you need those extra action points to be able to pressure the ward, and being able to play all the Blood Rot generation between Codex and the multiple copies of Infect really helps the matchup out a lot too.
I'm curious if you're nervous about other assassins in the room. I mean, the biggest drawback of Slippy is that you essentially give any assassin opponents not only a 2-life surplus, but you also give them like a second line on their hero text, because Slippy's go again for the first stealth attack is, of course, reciprocal. Is that something that's kind of been calculated for already? Are you nervous about other assassins?
I think it definitely helps Marionette more than it helps the other assassins like Azuri or New. So I don't want to sit across from a Marionette, but as far as the assassin mirrors go, I think anything can really happen still. Like, usually the hero ability doesn't matter too much. It's still going to be about who gets the better bonds and more Codex of Frailties, etc. So,
and get the better bonds you absolutely did have. Can you count on one hand the number of times you banished 2 of the same card with Bonds of Agony?
Yeah, I think so.
So showcasing a lot of really powerful stuff is, of course, Chris Iaali. Chris, does this game or your day-to-day in general kind of indicate what you might be thinking for Pro Tour London? I know you're on your way there, and Slippy might be at top of mind. Where are you sitting right now?
I think it's a contender for sure. Yeah, I'm going to bring a couple decks with me. Like, if anyone knows me, I don't decide until the very last second. And Slippy's one of those considerations right now. So.
Okay, well, he's looking awfully strong, my friend. I know I'd love to see you on Slippy in PT London, but I know it's going to be a last-minute game time decision, so make sure you get an extra checked bag with plenty of decks.
Yep. Thank you.
Chris, thank you so much, and best of luck for the rest of the day. I know you are currently sitting at number 17 on the AGE leaderboard, so we'll see if we can get you a couple more points and get you into that fabled hallowed halls of the top 16.
I'll do my best. Thank you.
All right. Cheers, Chris. We'll be back with more Flesh and Blood, more almost world champions, and more flicking dagger nonsense after this.
Welcome back, viewers. I was in the background lurking. Now I'm sitting front and center with my co-caster, Patrick Greasy. Nice to see you. Nice to cast with you. How you feeling today?
I'm feeling great. Glad to have you
Awesome.
here. Excited for this game. I won't spoil what it is quite yet, but it's a big one for me.
Yeah. Both of us play this hero, so we're very looking forward to casting this one.
And it's the first time this hero will be featured on an Age stream, I believe.
Oh, really?
I think that's right. At least AG.
Okay. I don't think I've casted it, so you might be right. Well, with no time to spare, let's go ahead and get into the game. I believe the players are setting up and ready to go. Waiting on their phones, waiting for us. Oh no. All right, let's get the word that we're ready to roll. And it's Enigma versus Fang.
Yeah, this is, you and I know have played a lot of Fang. Fang was the hero we were talking about a second ago. Really exciting, can be a little bit of an avalanche depending on how quickly you get online. Always careful to check if the Fang has brought the Kabuto, which I think has a lot of utility into Enigma.
Yeah, sometimes when I play that helmet, it feels like it doesn't get any value because the Enigmas are playing around it and they know sort of how to do. But what it turns out is that the whole time it's there, it's kind of putting this pressure and altering the way that they have to play their hands. So it's actually quite effective, even if you don't find that ideal window to stop a Mirage guy.
Yeah, and there are a couple times where it's face up, where you're saving yourself clearly, 6 points of life plus or something like that. But, it might be a safe bet just to do it when they offer the helmet and fetch themselves a cheat.
That's right. And here off to the races, William Garcia is pitching a Hunt's End, one of those cards that you don't want to see until the end of the game. So good to pitch stack that there.
I call that pitch decking for sure as well, Michael. I think setting the card back when it actually has text on it, and just go ahead and get it out of here while it's useless.
Yep. And there we see also a Glint the Quicksilver with Gabriel blocking. That will draw a card, 3 left in William's hand as he looks to resolve his next attack.
If I'm William, I'm really hoping to leak just a little bit of damage here so that I can also, crucially, pitch to the grains of Blood Spill. We don't know how many pitch cards this version of Fang is playing, but having that extra resource is crucial here. And we see at instant speed there, William also able to play a tip-off, which will mark Gabe, which is obviously very key in this matchup as it gets Fang online.
Yeah, and as you see, no damage through, but the ability to mark on turn 1 is, or I guess I should say turn 0, is one of the reasons that I think Fang really likes to go first. Do you have a preference in first or second when you get to choose in this matchup?
Well, I'm certainly not letting an Enigma go first if I can avoid it, but Gabe here having a really strong turn 0 himself, able to transcend there and create some, you can do whatever you want to try to stop an Enigma from developing board state. They're just going to go ahead and do it anyway.
So a mark on the side of William and a Chi in the deck on the side of Gabriel. Both players set up and ready to go as this turn 0 comes to a close. Gabriel taking it.
Yeah, and if you're William, you did get a mark off. You'd prefer not to see the Spectral Shield developed on turn 0, but I think all in all, the sooner you get online, the sooner you can start doing busted stuff with Fang. So maybe you take that exchange.
And Gabriel having a great time. Double transcend right out the gate. Rising Sun, Setting Moon, allowing him to draw a card, then put one from his hand on the top of his, on the bottom of his deck.
Yeah, and I really appreciate how we're seeing two things that, I think developmentally that LSS has been doing recently, which is to have these sort of mini games that your hero needs to jump through in order to do some really cool things. Here, obviously, on Gabe's side, that's doing the Inner Chi. We've been seeing a lot of that for a few months. But also on William's side, getting online as soon as possible so that your Fang is optimized.
Yeah, these kind of like setting up the board state a little bit more. It used to just be that you'd grind down until your hero was so weak they were barely able to drag themselves across the finish line. But now we've seen a little bit more push and pull between like the power going up a little bit more in the mid game as these heroes get set up before their life total gets too low. As we see Gabriel now attacking in with one of those Spectral Shields, and William has the perfect answer. That all you got, which stops the damage completely and will draw him a card as that Spectral Shield is only coming in for 2.
And I think it's an interesting decision about whether you want to be playing that all you got into Enigma. Of course, William using it perfectly here, being able to cover up the 2 damage, draw a card. But you also wonder how many reactive cards you really want into Enigma, how much you want to be able to push damage. Are we playing against an aggressive Enigma or one that's trying to fatigue you where your D-reacts quickly become liabilities?
I think philosophically, I really like that sort of argument. One of the things that I've noticed, one of the best Warrior players I know, Colin Erickson on Kasai, actually blocks a lot more than I would ever choose to when he's playing that Enigma matchup. So it is interesting, sort of the debate, I guess you would say, between playing D-Reacts into this or not. In the case of William, we see it pay off as he starts his turn off playing a
Savor Bloodshed, which Gabe is marked, so this will threaten a card draw on hit. Puts you in a bit of a damned if you do, damned if you won't situation as the other player. Here, Gabe's a little insulated. He's got the 2 Spectral Shields, and likely Enigmas have at least a few D-Reacts in their deck rolling around. So, depending on his hand texture, may feel a little safer.
Yeah. As he puts 2 cards in front, not wanting to use those Spectral Shields yet.
So this
leaving
will,
him.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry about
Go
that.
ahead.
This will prevent these sort of the non-pumping reactions, like the instant speed pledge fealties or something. The dagger will see that go up to 6. But if William has the Searing Gaze, for example, something that pumps by 2, this isn't going to quite do it.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And then if he does have that, he does have the 2 Spectral Shields to finish that, round out that block. So actually a very, very clean block on the side of Gabriel. I really like that as it pumps up to 8 and blocking 6 plus 2 from the Spectral Shields. Gabriel likely to just say thank you and pass it on.
Yeah, and I think to your point, this is a fair exchange for Gabriel. Maybe, losing your Spectral Shield is never great, but not giving away the card draw has got to feel very good on that, just a completely above rate Savor Bloodshed card.
And here we see Gabriel pitching a chi to activate the hero ability as well as a Restless Coalescence, grabbing one of the counters off of his... Oh, wait, all of the counters off of his... Oh, I see, because they're dying. So clearing up that board, he now has 1 Restless Coalescence with 3 counters and a Spectral Shield after that attack resolves.
Yeah, William's odds of being able to make use of that extra card off Savor Bloodshed have, I think, gone down tremendously. We saw William pitched a red card early on, so it's going to take that other card. I think he's got just 1 card in hand. That other card in hand to swing the Savor Bloodshed, and representing at least a ward, I think 4 on the other side. So likely no draw here would be my guess.
Yeah, if William has that reaction in his arsenal, he may opt to take the both pieces of ward, but either way, he's not connecting this turn. And he cleans it up.
Yeah, so I think a favorable exchange for Gabriel, all said there. William has to be, as Fang, you're always hoping to do the high roll, I think.
Right.
And not quite doing that 2 turns into the game.
Well, Savor Bloodshed is one of the power cards in this Fang deck, so surviving without any hits, plus the ability to return some damage for free using that Enigma hero ability, pretty good trade.
Yeah, and peeking at William's hand here on the 3rd turn of the game, I see 4 reds again. You have to wonder how many pitch cards William's playing. We know he's playing Tip-Off.
Right.
Played that turn 0. Good use of it there, but maybe wishing he had saw that blue a little later in the game.
Yeah, this is one of the tricky things about Fang. How many blues do you bring? They're so essential to setting up your game plan, but once you're set up, they become absolute liabilities, and drawing a hand filled with blues later in the game can just be backbreaking.
Yeah, and I think you see a lot of the sort of red line lists that were pioneered by Mara Ferris. And I'm not quite sure that Williams on those, because we did see the blue tip-off, and typically those only play yellows. But so, you have to wonder if Williams maybe just getting a little unlucky here.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't seen a lot of the cards that indicate that this is a red line deck, like things like Snatch or other sorts of low to the ground, 0 power or 0 cost cards. But we see William Garcia just sending a simple dagger and a Long Whisker Loyalty. 1 mode chosen. It probably doesn't matter because it was blocked, but whatever he chose, he now has the 2nd dagger coming in, pitching that Sigil of Solace to send it, as Gabriel puts another card in front of it to block 3-on-1 at the moment.
Yeah, Gabe might be a little puzzled to see the Long Whisker on the 1st dagger swing with 2 cards still in hand. We, of course, know that William has a 2nd Long Whisker Loyalty in his hand, so
yeah.
Modes here, I would imagine, are going to be Pump and Mark, because you can't really unless you're willing to pitch that
Yeah,
last
when
card.
you're pitching reds, you're not swinging those daggers. So Gabriel able to create another spectral shield off the back of that Restless Coalescence and fully block that out as well. So Gabriel still just hasn't taken any damage. Tunics on 3. He's got a 3-card hand. So,
So this is really because, Gabe so far has done a really good job of keeping William off of those fealties. It's been marked since turn 0, no fealty generated yet. But at a certain point, you can't quite rely on that because, William's going to have ways to unconditionally develop out fealties, whether through pledge fealty or firm loyalty, which we see in his hand here. So at some point, Gabe's really going to have to start applying pressure to shorten the game out, and this Phantasmaclasm is an excellent way of doing that.
Yeah. Gabriel choosing right now which card he wants to bottom using Phantasmaclasm. Goes for that 0-cost reaction. Interesting choice. I almost wonder if the resource card would have been the right choice, as so far William has really bricked on resources. Looks like he drew another red, so
yeah,
at least he has that all you got yellow card to pitch for his next attack. This is what's really been holding his power back, is his lack of resources in the early game.
I actually think William's got an excellent hand lined up here.
Yeah.
He's going to be able to, because Gabe allowed him to keep the yellow, he's going to be able to start off with the, the name of this game, the attack action chain starter, Draconic chain starter, and then follow up.
Oath of Loyalty.
Oath of Loyalty,
right,
thank you. And then follow up with a dagger swing that's going to develop an unconditional fealty, either off of a firm loyalty or Oath of Loyalty.
Right, having that yellow, which can pay for both the dagger and the affirm loyalty, is crucial.
And there it is. So notably here, for those of you maybe a little unfamiliar with this card, this does have the significant drawback of meaning that every action William takes from here on must be Draconic. William doesn't have any fealty to burn, so he can't turn a non-Draconic card into Draconic in order to comply with the requirement. But we can see William's hand. We know that's not going to be a problem with this hand texture.
Yeah, he has all Draconic through and through. So 4 coming in. Gabriel with a ward. Is that a ward 2 when it has no counters on the board?
That's correct. Yeah, ward
Okay.
2. So
so ward 2 showing. So maybe Gabriel gives 1 card, lets him finally drop that ward off.
Yeah, and you have to be wondering on Gabriel's side, at what point are you just conceding this Mark II? Starting off with Oath of Loyalty is very strong. He knows that he has a yellow because he Phantasmaclasmed him, and he knows he has an unconditional way to get a fealty. So a lot of pressure is going to be applied to that mark on this turn.
That is a very good point, as we see William now pitching that all you got. Swinging in with the Obsidian Fire Vein and holding 3 cards, one of which costs a resource, which he has floating. So he has the ability to pump way over the top on this one. And Gabriel has to be smart about how he chooses to block, because it could be that William sidesteps and just swings the second dagger if Gabriel overcommits.
And it may very well be that Gabe is just in a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. Wow, that is a power spike of a turn if I've seen one. That's going to be 2 unconditional fealty generated off of a firm loyalty and endeared devotion, as well as I'm imagining this has a good chance of hitting here. Oh, no.
William needs a reaction in his arsenal.
And doesn't
He
look
doesn't
like he has
have
one.
it. Okay, well, at least he got his 2 fealties, but man, he would have really liked that third one.
But as the Fang, you take that every
Right.
time, I think. Just an awesome turn, really showing off what Fang can do when the cards line up the right way.
It looks like William has another yellow, maybe a scar tissue. Well, I'll have to wait and see. As Gabriel now coming in with his Enlightened Strike, real simple, 7 damage, 2 card. Oh, just kidding. He went for the 5 damage mode. Draw a card. So 1 card 5, we take those.
Yeah, and I think if William has anything resembling a hand that he believes can push over that extra point of damage to get his last fealty, we may not see too much blocking here, but I think that's, in William's hand, I see a pledge fealty. And if that's the case...
yeah, so getting rid of the scar tissue here makes a lot of sense, as he doesn't need the resources anymore.
Exactly. And, I know there's a bit of discussion among Fang gamers about the utility of pledge fealty. Here, I think showing off when it's at its best, before you're online.
Absolutely.
When you go from 2 to 3.
He would have really liked to see the other 2 earlier on. Now they'll be not dead draws, but pretty darn close. But finally getting online, 28 life to 41. So he would have liked to do this a little bit sooner. But of course, the Enigma, a pretty defensive deck. Their whole game plan is trying to prevent that for as long as possible.
And just starting off with a Blaze Headlong here now that he's satisfied the red condition. And of course, because we are now online with 3 fealty, the inevitable follow-up Dagger Swing will be free.
Yeah, that's a nice way to get a little bit extra value out of the Pledge fealty, satisfying that red condition. It's sort of like a red go again card. It's an instant. So allowing him to start these Draconic Chain Links, which can also matter for follow-up reactions, as they do care about whether this is the second or possibly even third, in the case of Long Whisker Loyalty, Draconic Link.
Absolutely. And if William wanted to be a little more cheeky, he could have waited to play it in the reaction step. But here, likely not a lot to be gained.
It's kind of like when KO does that with the weapon. They like just swing the weapon and you're sitting there like, oh, you're going to 5-card hand 3 me? Like, definitely you're not going to react with a discard here.
I guess your turn's just over after this.
I wouldn't have done that. Yeah, no. But, good point there. And sometimes that is relevant. So for those of you wanting to increase your skill, remember that you can react to give things go again to meet conditions in the reaction step.
But interesting point on your end about the utility of Blaze Headlong in this Fang deck. You have to play a certain number of Draconic cards in order to make sure you're not just giving up all your fealty at any point in the game. But this one, especially doing the extra legwork of elongating those Draconic Chains, like you said, and really maximizing the use. We've seen 2 Long Whisker Loyalties already, so maybe not likely we'll see another one of those. But Searing Gaze will now have text.
Oh, and the universe. What is it? Traverse.
Traverse the universe.
Traverse the universe coming in. This is, there's never a good time to see somebody block with that, but that's not what you want to see when it's 28 to 39 and your opponent's sitting on a 5-card hand and you haven't stripped anything. I think William, this could be a scary return. So he needs to push as much meaningful damage as he can. One of the downsides, of course, with Fang, doesn't have much disruption. So Gabriel very likely to just be like, I don't care. Oh, wait,
wow.
This could be big, though.
That could be. We see a Fire and Brimstone out of the arsenal. That is the legendary Fang card. I was about to say specialization, but it's not. It's just a legendary card, of course, previewed by our own Arcane games and events.
Right.
This presents a power spike of a turn once you're online. Probably doesn't do a whole lot better than blocking 3 before you're online, but luckily William does not have to worry about that.
And I think I got excited a little bit early. William only has 1 extra card in hand, meaning he won't get the full value of that Fire and Brimstone, only 3 attacks coming across. Still better than 2, but...
And I think, you're maybe, William, latching on to what you were saying, that when they give you the Traverse, that's really signaling that you got to start putting the pressure on. And here we see it looks like a red Scar Tissue. That'll pump it up to 6 dagger. Nothing to sneeze at. That's a Hunt's End. Build your own Hunt's End. Of course, followed up by the inevitable extra 2 from the first dagger, swinging again.
Yeah. So William evening the life totals. I mean, that's good. It's scary, right? Enigma just going, yeah, I think I'll keep my 5-card hand. But I want to point something out. Gabriel is going to have to play his next turn carefully. Why is that?
I think you're tipping towards the Kabuto. Is that it?
Yep. So if Gabriel's not smart about how he sequences his next turn, William has the potential to just shut it down. So Gabriel needs to be wise to the left side of the board there, as that Kabuto exists in this matchup to prevent easy Miragai into wide board swings.
And a player as strong as Gabe, top 8 at AGs before, will know that the Kabuto is something to be feared. So I wouldn't be surprised, now that we see the Miragai be developed, if this is not the first attack of the turn. And then it'll be on William to decide, am I getting sufficient utility from Kabuto here? Seems like the answer is going to be no.
Yeah, thinking 4-card hand. Life totals about equal, 28 to 29.
Yeah.
Tempo firmly on the side of Gabriel.
But I do think, in William's side, if you can say, hey, I'll be online and we'll be at parity life-wise, you take that as the Fang player. So obviously never awesome to be facing down a Miragai. But yeah, I think it's a really, and it looks like William will take 7 here. So no Kabuto deployment.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this. It's always sort of like a damned if you do, damned if you don't. You kind of make the assumption that Gabriel can just work around it, and so you don't deploy it. But now he's sort of giving the option to play more of these spectral cards and swinging with them. So it's kind of a gamble, and this is, I think I'll just go ahead and say I think William's probably a better Fang player than I am, at least into the Enigma matchup. It's like every time I make that choice, I make it wrong. So seeing him not use it here, I think is probably correct. But it's always so scary to see these like massive turns, and you just go, I won't use my piece yet. Maybe there's a better time to use it.
And as we see from the turn here, so he followed it up with an Enlightened Strike. That the Kabuto wasn't going to do anything about that.
Yeah.
We do Transcend. We do get a Spectral Shield, so the Kabuto would have saved a bit of life
right.
here.
See, so this is kind of the part where I'm like, oh, if I had only, right? And I always have that regret afterwards when I see the way the turn goes, and it's like, oh, well, now they've already swung with the Spectral Shield. Maybe I don't, use it, and it's like, then it's aura after aura, and it's a very difficult card to use, I think, is the point.
Yeah, and I think Gabe definitely had a path if the Kabuto had been used to just send out the E-Strike and develop I believe that's a Restless Coalescence at instant speed. So
right. And then just sort of,
yeah.
whatever.
Here you
Can't
go.
swing with it.
Yeah.
But it's huge.
Exactly.
Your turn.
Exactly. And now at least this way, William has the Kabuto. So if he's unsuccessful in clearing this Mirror Guy this turn, he'll have the fail-safe, given that he's at a 14 that's looking a little bit more precarious.
Yeah, and that's a really good point. I mean, now that Gabriel has all of these wards developed, I mean, that's a surefire, like, Kabuto turn, right? So William now swinging in, trying his best to clear him with his 4-card hand.
Yeah, and right now William has Gabe in what I would call the torture chamber, where there's not, there may not be a correct answer to the perfect way to block Fang when he's got a 4-card hand, and we can see it there. We've got some side steps available, which is deployed here. Tooth of the Dragon, which will, of course, confer Go again, followed up by a Blade Flurry. So that dagger is going to be pumped up to 4. The follow-up will be pumped by 5.
Yeah, and just enough to pop at least one Spectra here.
And yeah, I don't know about you, Michael, but what I like to do when I'm playing against these Enigmas is I like to say, what number would be the most annoying for them on the other side? What's going to clear the most ward? Here, 2 is leaking over currently. That's going to get rid of, at minimum, those 2 Spectral Shields.
Yeah.
You'd really love to maybe do 3 there so that you have to take a Restless Coalescence, but I'm sure we've got a lot more damage coming through.
Yeah, and one of the other things about Fang is that each subsequent reaction you play on a dagger kind of loses value because you don't get that initial +1 after the first one.
Exactly.
So you do want to spread it out. You're kind of incentivized value-wise to do that.
And so this dagger, I think, is currently coming in for 5, if I'm not mistaken. It's a big number.
Six because it has base 1. So 3 + 2 + 1.
You are right.
And William sitting on 2 cards in hand. Gabriel sitting on a sink below. So still has a really good ability to block this out. And I think it's likely that this Mirage survives this turn.
Well, one thing you know for sure being on the other side of Enigma is that when they deploy Mirage, they will draw the D-React in the next hand.
Oh, yeah. No, of course, every time. How else are they supposed to defend it?
All right, so we're blocking 7 now. Believe that is coming in. The dagger will be coming in for, if I'm not mistaken, 11, 6 on the dagger itself.
Yeah, is this Sisters in Fire?
That's
I think
Blistering Blade, which will pump 3, given
Right.
that it's 2 or more, but then inherently.
Okay.
And then now we see.
Okay, let me do some quick math. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 damage on the chain.
And
I think.
blocking 7, so
he would need to stop 5 more. So this is
annoying.
enough to kill the board. Gabriel won't take any damage, but he also won't have anything to return other than whatever it is in his arsenal.
And I think Gabe recognizing there that William has exactly what he needed there, presenting the most annoying number you can present at any moment. Maybe tanking on the Flexor's use. I don't think he's got another D-React in hand.
Yeah, he doesn't have the resources. Maybe if he had a Tunic counter and a D-React, he could sort of stuff this, but
Flexor's plus Calming Gesture, maybe.
a D-React would keep his Mirage alive, but like you said, I don't think that's what this card is.
Yeah, I think maybe you deploy that a lot more happily than Gabe seems at this moment.
Yeah,
but
definitely tanking here. Just kind of coming to terms with the fact that his Mirage is gone. A lot of players, even though the choice is obvious, it's not the choice that they're tanking on, it's the emotions. As they sit and suffer and watch the board they work so hard fall to pieces.
Yeah, and I think, William, look, he struggled to get online a little bit. I mean, I think he was online by turn 4 or so, but we see the power of playing a lot of reds in Fang here. Just look at the damage that he was able he's able to sidestep, he's able to present it in the most annoying way possible to clear Gabe's board.
I really like this move here, Gabriel, creating that spectral shield just at the last moment, so at least he has something to swing back with. Now, of course, William is going to be able to stop that with the boots, but look, we got to take what we can get. Every point of value matters in the game of Flesh and Blood, and just because it's not doing damage this turn doesn't mean that it doesn't matter throughout the rest of the game.
And William has the opportunity to do something cheeky here. He can start with the Savor Bloodshed, and I think I see a tip-off in his hand. So Gabe, he's seen one tip-off played already. He knows some number of it is in the deck, but it's not often, unless you're running, I think, tip-off or the instant Draconic Reaction. I know you like that card a lot. There aren't that many other ways for Fang to mark the opponent at instant speed.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a very difficult thing to come by, and if you do use it, it's like you don't get any other benefit. So marking, probably not worth 3 value, but in a blue that can sort of double, this is really nice. Oh, and we see the Jagged Edge, perfect timing.
A Jagged Edge, pitching a Jagged Edge. So
right.
He was flush with Jagged Edge. Obviously an awesome game to have in this matchup. Here, only really doing 1 extra damage, but I think a card that is very well situated in this matchup, in this metagame, with a lot of prevention of floating around.
Wait, hold on. Jagged Edge isn't Draconic, right?
He burned a fealty.
Okay, thank you. I was like, I didn't see him do that. Got worried there for a second. Very good.
So, yeah, William being able to be all kinds of cheeky and present some really annoying cards for Gabe into Gabe this turn. And really, I think, showing the different sort of iterations of Fang that can be deployed. Not every Fang's going to be able to mark you at instant speed, so you can't really bank on that, but when you can, how awesome is that?
Yeah, and we see William just kind of slowly clawing his way back. Now life totals 14 to 18 with Gabriel Montes starting the turn off with a double transcend. I think it's Stir the Pot, and it's always hard for me to tell with these full arts.
Yeah, my reading skills can be, but I think he placed a Phantasmaclasm back into his deck.
Okay,
shuffling now, so he will have that the ability to you obviously that is the number one way I see Enigmas pushing this damage against Fang is by deploying those Phantasmaclasms. So having access to 4 copies or at least 1 plus whatever you brought is very strong.
Ooh, and Gabriel, 2 cards left so far. He's used 2 to.
And there it is.
Okay.
There's the Kabuto.
Yep.
All right. Saving, I don't think he saw the Restless Coalescence, William, at that point, but saving himself at least 1 life guaranteed and much more here. So, oh, wow. And that is a Warmonger's Diplomacy. I
don't think that matters for Fang.
Yeah, I don't think Fang has a lot of need for non-attack. I mean, we saw Saber Bloodshed.
Yeah, I think that's it.
There's some front pups.
And in this deck, from what we we actually see the blue mark card. I forget what it's called, but he'll be pitching or arsenaling that one.
Yeah, and that seems like a great candidate for Grains of Blood Spill and the Brave Forge Bracers. So
that was exactly the turn that William needed. I mean, sure, Gabriel got 4 ward on the board, but that was like a 5 card 4 value with the Kabuto.
Yeah.
Wow.
Excellent deployment, showing why William is 2-0 at AG West, and we are just commentating. But I'm trying to
you can't do teach, right?
And I think I can see a Hunt's End maybe in William's hand. Hunt's End, of course, being probably the most powerful card in the Fang deck once you're online. And we know he pitched 1 early, so we've got 2 more in the deck to go, I believe.
Yeah, if you're going to get a Hunt's End, you want it right here, right now, while you've got the tempo, while Gabriel just took a bit of a stumble turn. You want to be able to push as much as you can and just keep that board clear. As Gabriel blocks 3 on 4, 1 Spectral Shield going away.
All right. And looks like we've got a Scar Tissue in hand, which can be burned. And that's can't tell if that's red or yellow.
Looks yellow to me.
Yellow, pump it up to 4.
Yep. Another annoying breakpoint. See if Gabriel has the reaction, and if he does, if he wants to use it. Looks like he's thinking about it.
I see Gabriel has in hand That All You Got. That can be one of those cards that is maybe a little bit more difficult to get use out of into Fang than you might think. You're thinking that with Fang, is some amount of the time where you are presenting a dagger that's only coming in for 2, but of course, once you pump it up, you do not get to draw that extra card off of That All You Got.
Yeah. Just a yellow 3 block. As we see Gabriel committing the 4 block here, and William swinging his last 3 cards still in hand, so this could go way over the top.
And there it is. Hunt's End. That'll be 6 damage. There's That All You Got deployed to cover up 3 of it, so there will not be a hit on this chain link, which I think is going to deprive William of a chance to make use of the blue.
What is that last card? Oh, it's an attack.
Yeah. So he's going to be able to finish it up on a on an attack action, but the blue in his hand is unfortunately, I think not. I think he'd really prefer to be pitching that to Grains or Brave Forge Bracers. Unfortunately, not going to be able to happen.
You would have liked to see that turn 2 instead of turn 15.
Yeah, when he was fighting for his life to get online. Yeah.
Can't
Relentless
play that.
He burned a fealty. So he
but the
Warmongers. He's under Warmongers. Yeah, that's right.
That's okay. We'll see if the players
we catch that.
Yeah.
Here.
Nope. Maybe.
Yeah, I think.
There it is.
Yeah.
As either a judge or another player. Yeah. Okay. Good call.
All right. So Gabe should not be marked. And I think we're just going to follow it up with a for the Jakai, which is, it would be awesome if Gabe was marked because this would develop an immediate fealty, but Gabe's not marked, at least he shouldn't be. William catching that. So just an extra 4 damage. You take that. I'm curious to see if William will arsenal this blue just to get it out of his hand, or...
I think you do. It's a 0 cost, so you can just kind of play it and burn it.
Do what he tried to do this turn, just next turn.
Exactly. Oh, and he got another one.
Oh, yeah. Those are, to your point, Michael, you'd really prefer to see those early on, but they, I guess, are never really nothing, especially when William has I think that's a Jagged Edge. So William's playing 3 Jagged Edges ready for this Enigma matchup, and perhaps also Earth Heroes, who, there's some prevention effects in those as well.
We see William reaching over for the equipment, thinking, all right, this game might be wrapping up soon. Let's get this value while we still can. Putting 2 in front of that Spectral Shield.
Wow, yeah, and that's it from Gabe. So William going to have a 5-card hand to deploy here. As we know, 2 of them are Relentless Pursuit, which is maybe not the most offensively efficient card in the deck, but deck building sacrifices have to be made.
Yeah, William definitely would have liked to see some Hunt's Ends or something like that this turn, but instead he starts with that Relentless Pursuit and swings in with his dagger with another Relentless Pursuit in hand. And I believe that's 2 reactions. One is not Draconic, one is Long Whisker Loyalty, as you said, the Jagged Edge. So that Jagged Edge is going to be quite useful.
Yeah, and I think there's some thought process about when to use it. You really would prefer to use it on this first chain link because then it's actually getting use out of it. But yeah, William going down to 2 fealty, a little bit risky. It makes sense because
he has the ability to mark again. Plus, he has the blue to support the resources this turn. So I really like that play, actually. Taking advantage of the fact that he did draw that blue.
That should pump the dagger up to 5, if my math is
correct.
No,
he didn't use... Oh, wait, you're right.
He must have, yeah. So he took 5 there. No prevention from the ward.
Yep.
And...
Look at that. William with a bit of a life lead now.
Players maybe just clearing up some...
Oh, he wants to use the Grains. See if Gabriel allows it.
Oh.
Taps it. Yeah.
And Gabe letting it go.
Yeah.
So we should have, if he pitches to Grains, 1 resource floating.
Yep. Down to 0 here.
No, he's at 3 fealty, so he should just
be
0
resources, I'm sorry.
Yeah, he should be at 1 resource because now he's at 3 fealty. That second dagger
I see,
right.
Of course. The first one was free.
So I think here you probably pick pump and mark and end on the attack action. Yeah. We'll see. Maybe
makes a lot of sense.
I think there's a lot of discussion.
And look at that. I think Gabriel is just doesn't have blocking cards right now. Maybe 0 blocking cards.
finishing it up for the Jakai. So I think there's some thought to keeping one in the arsenal.
Oh, it looks.
Is that a mirror guy in hand?
Looks like it. I'm confused. Did William mark on that hit? If he did, he should be making a fealty here.
Well, theoretically, he could have chosen additional attack. I'm not sure why he would have there, but
yeah.
So it's unfortunately without being there, we can't quite know for sure. But
Probably
either way,
just missed the
maybe a missed trigger. Yeah, this is complicated.
Of course, hyper focused on that damage. That's all he cares about. As Gabriel now sits at 3 life with a 5-card hand, but another Mirage guy coming out, and I think William is out of Jagged Edges.
Oh wow! And follow up another chance to transcend here. And we will have, I think, a Levels of Enlightenment follow-up. So this is a peach of a turn for Gabe.
And William's got 2 blues in hand. Not the gas he wants at this stage of the game.
One of them, I think it's worth noting, seems to be Glint the Quicksilver.
True, that can help.
That can be a faux sidestep, I think. I guess just a sidestep proper.
Yeah.
But yeah, to your point, you really don't want to be seeing those blues right now.
Oh, and he gets 3 modes of Levels of Enlightenment on.
I will say to our Kabuto point earlier, Gabe wouldn't be able to take this line with the Kabuto still out, right?
Yeah.
Because he's sacrificing way too much value. So maybe, I think there's some thought to the implied value of Kabuto just existing, forcing Gabe to play in a not ideal manner.
Mm-hmm.
And as you said here, or as you figured he might. Blocking with the extra Relentless Pursuit in hand, and oh no, I think William maybe is going to have to block with another card, giving up the Jakai.
Oh, life's going crazy.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So being forced to. Okay, I just lost track of life totals there. So he's going to go down to 1. So he had to. This is not looking necessarily the best for William at this point, clearing out such a big board with only 2 cards in hand.
And Gabriel getting that last Mirage exactly when he needed it.
And you got to give it to Gabe. There were points in this game where I thought William was just avalanching advantage and pushing so much damage. And Gabe has really, this last turn was just so powerful that he's I think now firmly in the driver's seat here, especially with quick dodge flexors still available to him.
Does Gabriel have any reactions in his hand? Doesn't look like it.
I think I see that all you got, maybe.
Is that what that is? Okay.
Perhaps. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. So Gabriel's really, really feeling comfortable here.
Yeah, and that's going to be a natural response to Williams' Glint the Quicksilver, too. So we'll see how he... Oh, well, there he goes. So we'll get to reprise.
Yeah.
I think the best Williams going to be able to do here is just send out into Deer Devotion, followed up by a Blaze Headlong. I'm sorry, send out a dagger attack pumped by an Endear Devotion.
Yeah.
Followed up by a Blaze Headlong. I'm not sure that's going to be enough to meaningfully clean up Gabe's board.
I don't think so. He even has the Tunic quick dodge if he decides to, try to cover up a breakpoint or, get fancy with it. So Gabriel's so protected now with 2 Spectral Shields.
Oh, and I think to give a little bit of extra here, like it's possible you don't really know what William has in hand. It could be 2 Hunsens, which
it's true.
So on the other side of this, it may not be quite as straightforward as it seems, but I think that's a sink below. I did not notice that before. So Gabe is well and truly covered.
he really wants to keep that last card for resources, though, right? Or
yeah.
Oh no, he has the Tunic.
He has Tunic. Yeah, so he'll be able to swing a Spectral Shield followed by Mirror Guy, I believe.
Okay. And there it is. Yep. Just 1 Spectral Shield leaving the board as William clears it up and faces down a Mirage Guy with 5 counters coming in for 10.
And William seeing a Hunt's End in his hand, which is his power card. It may be a little bit too late for that. We'll have to see.
He's thinking about his outs. He's just trying to find it. 3 life to 3, and you can see William just tanking. I don't see it. I mean, he obviously has to give 3 cards here, right?
I think 2, because this is coming in for... Oh, wait, no.
It's 10.
10, yeah. No, you're right. Oh.
Yeah, he gives the Hunt's End because it blocks 3. And then he's got to give his last card. Yeah, it's.
Oh, and that'll do it. That's the downside of
I
Fang.
think he goes to 1 and concedes because he knows once you're giving 4 cards and they still have the Mirage guy, it's over.
No, I think he might have been actually dead there because he had an instant in hand.
I see. Okay. Oh. Well played by both players. Super close game. Back and forth as well, as it looked like William was in a lot of trouble and then clawed it back. And then Gabriel, with the perfect timing on that Mirage guy, just seals the deal and closes it out. Well played for Gabriel. So we will be back in just a minute with an interview with Gabriel. So don't go anywhere, and we will see you all shortly. Gabriel, what a game. That was so close. How are you feeling? 3-0?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I don't know. It was really close. Honestly, I haven't had much reps into Fang, so
Sure.
I mean, going in, like what to play around, like the jagged edges and stuff. But I mean, once that deck gets kind of like gets the ball rolling, it's like really hard to keep up, right? So
Yeah.
I think.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
go
please.
ahead. Oh, I was just
gonna
going to say
like, what have I misplaced that I noticed was like when I Phantasmaclasmed, I didn't put away the Endear Devotion. I know that normally, I mean, Enigma's a really good blocking deck, right? So as long as, if you're marked, it's fine. As long as you stop them from hitting you, you can slow roll the fealty development. But like, if you don't take that Endear there, then they just get fealty like right off the bat. So yeah, that definitely kind of allowed him to snowball and kind of take over the mid game, right? I had a pretty early lead. I think just towards the end, I was just kind of playing to my outs, right? I needed a really big turn that would take a card away from hand or two. I ended up taking 2, which was really good. But yeah, it was super close.
Yeah, a couple key moments. I think early on you mentioned it. I think you did a really good job of delaying that fealty development, and he also didn't have the resources that he would have liked to kind of get the ball rolling. So you took that early lead, but once he got online, it looked like the tempo really shifted and you had to fight your way back. Can you kind of walk me through what it felt like once he did have the tempo and what you were sort of hoping to see your deck do to get out of it?
Yeah, definitely. I think essentially, like, once they take the tempo, you can't really play that mid-range game, right? Like Enigma will sometimes like block out, throw 2-card hands, and hope to, eke out some advantage that way. But Fang with 3 fealty is just like a whole nother beast, right? You can't really be throwing 2-card hands, blocking 6, because you're going to get outvalued. You can't outgrind them anymore. So at that point, what I was waiting on was either some sort of disruptive piece, like a Warmongers and a CNC, lined up with like a threat, right? Just a Mirror guy, a big Spectral, or a big Coalescence. It wasn't really lining up until, the very last, 2 turns of the game. But essentially, yeah, just trying to dig for some sort of big creature, big body, disruptive piece, and then having quick dodge flexors. I don't know if you noticed, I never used them because I was waiting for, just protecting the big body, right? It's just, I guess, standard Enigma gameplay.
Yeah,
but,
absolutely.
Yeah, just kind of goldfishing until I could find something like that.
How happy were you to see the last the last Mirage guy when you did?
Very happy. I mean, it was like, I could not have drawn a better hand.
It was the last chance you had, right? The last turn.
Yeah,
I
right.
think.
It's Arsenal Sacred Art there, and hope that the Sacred Art is live the next turn and you draw another Coalescence. But that was even better than what I expected. So it definitely got pretty lucky to win out there. I think there was another misplay on the turn after that where I blocked wrong and had to give up a Spectral Shield, but really it was just up to the draw, right? I drew a Mirror guy early, I drew a Mirror guy late when it mattered, and he was able to generate fealty pretty consistently without having to hit me. So I think we were both operating well. It's just that he stumbled a little bit in those early turns. Kind of made the difference on the life.
Yeah, one of the things you mentioned earlier on is that you didn't have a lot of reps into Fang, which makes sense because he's a new deck. But have you had a lot of reps into Warrior? And do you now have a sense, now that you've played against a Fang, where Fang lies on that? Because I know that Warrior sort of doesn't have the best matchup into Enigma. How do you feel about Fang compared to some of the other Warriors?
Yeah, no, I think Fang is definitely better positioned into Enigma than some of the other Warriors. It's a little more aggressive, right? You run a lot more reds. You can play a lot more attack reacts. Some of them are above rate with conditions, of course, and you get to play stuff like Blaze Headlong, Oath of Loyalty. So you're able to clear board a little more efficiently, and you still get to threaten like Jagged Edge. So the Enigma player still has to respect that, right? I think that game would have gone a little bit differently if I hadn't seen him use like 2 Jagged Edges in pitch 1. Because then I would have to keep respecting that, right? Which makes your blocks really awkward. So yeah, I think Fang is definitely well positioned, especially if you can get like the 3 fealty rolling really early on. It's really scary for Enigma.
Yeah, I heard a little bit of post-game discussion about the last Jagged Edge that he played. Obviously you want to play out your whole hand, but I think he would have really liked to see it when the Mirage guy hit the board. How do you feel about whether or not he could have turned the tide by saving it, or if you think it would have been that he needed to just keep putting the pressure on and playing it when he did?
Yeah, I think you keep saving it there. The life doesn't matter as much as just not letting an Enigma develop board state, right? If they hit you for like 20 that turn, which is essentially what I did, then that's fine, as long as you break their board on the crackback, because after that, that was the 3rd Mirror guy, I believe. And I have no board to develop, right? I'm like down to one Coalescence, 1 Mirror guy. He has a full grip. He could just block out, keep playing that mid-range plan, and I can't keep up.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think we spoke about it afterwards, and it seemed like the correct play to just hold on to the Jagged Edge. But,
I see.
Hindsight's 20/20.
Yeah, I mean, that's what's so fun and interesting about this game, is that those little micro decisions can sometimes and often do change the outcome of games.
Yeah, a lot of nuance to these plays, right? That's why we like the game.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much for the interview. Do you have anything to shout out? Any closing thoughts?
No, I mean, Enigma best deck, I guess. Yeah, it's gonna be really sad when she LLs.
Yeah, I think Enigma's the villain. I think that's what everyone says. So keep staying evil.
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome.
All right, thank you.
We had a spicy draconic match previously, and we've got another one coming up for you next. I'm Michael Murray, joined with Evan Bridges here to cast round 4 of the AGE Arcane Games and Events Open.
Yeah, so last match we had, the Fang versus Control deck where Fang is, struggling to get over that ward.
Mm-hmm.
This is a very different match in Fang versus Vynnset where it's not going to be nearly as much blocking, but Fang seeing if he can survive all the rune chants Vynnset is throwing at him because he does not run a lot of blues.
Yeah, the arcane damage, always a weak point for Fang. Running so many red means you are very vulnerable.
Yeah, and I've seen some Fangs just wonder if they should even bother running AB. What are your thoughts on that?
I think you just count how many blues you run in your deck and you make a decision. If you're at the 15 mark, go for it. Anything lower than that, because especially in the later game when you don't even want to see blues, it's really nice to just, oh cool, I can get value out of them.
Yeah, definitely, especially if you get down really low and you need to be able to survive those rune chants, because if you just don't even have the option, then you just die without getting the chance to do any blocking.
Yeah, short of the Mara Ferris list, I say you probably run Arcane Barrier. But again, if you're on 8 blues, maybe you just don't.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see a lot of times this game where the Vynnset player, which is, I believe, Aidan, choosing to activate his ability, and then the Fang will look at his hand, see a bunch of reds, and go, oh, well, I wasn't going to be blocking anyway, so I'll take an extra damage.
Yeah, that ability, of course, matters for the Vynnset player, too, turning on a bunch of their cards. So
That's true.
It's not always just to prevent or to make it so they can't prevent the damage. But
yeah, so...
All right, looks like our players are ready, so we'll zoom in and get things rolling.
All right, yeah, so got Aidan on Vynnset and Brandon on Fang, both of them currently in the 2-1 bracket, so depending on the player count, this is probably a win to stay alive, and then lose, you're just playing for the top 12 or top 16 points.
Yeah, a loss in round 4, second loss rather in round 4, can be a little bit dicey for the standings, so this very well could be a losing out situation for either player.
And we do see that Brandon has presented 0 Arcane Barrier, so he's just going to have to hope that he wins the race and he blocks enough physical damage to be able to stay at a healthy lead. We do see Aidan going first, and he is not on Grasp. He's on Vexing Cool Hand, which I've seen is been very popular recently. So he's just going to get the 1 rune chant. He's going to take a blood debt. He's going to get defense reaction and an arsenal. So not the spiciest start, but yeah, it's not bad.
Brandon now coming in, attacking with his Obsidian Fire Vein. Looks like he has a pretty good reaction suite in hand. Happy to see that.
Yep, no blues, unfortunately. That's the drawback of Redline Fang. Once your ability is turned on, the 4 reds is exactly what you want to see. But until then, you're going to be pitching multiple cards to swing your daggers. So
yeah, in this spot with a yellow, I think that's all he needs. 2 resources for both daggers.
Oh, true. It looked like a red from distance. All right. Yeah. Well, so he's got a couple of reactions. Looks like he does have the Affirm loyalty, I believe. So he's going to be getting at least 1 fealty this turn, which is, I guess, as much as you could hope for on or reasonably expect on your first turn.
Aidan now defending with the reduced rune chant, getting another rune chant. Really high value card in this matchup.
Yeah, and Aidan has multiple buffs for that widespread destruction in his Banner Stone, and he's got a Succumb. So the Succumb is going to be deployed at instant speed whenever he so chooses because of no Arcane Barrier, and with how much he's going to be pumping that widespread destruction, Brandon better hope he can play out every card in his hand, or he will be losing anything that he chooses to arsenal.
Yep, as Brandon now swings in 3 damage coming through with the Obsidian Fire Vein because of the Blade Flurry, pumping it by 2. Brandon also has another reaction in hand. Do you use that here if you're him? I guess it depends on blocks.
Well, I mean, as long as you can afford it, I can't imagine why you wouldn't. fealties are obviously how you get online, and this is a race when you don't have any AB, and obviously with that widespread destruction sitting there, I can't imagine he would choose to hold on to it.
That's a good point. I forgot that it was the fealty generator. So we'll definitely be seeing it go through, and we are kind of seeing Brandon show us, at least in the first turn of the game, how he plans to play. All gas, no brakes, sending all 4 cards, no arsenal.
Yeah, the blocking decisions for Vynnset, I think, are the more interesting ones because with no ability to block Rune Chance, the Fang is going to be taking all of these on damage triggers that Vynnset has, so it's just kind of value blocking. But the Vynnset needs to see if they can, strategically block any marking. Like, you can't control the on-demand fealty generators like that, but you might want to save your reactions for any of the on-hit marks to slow them down from being turned on as fast as possible.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. As the turn closes with Aidan taking another 6, going down to 31, and starting off his turn, banishing a card. See what he chooses. Looks like a envelope.
Yeah,
is that what they're calling it? The kids these days?
The envelope of darkness.
God.
Yeah, so no shadow cards to banish, but Aidan is not too concerned. He's going to play out all of his 0-cost cards and then throw the destruction for if he chooses to deploy the shadow puppetry. Oh, I guess he's not going to because he's thinking about throwing that succumb and then saving the shadow puppetry. So Brandon has to take the Rune Chance, and so there's no on hit, so he's probably not going to be blocking this out. So that succumb to temptation is going to be very annoying.
And we're seeing this turn right now. The reason why Brandon probably chose not to arsenal his card, as the attack on the chain can blow up the arsenal. So thankfully, Brandon playing around that smartly and doesn't need to worry about that. However, like you said, Aidan is sitting on the succumb to temptation, and it is going to be online due to the Rune Chance being taken. So Brandon, in his attempt to avoid disruption, still gets disrupted.
Yeah, so Brandon decides not... Oh, no, he is playing the Pledge Fealty in response to make sure he gets the second fealty online. There's not really a great choice here on Aidan's part. He probably is going to take one of the reds. I imagine you take the Oath of Loyalty because Brandon could just play it and then arsenal the other card and he keeps his fealties around. At least if you take the Oath of Loyalty, then Brandon does have to use like both of the cards in his hand. Okay, so he's going to take the Searing Gaze, which is interesting.
Yeah, maybe just not fully calculating it out. Of course, yeah, I think if Aidan had realized that Brandon needed a resource to swing with that dagger, taking the Oath would have probably made more sense.
Yeah, and I can't fault Brandon for blocking the widespread destruction with its Valiant Dynamo just to maximize points. But now that it has go again and Aidan is swinging the flail, Brandon is going to have to overblock this if he wants to prevent the Rune Chant being made, which is, I think, the correct choice generally. If you can have a Vynnset end their turn with 0 Rune Chants, then that kind of buys you a turn of tempo.
One thing I will say is there is a serious reason to consider using armor in that spot, as the card he used to block has the ability to mark. Putting that in the arsenal when you're sitting on 2 fealties could be a way to guarantee getting online. So depending on the texture of Brandon's next hand, he may be wishing he committed some armor instead in that spot.
Yep, very good point, especially when you're at 2 fealty. You could even, I mean, there's no difference between like sending at the, no, I guess you do have to send it at the, well, since he's playing the Oath of Loyalty, then he wasn't going to be able to play it anyway.
Yeah, it would have had to go to Arsenal.
Yeah, so like,
which is dangerous, right? We just saw the Arsenal get destroyed. So there's a lot to consider, and sort of taking your best guess as to what traps you need to avoid and which ones you're going to play into is key here. as we see Aidan now pitching to play Reduce to Rune Chant, thanks to that block, right? So no Rune Chant on the board means that instead of getting a 1-card 5, Aidan gets a 2-card 5.
Yep, that is true. Normally you do hate to have to pitch to the Reduce to Rune Chant, but I think depending on how this turn goes for Aidan, he's just happy to be able to generate that second Rune Chant. So he banished the Deathly Whale, and
it looks like he's thinking about maybe popping Vexing Quill Hand because he can't play it, right?
Yeah, because Deathly Whale costs 3, so he is going to have to cash that in to get up to enough Rune Chants so that he can deploy it. And yep, so he's just going to send it. Oh, first he's going to do the Shadow Puppetry and probably... Oh, no, he's choosing not to do the Vynnset activation. Like, Brandon can't block any of the Rune Chants anyway, but...
I kind of like it just to take some damage to get the extra Rune Chant out of the Deathly Whale, but maybe valuing the life total over the extra Rune Chant in a game that is clearly going to be a race, I can see the value in that choice.
Yeah, and he does have the Funeral Moon, which is going to be able to play at instant speed. So he's going to end the turn with 2 Rune Chants, possibly even 3. He's assuming he's going to swing the flail after this. Yeah, he's going to swing the flail. So no armor to give except for the Crown of Providence, which I can't imagine he's thinking about blocking with in this situation. So Aidan, assuming this flail hits, is going to end the turn with 2 or 3 Rune Chants, depending on if he decides to keep that Funeral Moon or not. He's always also able to keep it in arsenal, assuming he's going to take some damage next turn, so he can just play it at instant speed next turn in case he really needs the Rune Chant.
Yeah, I think Brandon is maybe debating blocking with a card from hand, because obviously you want to stop those Rune Chants, but knowing that Aidan is already getting 1, obviously Brandon doesn't know about the Funeral Moon, but I think he makes the right choice here and goes ahead and lets that hit. Going down to 24.
Okay, so I did forget about the fact that you lose a life when you activate Flail. So he didn't need to activate Vynnset if he was always planning on flailing. So he does have that. All right, so we get the third fealty. So Brandon is online, so we have to see if he's able to block enough physical damage and play the mid-range game from here on out to get Aidan down before the Rune Chants finish.
Yeah, this is sort of the bread and butter here of Fang, swinging in once, using 1 reaction, swinging in again, refreshing those boots. 1 card, 5, 6, 7, even as high as 8 when you're using a Hunt's End. So really, really powerful point of the game for Fang. And although he is down a little bit on life, I think Aidan is going to need to string together a lot of disruption and meaningful damage in order to keep that life lead that he currently has.
Yeah, so he's already popped the Vexing Quill Hand, which is a very powerful tool, but something else that he still has in the bank is the Face Purgatory. So I play a lot of Aurora. I played a little Vynnset, and with Face Purgatory in the Fang matchup, it is a very powerful tool when they're online. If they spend a lot of cards blocking and then they send a dagger at you with 1 card in hand, if it's an attack reaction and not an instant speed card, the Face Purgatory can strip the card out of their hand and then send them down to 0 fealty. So however much blocking Brandon does, he does need to be aware that the Face Purgatory could reset him to 0 and probably cost him all the tempo of this game.
And now we see the turn shifting back over to Aidan. 4 Rune Chants on the stack and an Eloquent Eulogy coming in. 3 cards in hand. You got to believe there's some form of go again here.
Yeah, so we know, I think he has the Funeral Moon in Arsenal. So he's got the Cull, and his Tunic's on 3, so he can easily Tunic to Creepers, and then Cull will be Disruption, and then he gets
I think he can also just end the chain and get that Eloquence token and utilize his Funeral Moon to get the go again as well, or to gain the extra action point.
Then you wouldn't even have to spend the Creepers. So he's got another attack in hand. He may maybe banish it with the Cull and then have enough Rune Chants to be able to send it. But
so we see Aidan create that Eloquence token and reach down for that Funeral Moon, or the Blood Moon, sorry.
And I think that's a Deadwood Dirge on the left, so he should be able to play out this whole hand and maybe save the call for the final thing when Brandon isn't expecting it. Oh, nope, he's just going to do it now. I guess he does need to play the call now so he can get his attack in the
that
banish
makes
zone.
sense. So then he has one rune chant.
Oh, and actually, Aidan is doing a cool thing here. So Eloquence is a very interesting card when you can play multiple non-attack actions at instant speed, like Funeral Moon and Cole let you do. You can use the Eloquence buff on both of them at instant speed.
Yeah, so Aidan here is gaining 2 action points from that instead of just a single one. That's a really awesome play here.
Yeah, which is basically just gonna let him swing the flail, so he's not doing anything super crazy, but it's just little things. If you know exactly how your deck interacts and works together, then yeah. So it's gonna give him the action point to swing the flail, which is, I mean, he does still have one more block on the bracers, so I'd imagine that's what Brandon is gonna opt to do.
Oh, and we see Brandon just double Sigil of Solace there. So taking 4 rune chants and the whole damage and then healing back up to 6 leaves him at 17 life to 24 with 1 card in hand, which is kind of exactly what Fang wants to be doing at this stage in the game, as he then reaches across and blocks the flail with the last point of armor on his bracers. So really efficient play here. Although, what was that, a Glint the Quicksilver?
That was a Glint the Quicksilver.
Ooh.
So best case scenario, Brandon is going to pop a fealty to play it and then draw at minimum a pitch card to swing the other thing. But he's losing minimum 1 fealty this turn. But if Aidan does the Face Purgatory play, which he does have an attack and a non-attack in hand, he could send Brandon all the way back down to 0 fealty with a life deficit and almost all of his armor block gone. Okay, so opted not to do that. But he also didn't block with a card from hand, so no card draw. So we're just going to lose a fealty.
Yeah, really, really underwhelming turn here from Brandon. Not what he wanted to see here, knocking himself back down to 2. I really like that play that you mentioned using the Face Purgatory. Of course, you lose out on so much block value, and maybe Aidan is, it feels bad, blocking 7 into 1, but the ability to just send Fang all the way back to the beginning, I still really like that play, but maybe Aidan values keeping that hand and throwing something more meaningful on offense here as he goes for banishing a Deathly Whale.
Yeah, it definitely feels bad if you think about it like that. Blocking
Blood Moon.
multiple cards and the Face Purgatory on such a low power attack, ideally you'd want it to be a higher power one, but you also have to think about the fact that they're losing a card and you're drawing a card, and also any other effects, including the loss of fealty. So blocking 3 cards on a 1 power attack that's never going above 1 could actually be the right call, but worth sending another, it looks like a yellow one, so
pitches a yellow to play a yellow.
Another 7 damage, and then Aidan's probably just going to play this Funeral Moon, end with 2 rune chants. Very well set up for the following turn.
Yeah. Could even play it after using the hero ability and go to 3.
Yep, that is true. Get the extra rune chant. I mean, you're up 10. He's only got 3 cards in hand, no arsenal, so
and that's exactly what he does, sitting on 3 rune chants, ending his turn, no cards in arsenal, as he draws back up to 4. 23 to 13 are the life totals. Brandon finally has some cards to play with, 3 cards in hand now, sends his Obsidian Fire Vein for 1.
Yep, and I mean, Aidan can block however he want, but with Brandon having played at least 2 sigils and already has 3 rune chants, then he only needs to do, make 10 more rune chants this game, and Brandon's just dead, assuming he never sees that last sigil. So Aidan can just say, take it all from here.
Looks like Aidan kind of has enough life to work with where he's happy to stay as the aggressor, opting not to block, but rather take the 4 damage off the back of that first attack. And now Brandon sending in his second dagger for 1. And I hope for his sake that this last card can generate a fealty or at least mark his opponent, because 2 turns in a row back down to 2 fealties will be backbreaking, I think, for this Fang.
Yeah, I don't see I don't know what that face down card is, but there's no attacks in Aidan's hand currently. He's got the Sonata, which is good. Okay, there's the Phantom Banshee. So he is going to have an attack to play. But the Sonata Galaxia is going to be very useful. It's going to find him probably Blood Incantation to make sure he's set up with Rune Chance for the rest of the game. So if he needs to block, he can. But I don't imagine there's any card in Brandon's hand right now that Aidan's all that afraid of. Yep, uninteractable fealty generation. Sure, go back up to 3, but now I'm going to hit you pretty hard.
Yeah, 15 to 13, 4-card hand on the side of Vynnset. 3 Rune Chants already set up and a 4th one on its way with the hero power. It's a lot of gas in the tank that Brandon's going to have to withstand if he wants to be able to close this out.
Yeah, so I imagine you play the Machinations of Dominion to get push as much damage as possible. It's either that or he's going to pitch to the Envelop in Darkness, which is more damage but gives Brandon the ability to block. But honestly, I think throwing as much damage as possible is probably the right call here to get him on the back foot, and meaning he can't take advantage of those 3 fealties as much as he would like.
Here we see the Sonata Galaxia coming out. Aidan choosing 0, looking for a 0-cost Aura.
Well, technically he can find a 2-cost Aura because it's discounted by the Rune Chance.
Thank you.
So I don't think he runs, Malefic or...
Yeah, Malefic Incantation Red is the choice, coming in with 3 counters, which will just continue to generate those Rune Chants, unblockable on the side of Brandon. So right now we're looking at least at 7 unblockable damage on the side of Aidan. Of course, it'll take a few turns for that to play out, but this is kind of this is inevitable, right? Brandon has just a few turns to close this game out before that death ball gets rolling too far, and he won't be able to stop that damage.
All right, so he is going to play out the Envelop in Darkness, choosing to throw as much damage as possible at Brandon. So Brandon knows exactly what Vynnset is capable of, having piloted Vynnset to the finals in the January AGE. So he's not surprised by any of this. So the question is just how well suited he is. So he's giving up his entire armor suite. He wants to keep his entire hand and then use the crown to fix it and throw back as much damage at Aidan as he can.
He could still use the Sink Below, maybe. Of course, every card you commit to defense is a card that you can't commit to offense, but I don't see a world where Brandon deals lethal damage to Aidan next turn, so I think he probably needs to do his absolute best to preserve his life total and chip Aidan just a little bit more. But it's a tough spot for Brandon. Still looking at another Rune Chant on the field after this combat chain closes, down to 8 life. Reconsidering blocks, it looks like he's pulling his grains back.
Yeah, you probably want to save at least 1 armor block for any future flails to efficiently block that. Okay, so he's going to get rid of the blue and the Sink Below, so he's not taking any damage from
and
the
no
attack.
sink.
Yep. He's got a Hunt's End in his hand and I think a Blistering Blade.
Yeah.
So this is, a very efficient... no, it's a Scar Tissue.
Okay.
So this is a very efficient 2-card hand, but he's at 8 and he's already got... Aidan's got multiple Rune Chants represented.
This is the point in the game where I want to see if Aidan starts to pivot a little bit to defense, or if he chooses to just continue to go pure aggro. As we see him discarding, I forget the name of that card, but it blocks 2 damage and creates, thank you, and creates a Rune Chant. So just creating more of that unblockable damage. I like that.
Aidan is going to need to consider the face purgatory at some point, as long as he is able to, because the worst thing to happen is you get into a position where you need to block with it, but you don't have, both attacks and non-attacks, or you only have 1 attack in your hand and you don't want to, sacrifice it to that. So face purgatory You probably don't want to be too greedy with it. Just whenever you're going to strip a card and draw a card, is probably the best you're going to get out of it.
Yeah, and it looks like Aidan is just smelling blood in the water, doesn't want to commit too many of his cards to blocking because he wants to kill Brandon maybe even this turn. He's going to try his best, and he at least wants to strip as many cards as possible to regain full tempo and protect his life total, not by blocking, but by stripping every card that Brandon has.
So Brandon it looks like he has 2 Sync Blows in hand, so if he's able to survive the Rune Chance, he is going to be able to efficiently block this Deathly Whale. The Rune Chants are going to put him down to 3, but with still 2 Draconic reactions left. Oh no, I guess that's for the Drakai. So it's going to be like 8 damage. He's threatening next turn.
Yeah, for the Drakai, not great in this spot, although it does give him the option of a 1-card hand that keeps his fealties online.
Yeah, so when this turn is done, Aidan is going to have 2 Rune Chants, one that he made off of the Malefic and then one off the Deathly Whale. And if Brandon saves, 1 armor block, I imagine Aidan will not swing the flail when it's so easily blocked. But that is 2/3 of his life. Vynnset banished next turn will be the rest of it. So, he's opting to block with for the Drakai. He's sinking.
He would love to see a Hunt's End, not
I
it.
think he found another one. The Illusion of Choice. You are playing that for the Drakai, whether you like it or not, Brandon.
Yeah.
Nope.
Oh, no.
Nope, that's it.
Yeah.
All right.
Can't stop the Rune Chance.
Yep. Turns out, he's looking. Where's
What's he
the
looking
sigil?
for?
He's
I
looking for
thought
the
he
last
played 3
sigil.
this game.
I only remember 2, but
Okay.
shelter.
Oh, he wants the shelter.
He's digging. It's somewhere.
Yeah.
He's
What's he
still
want?
digging.
There's his
Come on.
hunts.
Oh, nice pitch stack. Is it the last card?
There it
Okay.
is.
Great.
That would have saved him if only he had 15 more turns.
Yeah, so close.
Well played to Aidan. Real back and forth game there, really close. 5 life at the end of it. I think personally, not bringing Arcane Barrier. I've played quite a few Vynnsets on Fang, and now none of them were as adept, I would say, as Aidan. He's really been putting his reps in on this hero, but I really liked Arcane Barrier, I gotta say.
Yeah, I don't know how much it would have helped Brandon in this particular game, because I don't think he had that many blues that he didn't block with.
Yeah, again, it's like it's the deck construction phase that informs whether or not you can afford to make that choice or if it even makes any sense at all. But we can see how, not having the option to protect your life total when you need it. I mean, when you're dead, you're dead. And Aidan found it.
Mm-hmm. And I wonder how much of it is a side selection choice to, like, maybe if Brandon is going first, then he can opt to run the AB. I would imagine that if Vynnset is going first, then you're more likely to bring in AB because you're kind of on the back foot because they get the setup. But he got, block out of all of his armor, multiple times on his boots. But Aidan was just faster, and that's how it goes sometimes.
All right. Are we getting an interview in here? All right. Looks like we've got an interview coming up soon, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back with that interview and some more Flesh and Blood after this.
Welcome back, everybody. I am Evan, joined here by Aidan Kwasneski, victorious in his Vynnset game against Fang, here for my first ever interview. All right, Aidan, first question. When you flip up your equipment at the beginning of the game and he presents 0 AB, are you feeling good about that, or are you feeling kind of scared?
Honestly, I wasn't even like looking at his equipment until like the end of the first turn, and that's when I fully clocked it. I was feeling scared for sure about the race, but I don't know. When your opponent can do nothing about your arcane damage effects and just like succumb becomes just auto go again and discard is definitely it feels good. Honestly, the Dynamo's choice was really interesting to me because yes, it shores up my flail, but like I feel like maybe a null rune boot here and there, but I don't know. My deck was humming that game. I felt great about the match.
Oh yeah, you definitely drew very well. We were discussing it with Michael, and his opinion on the AB situation was, it just depends on how many blues are in your deck and which slots for it. And yeah, when you sent in that first widespread destruction, when he doesn't have an arsenal, he's thinking, all right, this is just damage, and then that succumb did really mess him up. So another interesting equipment decision. You had your face purgatory, and I was thinking the last 3 turns, like, okay, he's gonna deploy it right now and discard a card and or make him discard a card and draw, but you just held on to it until the end, save it for next game.
Yeah, so I get 2 purgatories next game is actually how that works. So like I get a second head slot, I just grow heads like a hydra. No. I've been so torn on purgatory because like there are totally games I play where it just sits there the entire time. It's tough because I mean I lost round 1 to a back-to-back all non-attack with like defense reaction hand when I bought all this tempo. And when you're playing Vynnset, like you really want to be banishing a rune gate every turn. And so if it's your only rune gate in your hand, and then you just ditch it to get the purgatory effect, if you draw into a brick, you're just super sad face. So I honestly have Crown and Purgatory in right now. And I really like Crown because it can get you out of those situations and doesn't force you to commit one of your like cards that you would maybe want to deploy on your turn. So I think maybe if I played that game again, I'd do the Crown, but also it's just such a toss up because it can be so good on blocks just to strip that reaction. But tough with those daggers. The daggers are too small. I need something scarier for Purgatory to make sense.
Yep, very true. And you don't want to do a ton of blocking in what is essentially a race matchup. But when he's not presenting any AB, then you've got that on your side. So you brought Vynnset to, is it every CC AGE this season?
Every CC AGE this season, yeah.
Nice. How's the deck been feeling for you?
It's been feeling great, like it's just one of those decks that it feels like every game is a puzzle, every hand has something new. I have like yet to really have a game that feels exactly the same on this deck, and coming from Mechland on Dash, there are a lot of games where you just have such a clear game plan, which is just I'm trying to resolve maximum velocity and high octane, if you remember those days. But with Vynnset, it's like every hand is so different, and each of these AGEs I've like done very, very different things to find wins. A lot of different game plans. The deck core is like feeling really, really strong. I think as more and more people are like recognizing the validity of this hero, but she still has so much to explore because that sideboard. If you look at Vynnset sideboards, they vary like infinitely, and everyone has such different decisions on what you think you should be doing, and I'm still trying to figure it out. And honestly, a lot of my sideboard today is just like cards that I have available. There's other cards that I would want to try on my sideboard, and I just didn't have them lying around. So we're on a one of Tear Through the Portal, which I've put in every match today, and I haven't drawn it yet. So
well, I'm sure you'll get there eventually. You're sitting at 3-1 right now, so just a couple of wins away from top 18. So Vegas is coming up, nationals.
Yeah.
How do you feel about,
totally.
Obviously High Seas is going to change things, and then
Oh my God.
ProQuest is going to, see one or a couple of heroes banished. How do you feel about Vynnset, in the future, or are you looking towards maybe changing decks once High Seas comes out?
I mean, the pirates look so sick, and there's a mech pirate, and there's a mech ranger, and there's a whole new class. So I like following the fun in this game. I obviously like playing decks that I think I've never really played the top tier S tier decks. I love like A, B tier heroes. So if they're doing something fun and cool and interesting, and they challenge challenge those top tier decks and let me just have fun in my games, like I might be totally interested in those Seas heroes.
Yeah,
And I
absolutely.
love Ranger. So
Yeah.
I was playing Talon on Riptide earlier, and I'm really curious to see what happens to that hero, because he's like I feel very similar to Ponkage from Castro. Yeah. Anyway, he always talks about how every set he picks up Riptide, and it's like, is Riptide good now? Can I play the green boy? And the answer has always been no. But if the answer is yes, post Seas, I might be revisiting that Outsiders Classic. Because that hero ability has so much text, and I like heroes that have a lot of text on them.
Yeah, Riptide is definitely a very interesting deck. If Anthony's not on it, then it's probably not super well situated in the meta, because he loves it. But yeah, definitely a lot of exciting things coming for High Seas. Well, thanks for joining me for this interview, Aidan, and congrats on your win. Hope you keep it up, and we'll see you in the top 8.
I love your professional voice. It's so crazy.
Oh, thank you.
This is so different from Armory gaming.
Yeah, I'm very salty at our
Podcast,
armories. It's just like very complaining all the time. So for everyone else, we're gonna take a short break, and we'll be back with the next Swiss round. So stick around. Welcome back, everybody. We are here for round 5 of Swiss of AGE April, the penultimate round. I'm joined here by Patrick. The adults are gone. It is the first time casters casting today together in this game. How are you feeling, Patrick?
I'm Timu Bryce Platts. I feel great. That was an awesome Fang, more Fang action, 2 Fang games in a row. It's always great to see fan favorite Aidan Kwasneski doing really well for himself as well.
Mm-hmm. Yep, we got to see 2 cool Fang matches, and Fang lost both games and is probably not making top 8. So a little unfortunate, but always happy to see him represented on stream. Both games were close back and forth, so happens. For our next matchup, we've got SoCal locals, both Anthony Pham from Kingslayer and then Ynez Navarez from San Diego. Anthony is going to be on Aurora, and Ynez is on New. She is a consummate assassin player, so should be a very interesting matchup.
Yeah, and I think we all know Anthony by this point, but I think we got a little maybe graphic for Anthony as well. So Anthony is no stranger to playing games at top deck keep. As you can see, was able to secure his U.S. Nationals invite there, and undoubtedly he'll be playing one of either Aurora or Riptide. Probably the former would be my guess.
Mm-hmm. Yep, he actually knocked me out of the top 4 in that event. So I had already gotten my invite, but lost a very close one to him. He got very lucky. So something else interesting that he's mentioned on his profile, the dumbest hill he'll die on is that Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 1 is the best movie ever made. That's very interesting because I don't even consider Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 1 to be the best Guardians of the Galaxy movie.
Yeah, and I think you're absolutely right. I think number 2 and number 3 have a better claim, but I think Anthony's defended this take, and I think his defense is essentially that the soundtrack really carries the film, and it's an awesome soundtrack.
It is. And respect to Anthony, he did put this in the dumbest hill he'll die on category. So this is the question where you are giving your very controversial takes. So respect that. And he also says he's never going to be good at Rocket League, but what he is very good at is playing Flesh and Blood, and specifically Aurora, which he has put a lot of time into. He has been working on his own kind of spicy brew, which I don't know if we'll see today, leaning more into the arcane damage. And all right, we're hearing that the players are ready, so we can go ahead and move down into the match and see how things are going.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting right off the bat to see what sort of equipment suite Anthony is presenting here. If this is the more non-attack action focused list, we would expect to see a face Purgatory presented. Ynez, on the other hand, with New, you never know if you're playing against a more traditional New or if they are playing the more count your blessings oriented version. Which one do you think is better?
Which one do I think is better? Good question. I've always been kind of skeptical of the whole count your blessings thing. And when the blues were banned, I thought that was for sure the death knell for the deck, but people still kept playing it. As Aurora, I kind of think I prefer the count your blessings version because Aurora's already, pretty bad at blocking. So if you just say no blocks to their attack and they have a couple cards in hand and they just gain life, then I think we're happy. So Ynez is going first, and she's going to swing the dagger. She's got the lantern for AB1, so she's just going to be rocking the single dagger. And
is that Spider's Bite?
That is the Spider's Bite. So just affecting Anthony's ability to block. I think that's just probably the best one. I have seen her use the Hunter's Clave before, but I think that is a just kind of meta choice.
I think that's a 2-block right there that Anthony's presenting. Is it not? Or is
yeah, but that's a blue Art of Desire Mine. So he's
gotcha.
blocking it out. He's pitching 2 cards to get the embodiment. So pretty solid turn from Anthony going second. Being able to get the embodiment out and not leaking any damage is always nice. So Anthony is not playing any strange equipment. Got the tunic because it's going to be a long game. So leading with the Arcanic Shockwave.
Yeah, and Fuse as well, so that's going to ping right off the bat. I didn't get a chance to see the rest of Anthony's hand there, but we do know, obviously, that we have a Skyward Serenade, which is going to be able to present, I think, at least a 3-link wide turn.
Yeah, I did see an Entwine Lightning, so it's going to be, and there's a Flittering Charge. So this is going to be 4 plus an Arcane into 4 into 4 into 4. So not, setting up anything super crazy, but this is like the most consistent hand that you can get with Aurora, just sending 4 attacks. So even if Ynez blocks out everything, she's going to leak damage, and she's not going to have a turn. So this is kind of as good as you can hope for the first turn for the Aurora. So Ynez blocked a little on the first attack. She blocked 1 card on this attack. Fortunately for her, Anthony doesn't have any on hits like a snatch for her to worry about. So just vanilla damage.
But she doesn't know that. So it's possible, I find myself often when I'm playing against the Aurora that I sort of err on the side of saving, blocks, and maybe I don't get as much value. I guess now Ynez will have full information, but and then getting punished on the back end. So definitely something to be wary of.
Yeah. So another 4 comes down, another 3 block comes down, and the last 4 in this one, she's going looks like, she's taking it down to 33. Yeah, that's always the thing to worry about. Like if you've got cards in your hand that you want to block with, but you kind of want to save them for the, the on hits, then no. All right, so she's coming out with an Art of Desire. I think Mind is the red one anyway. So
that'll be the good one against Anthony.
Yep, almost always going to hit, but he has the perfectly timed Sigil of Suffering. So once again, it's Ynez's turn, and she's the one taking damage. So you go back to Anthony. So he's got the Arc Lightning. It looks like he's just going to send this E-Strike for 7 and arsenal that Arc Lightning, try to get a 5-card hand next turn.
And that's a really interesting decision point, because obviously you have the E-Strike and you have 2 power cards in your deck. You have the Burn Up Shock and the Arc Lightning. Anthony there chose to bottom the Burn Up Shock and keep the Arc Lightning. Is that something you think you would do in that position?
Yeah, I think 100%. Like, Burn Up Shock is good, but Arc Lightning is probably one of, if not just the best card in your deck. It just turns on everything for you. And Burn Up Shock, it's she still has all of her, so she doesn't have a ton of equipment block, but she got, the 5-card hand and then 2 of those. So she would be able to probably block out the Burn Up Shock if she wanted to. But she's spending the tunic and then the red to send the weakest link. All right, so now we see what kind of Aurora Anthony is running with. I don't see any no blocks in his hand.
He's got a lightning press in hand, so this will have a very strong effect. So he's going to need to block this out, which is a little unfortunate because... Well, I guess an Anthony side, what you want to do is give 2 cards to this and then send an attack with the... Oh, wow. And Anthony deploying the Face Purgatory here.
Yep. The thing with Face Purgatory is you don't always have to save it, for the, the perfect situation. Like, I think the perfect situation for Face Purgatory is just like this. You can, it's a big attack that you block out. You get to draw a card, and then they discard a card. I think it's harder to find a better situation. It wasn't like an attack reaction that was going to mess him up, but her losing the shelter is pretty valuable. So Anthony has the 4-card hand off of the draw from Face Purgatory, and he's coming in with the Arc Lightning and the Arcanic Shockwave. It's always nice to get the extra Arcane out of the Arcanic Shockwave. Sometimes it's just a Chain Ender, it's blank 0 for 4, but 0 for 5 with Go Again is always nice.
And Anthony in the interesting position, too, of having revealed the Lightning Press. And it's like, when do you deploy it? Do you keep in the arsenal when they know we have it, or do you just say, hey, this is here, just take 3?
Well, as disruptive as Ynez is, it's always dangerous to hold on to cards in Arsenal. So we do see him, throw it in out there just to, buff the rabble. Obviously, it's, nice to play on a snatch or something else with a good on hit to get extra value out of it. But if she knows it's there, then might as well use it while you have it and don't lose to Leave No Witnesses.
Yeah, and I feel like we've blinked and Ynez is at less than half life.
Yeah,
and that's just the sort of power that Aurora, especially in the hands of such a skilled player in Anthony, can really how quickly this gets out of control.
Oh yeah, they're going fast. They're not going to come close to running out of time. We have not seen any counter blessings, so it doesn't look like Ynez is on it, although she hasn't seen too much of her deck. So, yeah, she's going to activate the mass to get a card out of Anthony's hand, but the grass block covers it up, and now we've got a burn-up shock that she's going to have to respect. She's got the defense reaction and a couple of 3 blocks, and the Codex is a very good 1-card hand. I haven't seen if she's been able to discard or leave no witnesses or play one yet, so we'll see. She's going to have to respect the on-hit from the burn-up shock, though.
And interestingly here, Anthony only able to present 2 followed by 4 on the burn-up shock turn. So I don't know. I'm thinking as the Aurora player there, you're not, you probably don't think you're actually going to hit here, but maybe it's a form of just converting and at least making them respect all of your blocks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's also just about, again, respecting the arsenal disruption. I don't think he thought that it was necessarily going to connect, but it's a lightning card that turns on Starfall, turns on the Aurora ability, so that's all he cares about. The other thing he cares about is the fact that he is up 40-18, facing down a 2-card hand from Ynez. She's leading with a Spider's Bite. He's going to almost certainly say no blocks because he doesn't have any armor that can cover this up. And then we'll see what she's able to follow it with. I think she just has a Shelter from the Storm.
Yeah, I think that's right. So poisoning herself to have a very defensive turn. I wonder if how much the fatigue line of winning this game is on her mind here. Aurora feels fatigable, but at this life disparity, I wonder if it's really a viable option.
So you have to have disruption to fatigue Aurora. You can't just fatigue through blocking, at least New can't, because your armor just does not block. So you have to make them block or be banishing cards out of their deck. So Ynez gives up the boots, because she's either afraid of the Channel Lightning Valley or she's just planning on popping them next turn. So we've got another Serenade from Anthony. This will be his second one. So
this is almost always getting a Skizik and an embodiment, right? Like unless you've run out of Skiziks, I guess would be the
So that is definitely the best use case for Scoured Serenade. It's just like an unconditioned, or the condition is you need to have Skiziks left in your deck. So again, she's giving up the equipment block on, just to block, save life. This kind of screams to me that she has a bonds, and she's just getting the block value. So Anthony, Exude is nice, but no on hit, so she doesn't care. She's going to take it. So she's got a 3-card hand, and hopefully she's going to try to come back at him with something disruptive.
Yeah, and Exude does feel like it's one of the cards that really shows its place in the deck in this specific matchup, right? Like, rarely is the new going to be blocking with something that is greater than 4 power, I would imagine. And so you're effectively, especially when you can give it go again, going to be able to, we know Ynez has the D-React in her arsenal, going to just completely blank those.
Yeah. Okay, so she did just use, she used the equipment, for the health, but Erase Face does situationally affect Aurora. It takes away all of the lightning stuff, and Anthony does have a Channel Lightning Valley in hand, so if he gets hit by this Erase Face, then he will not be able to deploy the Channel Lightning Valley and have it stick around for next turn, because he will not have any lightning cards.
So the best case scenario, if this hits, just to make sure we're all clear, is that the CLV, the best thing it can do is replace itself, essentially.
Yeah, and CLV, if it just replaces itself, then it's basically just a Gorganian Tome. And then if it doesn't even replace itself, it's kind of like you had a 3-card hand, like you're playing Bolton. So looks like he's going to think about blocking this. I think he has multiple arc landings.
That's rough. You would love to see attack actions there instead of the arc landing, so you could be able to do the electromagnetic somersault scam here. Unfortunately, Anthony may be the one getting scammed in this particular situation.
Yeah, so he takes it all, and hopefully he has an attack in his arsenal to pair with this arc lightning and the somersault. He's playing it out, so assuming so, but I mean, he could well, he's going to have to hold on to either the Arc Lightning or the Channel Lightning Valley. I imagine you hold on to the Channel Lightning Valley in this situation. So we could just see him play out the second Arc Lightning. And then if his arsenal is attacked, play that somersault, play it again for maximum damage. And okay. So he did have the attack. Floating charge is good. It's going to take some more cards out of Ynez's hand as she rapidly approaches single-digit life without throwing anything super impactful. So now she's shown that she has 2 chi in hand, which means she's not going to be doing a lot more blocking on this turn, but she will be able to activate Mask next turn.
And really having that flittering charge completely saved his hand for Anthony. It seems like it was going to be a bit of a clunker otherwise, one of those where I guess you just deploy out your Arc Lightnings to, or maybe pitch to Grasp of the Arc Knight and you swing a Starfall, but other than that, he was not going to have very much going on. So instead, getting to send an extra attack and actually not have to IP himself.
Yeah. So he's choosing to pitch away the Channel Lightning Valley instead of the Arc Lightning, which probably makes sense. This is his last Arc Lightning that he has in hand, whereas this is the first Channel Lightning Valley he's seen, so he's probably going to draw another one sometime soon. And so Ynez is finally going to play that defense reaction, but now she's stuck with 2 chi and a reaction that doesn't work on daggers in her hand. So this is going to be, she's going to get a banish off of the mask in this turn, but she's threatening like 1 damage and arsenaling a reaction that she may never get to deploy again. I guess she could activate new, but the odds of hitting a blue are very unlikely.
Yeah, and if you're Anthony, maybe that, you're getting a mask banish into your hand this turn, so maybe that factors into your decision to keep the Arc Lightning instead of the CLV. Maybe that's a card that's a little bit better on a 3-card hand. Sorry, the 4th card in hand.
Yeah, and the thing with Arc Lightning versus Channel Lightning Valley is Arc Lightning is guaranteed value. You are going to be getting damage and you are going to be getting the go again. But Channel Lightning Valley, if they block it out, you don't get a draw. And if you don't have a lightning card, then it's bad to play out. So now he's just going to get the guaranteed value from the Arc Lightning. And then we see an Exude, which is always a good thing to lead the turn with when it has go again, because if it does not get blocked by a Command and Conquer like Ynez is about to block with, then it's no more defense reactions for the turn.
Taking the exact line that I mentioned a couple of turns ago here, and I guess here we know the texture of Anthony's hand, so this is really just going to have but 1 extra chain link, but critically 1 extra chain link followed up by potentially a 2 extra chain links. Forgot about the Starfall, but being able to send 2 and potentially up to 7, which is theoretically lethal. Of course, we would expect Ynez to commit at least 1 card.
Yeah, and so what we see here is Ynez blocking with the Codex of Frailty because she has an attack reaction in her arsenal that she would not be able to deploy even if she held on. If she held on to the whole hand, she could pitch the Codex of Frailty to swing the levels and then react with it, but that is a very low percentage play. So that attack reaction is just going to be stuck there until she both draws the attack that she can buff with it, and Anthony gives her the space. But he's just going off.
Yeah, and if you're Ynez, you think, what are you thinking is your? How are you feeling? What do you think is your path to victory? Given that you're at such a large life deficit, I guess you're pleased that a lot of the power cards you've seen them already. At least you can't play more than 3 of them.
Yeah, she's seen all of the Arc Lightnings, so she is relieved that is done. She's reaching for the mask. That's never a good sign. Honestly, it is on Anthony to draw a hand that he cannot convert, but he still has snaps up. He's got the 2 floating, which he's going to use on the embodiment of lightning. He's got the counter on the channel, so he's got the best, almost the ideal setup. 5-card hand, Channel Lightning Valley, embodiment of lightning. So Ynez is going to have to throw something very useful, and Leave No Witnesses is definitely very helpful in this situation.
Yeah, it was crucial for Ynez to be able to send some form of disruption Anthony's way this turn, given especially being F5 life with the CLV out, and this will do that. And Anthony seemingly respecting, able to convert 1 damage out of his otherwise dead arsenal anyway.
Yeah, so Anthony does lose the arsenal in the burn up shock. But instead of just banishing it, he's able to play it and take away the tunic counter from Ynez. Otherwise, she would have taken damage and he would have drawn off of Channel Lightning Valley. So, interesting thing we see is the Flicker Wisp from Anthony. He is not running Crown of Dominion or Aether Iron Weave, which you normally see in like the alongside Flicker Wisp for the Arc Lightning big damage combo. But 2 Arcane is 2 Arcane.
And here, I mean, when Ynez is only presenting AB1, unless I'm miscounting something, that is true damage, right? Every instance of arcane damage. And when you're at 5, that is quite literally can be the difference between life and death.
Exactly. She blocks one of the 2, so she has to take the other unless she had a shelter. But Anthony does get the card draw, so 4 card hand, Embodiment of Lightning, Snap's still up. With Ynez already pitching 1 card, which is interesting because Anthony is unlikely to swing any more Arcane this turn, so that blue Double Trouble is probably only going to be blocking for 1 unless he's threatening any more Arcane damage this turn.
Well, that's what I wonder if, because Anthony can guarantee a damage by producing Arcane damage, I wonder if you think it's potentially worth it to even use the Grasp there.
Well, so the Grasp would make the Rune Chant. I am guessing Ynez has 2 floating that's not represented because she only blocked 1 of the Flicker Wisp. That does look like a blue, so I don't think the Grasp would accomplish anything here since she should have 2 floating to block it. But Anthony is going to end with a Snatch when she's... she did draw into the defense reaction. So,
nice.
Yep.
A little bit of a fortuitous draw there, but Ynez in the position where you'll take all the help you can get. If the heart of the cards want to reward you, you're certainly not going to say no.
Yeah. She was able to survive the 5-card hand with the Channel Lightning Valley. Now she just has to survive a 4-card hand without Channel Lightning Valley. But again, Snap's still at the ready. We'll see if Anthony decides to give this E-Strike go again or go for the maximum damage play and commit the snaps when he doesn't have to.
Yeah, Anthony's shaking his head a little bit as he looked at his hand there. I wonder if that's a little bit of seems like a pretty serviceable hand to me. Maybe a little bit of posturing from Anthony there.
So he's bodying the D-React. Don't need that because we're not blocking anymore this game. And looks like he's choosing go again.
Interesting. Electing not to do as you suggested and cashing in the Snapdragon Skiller to try to get finishing us off here.
And then, interesting. Okay, so instead of sending the most damage possible, he sends, unless he's out of Skizix, which is entirely possible too, depending on how many you run. There's some debate among, Aurora players how many you should run with versus how many Serenades, because the problem with Serenade versus other tutors is there's only 3 maximum targets you can get, whereas like Spark of Genius, you've got lots of items you can get. So he decides to go this route and send mixed damage, takes a CNC out of her hand just to block the Rune Chant, and then she's only...
I'm not sure she's committed to blocks yet, unless that's a D-React. It seems like it, yeah.
Okay,
so it seems like it'd be strange to pitch 1 AB but not block out the Snatch there.
So we're back where we started. Ynez at 2, Anthony with a 4-card hand. Oh, and there is a Flicker Wisp. So what we're probably gonna see him do is play the Flicker Wisp, fuse it with the Channel Lightning Valley, and then respond by playing the Channel Lightning Valley, which you can do. So Ynez can only block 1. So he's going to draw the card off of Channel Lightning Valley.
And unless I'm mistaken here, is Ynez not just dead to a Grasp of the Arknight and a swing in the sword here?
No. So the Flicker Wisp only buffs Arcane done by action cards.
Gotcha.
So it does not buff Rune Chants.
Understood.
But she's at 1. So yeah, this is over. E-Strike's going to come in for 7. There's no 0%
that'll
block.
do it.
Yep. And Anthony just kind of runs her over.
Yeah.
There was very little he had to respect. And so it was just from the beginning, like that 4-card 17 damage hand from Anthony at the very beginning, that just set the tone, gave him tempo for the entire game.
In 2 games on stream that we've seen from Aurora displaying why she's widely considered the best deck in the format, especially in the hands of a skilled pilot who's been playing her since before, pre-armor deck, which, she was already pretty good. And will, I presume, be a force to be reckoned with at the Pro Tour.
Oh, yeah. Aurora is 100% going to be the most represented deck at the Pro Tour, probably by a solid margin. So one thing that you'll have to be able to do if you're competing at these large events is figure out how to navigate the mirror. And I've played a couple of Aurora mirrors, and they are extremely swingy. It is just a matter of, who draws, the better cards a lot of the time.
Yeah, I try to maximize my skill at drawing the best cards at the right time personally, but we're all improving and iterating.
Yeah, which isn't to say that there's no skill expression involved. Like, you can absolutely outplay your opponent and make the correct decision all the time to swing it in your favor. But Aurora doesn't always block that well, and she does a lot of damage, so you can easily find yourself very far behind on the back foot like Ynez did in this game. All right. Well, we are going to take a short 5-minute break, and then when we come back, we are going to have an interview with our winner, Anthony Pham, so stick around. We'll be back.
And we're back, and we're here with the winner that we just witnessed defeat Anu in round 5, and that's Anthony Pham on Aurora. Anthony, thank you for joining us. Let me just ask you, did you have fun?
I had a lot of fun. I attacked a lot, and my opponent did not, and that's always a lot of fun.
Yeah, and what is your general feeling on the new matchup? Like, how much are you thinking about? Are they on CYB versus traditional new?
Yeah, I didn't know if Ynez was going to be on CYB. I know she's been CYB in the past, but not knowing, I don't want to side in any poison the wells. So just going with the general, like, kind of above 60 with my D-reacts and just trying to maintain good tempo and really lining up those like Flicker Wisp Arc Lightning turns or just the solo Arc Lightning turn. So you aim to play a little bit more conservative in mid range, but in that game it was just right out of the gate I swung 16 and I never really stopped.
Yeah, and I do want to get your thoughts on Aurora in the metagame at large in a moment, but how are your thoughts into new generally? Do you feel confident going in?
As Aurora, I think I am. I just have a lot of instances, a lot of D-reacts I can play around, and they don't really have a lot of armor to stop like the onslaught of 4 attacks. They do have the 2 breakpoints, but more often they use that pretty aggressively. Sometimes it just lines up. Usually it's like a little bit more of a grindy game, and Aurora really likes playing that. But when it lines up, Aurora just does the most damage in the whole game, I think, right now.
Yeah, and one thing I thought was really curious, and I know a little bit about your general philosophy on Aurora, given that we're on the same team. But I'm sorry, sideboarding into new. But I was curious to see that you kept in the Flicker Wisps because when I play an new, I'm so scared that my combo is going to get disrupted. You never quite got the combo online, but you were able to make use of the Flicker Wisps even after you had used all of your Arc Lightning. So could you just walk me through your thought process of why you do that?
Yeah. So a lot of times new can lead to the game can lead to incidental fatigue, where new is kind of just playing mid range, and then she banished a bunch of her cards, maybe like Arc Lightning, and then she just switches to full fatigue. And then Flicker Wisp is able to get around that, even though you're not comboing, you're presenting 2 Arcane, and they're more than likely running just AB1. And I think that during that game, it kind of showed itself where I had CLV out both times when I Flicker Wisp. And I was able to draw an extra card off of that. Even though it's part of a combo, it's still more unpreventable damage, quote unquote, because they're running probably just AB1. So they have to pitch a blue and use shelter. But both times, luckily, she didn't have the shelter to counteract it.
Yeah, and I know you are a long time adherent to the Aurora lifestyle. You were playing her with a lot of success. Even before the Armory deck came out, I believe you took down an RTN. I believe that was pre-Armory deck.
I don't remember, honestly.
Yeah, the wins just avalanche for you. What is it?
Yeah.
What does it? How are you feeling? Like, what do you is Aurora S tier or is Aurora just the top of A tier?
I believe she is the most meta-defining deck. I think everyone says that, has a different take on what's the best deck or not, but she is definitely the best aggro deck, and she has a lot of tools into everyone at the top as well. So she's definitely the best aggro deck, and I think she's the meta shaper. So if you're looking towards a tournament, you definitely have to have a game plan for Aurora. Even though she might not be the quote-unquote best deck, you have to definitely prepare for her. So I think she demands that respect from you.
And when you well, first of all, did you come here in the Honda Pilot?
Of course, I took three other gentlemen with me.
All right, great. When you came over, when you got here with the crew, are there any heroes that given that Aurora's position in the metagame, and I think she has very few unfavorable matchups. What are the heroes you're hoping to avoid? What do you think are the sort of pitfalls?
All right, this is where we get into Anthony is psyopsing everyone before Pro Tour London. But I do think that Vynnset is a pretty decent matchup. Playing more mid-range and then with those D-reacts and then being able to send Arcane with Succumb is pretty good. I think Victor could be a decent one if the Tesla Strains line up. It's really hard for Aurora to win a clash with those instances in her deck. And then I think the last one, I will say, I don't know. It's hard to say past those two. I think she has like a pretty fair metagame into everyone else. But if I had to throw a hero out there, I'm just going to say Riptide. No further clarification.
And I know, I don't want to spill too much of your secret sauce, and maybe if you top 8, your list is going to be public anyway. But and you are, it seems like, in good position to do so. So hopefully you keep pushing through. But
Mhm.
what has prompted? It seems like your deck lists are taking on the more non-attack action focused lists that are
Mhm.
maybe playing Face Purgatory and instead of the Crown. What prompted that change in philosophy for you?
So Aurora has always been kind of the instant speed deck. Using her lightning instant speed cards to swing Starfall or to use her hero ability. But with the addition of the new armory deck stuff with the tutor and Skizik, you're adding these non-attacks to your deck that increases the consistency of Face Purgatory and allows you to extend on these Arc Lightning turns. With Arc Lightning, play an attack, then you can go get your Skiziks, which pings for 1 Arcane, so it can be like a 0-card 6. But Face Purgatory, I think, even though it can be inconsistent at times, it kind of forces your opponent to kind of play towards it every turn. So it's kind of like Scowling Fleshbag, where it's kind of hard to know when to exactly put it in front. But the fact that you have it on the board kind of shapes how your opponent has to play for the rest of the game. They can't just play CNC, put your blue, and have a pummel in hand because they're scared of the Face Purgatory. So they have to kind of play around it for the rest of the game. And I think that's what really gets the value of Face Purgatory, just like the threat of it, not even just using it.
And Anthony, you're a mainstay at AG, obviously being a member of the pro team, and then just everybody in the SoCal community. You are very well known. I got to know what events that are coming up are you planning on attending to in case folks want to come over and say hi to you.
Unfortunately, I'm not going to London. I was really close to qualifying, but unfortunately, we're staying home this time around. I was hoping to be in Santa Clara, but unfortunately, that's Easter weekend. So I'll be attending all the pro quests, and I'll probably be seeing everyone at Nationals weekend in Vegas.
Yeah, which you are qualified for on Aurora. Is that right?
I did, yeah. I won the RTN here on Aurora. So just like that day, it looks like another soft field with the TDK locals.
All right. Well, Anthony, thanks so much for your time. Is there anything you wanna say to everybody before we go to break here?
Yeah, I'm sure Evan is murmuring back there in the garage saying that Whataburger is better than In-N-Out, but we all know that he's pretty much lying. You don't have to be from Texas or California to know that In-N-Out's better.
And Anthony did win on stream, so to the haters and losers, we should listen to what he has to say. Thanks so much,
Get
Anthony.
yourself a double-double.
All right, Anthony. Well, good luck next round. Hope to see you in top 8.
Better, guys.
Everybody else, we'll be back shortly with round 6.
Thank you.
Welcome back, folks. I'm joined here with Patrick Greasy, and we've got our final round of Swiss coming up shortly. But first, we've got to thank our sponsors and go over the pricing once again. So a big shout out to Top Deck Keep for hosting this and sponsoring the Arcane games and events for this year, as well as Tyler Horspool playing in the event. I would also like to mention the pricing. We've got $1,000 on the line. A breakdown of 400 for first place, 200 for second, 100 for third through fourth, and 50 for fifth through eighth. But don't forget about those sweet, sweet AGE Open points. The winner gets a whopping 30, second getting 25, 20, 15, 12, 8, and 1 down the line, 1 for participation. Do we have a leaderboard right now? There it is. Colin Erickson leading the pack with 60 points. Austin Chin, John Zapata. Familiar names across the board. There's Tyler Horspool, our host, sitting at 35.
I'm getting some very positive energy from number 4 on the list.
But look at that. I skipped right over you. Sorry about that.
Yeah, a lot of excellent players. Tao Tao Chu down at 6, who, of course, just absolutely destroyed me in the top 8 of last month's Open. And then our last month champion, Brian Gutierrez, at 7, of course.
I think Castro should get 5 points.
Yeah, pity points, I think. Yeah.
Because you could be there.
I could. You can't prove that I wouldn't have won.
Yeah, I'm going to talk to Justin after this. I think you get 5 points.
I'll
take 5 as well. I'll take, 5 is fair.
You're a good friend.
Maybe I'll make the Players' Championship by the end of this season. Let's see. Do we have anything else before we jump into the game? We've got Top Deck Keep, official sponsor of AGE Open, at Top Deck Keep on socials, Facebook, as well as Instagram. So go check them out. Awesome store, by the way, if you want to pick up singles, multiples. It's where they're playing today. Yeah, I think that's it. Or is the game set up? Are we ready to... All right, let's dive on in. On the left, returning 4-1, Gabriel Montes on that Enigma, the villain of today's cast, only because I don't like Enigma very much. Great guy. And on the right, we've got Peter Buddensiek playing Vynnset Iron Maiden. One of the interesting things I would say about this matchup, I remember when Vynnset first kind of got revealed and people were thinking, cooking, wait, maybe this is the counter to Enigma because this hero ability makes it so you can just get through all that ward in one fell swoop. And then it didn't really pan out. And to be honest with you, I don't know how many games I've seen with Vynnset at this new power level where I can even judge whether or not this is a good matchup into Enigma or not. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how this game plays out.
Yeah, and excited to see Peter here too. I believe this is Peter's first AG Open of the year. Was a mainstay of the circuit last year, and I believe played in the Players Championship as well. So hopefully Peter can pick up those first set of points.
Well, Peter's usually a wizard player, right? I remember him playing a lot of Kano back in the day.
I think Peter wears a lot of hats.
Okay.
I've definitely saw him in Brazil playing Vynnset on stream. I believe Bryce, our colleague Bryce, handled that one, and so I certainly think not a stranger to Vynnset, but we'll see.
Got it. Well, let's get right into the gameplay. It looks like we've already finished up our turn 0 of the game with Peter getting up to 3 rune chance and Gabriel Montes just cycling out his Shelter from the Storm, not wanting to deal with that on his first turn of the game, wanting to put on that pressure.
Yeah, and it's a little bit difficult to read the texture of Gabriel's hand here. It looks like we have an Astral Etchings, a Command and Conquer, and a Phantasmaclasm. Hopefully that's a Rage Spectre, so we do have the blue.
Yeah, so just over pitching, trying to clean up the hand a little bit. 2 floating could be a little bit scary if Peter's worried about a pummel.
Yeah, always represent pummel when you can. I think it's a little bit of a sidestep, a little bit of fun, a little bit of mind games. I guess, of course, when it's Command and Conquer being presented to you, not a whole lot you can do most of the time, but great to hide the information.
Yep. Peter already tanking a little bit here on turn 1. You hate to see the Command and Conquer. It can be such a debilitating card, and of course, those 2 floating are really scary.
And Peter was, I know we sort of skipped over turn 0 there, but able to develop out 3 rune chant, which is obviously very good. And wow, losing the arsenal there. Guess it was a relatively low impact blue, I would say, but nonetheless, don't love to see it.
Yeah, Peter happy to just take the penalty there, discarding the arsenal and developing a Malefic Incantation, red and yellow. So lots of building up here.
I'm seeing double.
Yeah. And quick pass over. Let's also talk about, it looks like he's got, oh, wow, no, he's not passing yet. He's got the Widespread Annihilation in Banish alongside with the Eloquent Eulogy, opting to send the Widespread Annihilation right now. So 4 rune chance, 6 damage, and if Gabriel takes any of this damage, he will have to banish a card from his hand. So really nice breakpoint.
And for my money, this is the most befuddling attack that Vynnset can present it to you. It says, hey, if you take any of this damage, you are losing a card. So obviously, and when you're presenting 4 rune chance, it's a lot more punishing unless you have your Tunic online to be able to block that out. So I'd say Peter making it very hard for Gabriel to start his turn with a card in hand.
And it looks like Gabriel wants to respond maybe to the triggers of the Malefic Incantation, asking Peter to roll them back up. And there it is.
All right, yeah, nice clean play, getting a nice 2 value, potentially, substantially more against a Vynnset from Ripple Away, which is a card you definitely have to work to get the value out of, but when it lines up like that, it really justifies its place. And,
yeah, a card you don't see too many times in most matchups. It reads, discard this if an action card is discarded this way, or sorry, if an action card would create a token, it doesn't. Basically, create 1 less. So preventing all of the rune chant generation is a very, very powerful thing.
Oh, wow. And we have a 3rd Malefic Incantation here for Peter. He's got to love to see that. He's not going to be short on rune chants for at least the next couple turns of this game.
And it looks like Gabriel took his turn and passed over. Did he use all 4 cards on defense there? Must have.
I believe so.
Okay. Yeah, players playing really quickly here. It looks like we just missed a quick pass and pass back. So Peter playing out this Eloquent Eulogy with a Shadow Puppetry attached. And another ripple
Wow.
away. This is incredible. So as good as it was for Peter to have all those malefic incantations set up, that's the kind of freight train you don't want to get rolling. And Gabriel just lining it up perfectly with these ripple aways.
Gabe's laughing to himself here.
Oh,
he knows,
yeah, he's feeling great.
Those ripple aways really justified their spot in his list
Yep,
on the
and
last couple turns.
Peter laughing with him as well. Good spirit, getting crushed, doesn't seem to mind all that much.
So this will be 2 damage linking through, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
And
4 plus 3, 2? Wait, is it? Sorry, 1. So looks like Gabriel.
well, in either case, he created an eloquence
Yeah.
token off the back end, immediately using that for I believe it's a Revel in Rune Blood.
Yeah.
Is that card? Yeah. Thank
4
you.
more rune chance and the widespread annihilation, 6 damage. And once again, if Gabriel has taken damage this turn, this time it's his arsenal that'll get destroyed. So much disruption. It's actually, this is a crazy good start for both players.
Yeah, I'm actually, I this is going a lot better, it seems like, than the Peter streamed game in Brazil went. There's the amount of, not just the pressure he's asserting, but also he's got the Malefics still, 2 verse counters total left remaining, so he's going to be able to keep generating them. And these pseudo on hits are so devastating.
Absolutely. And let's see if Gabriel can pull out a 3rd rabbit from the hat and somehow cancel out this bomb that Peter Buddensiek is throwing his way.
Yeah, 10 damage, nothing to sneeze at. And we can see Gabe's hand. He's got a mirror guy in hand, which it seems like he may commit to the arcane barrier, perhaps.
Wow. So that feels really good on the side of Peter, just getting rid of that first mirror guy, putting on so much pressure. Usually that's the card, whenever I see an Enigma holding onto that, they'll be like, yeah, I'll take 30. I'll take 30 just to play this card. It's so valuable. So seeing Gabriel commit that on the defense is really, really important.
Oh, wow. And I believe that that is a block.
Yeah, it's a block.
Of Ledger of, Ancestry Body, I want to say is the name, but I believe it blocks 2. It provides ward when played to prevent the next red instance of red damage. So really would have preferred to have used that.
Yeah, there it is on screen. The
right,
essence of Ancestry Body.
On his own turn there, but I guess just preserving life while he can.
Yep. So getting a ton of value from those ripple aways and then sort of forced into not maximizing the value as he protects the rest of his life, as Peter is coming out swinging once again, this time Sonata, Galaxia, tutoring up probably another Malefic incantation, if I had to imagine.
Peter is flush with Malefics.
This time, the Revel in Rune Blood, I believe.
That'll create a
Rune Blood incantation.
Rune Blood incantation will create a slow drip of rune chance. For the next 3 turns. So Peter having absolutely no problem developing out rune chance to be able to feed into his rune gate attacks.
Yeah, and this is so important for Vynnset. The release of the Malefic incantation is what really gave the boost to this hero, because it was always so hard to create a good, consistent stream of rune chants to allow the rune gate to be online. But here we see Peter just having a field day with these rune chant generators, as even though Gabriel was able to stop so much of it, he's still staring down the face of 2 counters on the Malefics and 3 counters on that Rune Blood incantation, as Gabriel now swings in. 7 damage from the Enlightened Strike. Just a simple attack.
And bright side for Gabriel, he got to keep 4 cards in hand. A little bit more of a setup turn from Peter there. You're going to have to do that as Vynnset. But a nice turn, sending 7. Going to be able to develop out a Restless Coalescence before he passes and put a sink below an arsenal. That's a lot of value. And
those Restless Coalescences have been so valuable for Gabriel. But here is one of those moments where maybe we see the hero power of Vynnset shine. If he's able to pull that off and make the first rune chant unblockable, that Restless Coalescence is getting 0 value.
That's an excellent point, Michael. And I think, well, we'll see here if that is exactly what Peter does. But hard to imagine, making that ward 2 into a ward 0 will not be a very attractive idea to Peter.
We see Peter banishing that Deathly Wail, the bread and butter of Vynnset, going up to 3 rune chants. So it is online and he's able to play it whenever he wants to, as he hovers a card. And it is a Shadow non-attack, which means he can activate the Vynnset hero ability just like he wants. I I think that's a +3 on that card. I don't see that one so much. Do you know what that card does?
I'm having a little bit of problem seeing it, but,
Yeah.
but I believe you're right.
There it is. Tear through the portal. Choose a red action, and it gains go again. So Peter could be going even wider after this one. But the most important part is that it says shadow at the bottom, allowing Peter to slice through that Restless Coalescence as if it wasn't even there.
Yeah. And that's quite a bit of value lost for Gabe there. Can't love the way this is the way this turn is starting, given that this is presumably the first of at least two attacks that Peter will be sending his way.
Yeah, when he closes this chain, he will be able to make 2 more rune chants, which is just enough to send that rune gate card sitting there in the banish zone.
Oh, and I hate to say that in Gabe's pitch zone for the second time in just 3 turns. We have a mirror guy being pitched for Arcane Barrier.
Now, do you think it's a choice where Gabriel lowers the value of that in his calculations because of that Vynnset hero ability?
I would think so. I would think it has to be. I mean, to your point, the fact that the Restless Coalescence there was so much lost value, and that's just on a War 2. I can imagine it could result in a blowout here if Gabe is not careful.
But as we talk so positively about Peter's situation and negatively about Gabriel's, the life totals still reflect 29 to 28. So Gabriel surely isn't out of it as he blocks with his Fate Foreseen 4 on 6, dropping down to 29. And Peter follows it up with the Phantom Wraith Banshee. Oh, no, I think that one's a Wraith.
Yeah. And this one, I believe, doesn't have any text on it.
Nope, just a 2 for 6.
Right. And so just a lot of damage. I wonder if Gabe will opt to just block 4 with the last D-React in his hand and then maybe play a Warmongers on his turn.
That could be an effective way to slow Peter down, but you got to think that he's got to do something about pressuring Peter's life total, because the way things are right now, he is slipping behind on that tempo.
Yeah, and I wonder too,
and a call to end things out. Just unrelenting pressure.
Yeah, and Cole, obviously, you mentioned how the power how Vynnset's power has been enhanced ever since the printing of Malefic Incantation. Cole, the latest in the toolbox for Vynnset, just absolutely backbreaking, and we know that as Fang enjoyers.
Yeah, this one was a what do they call it? The extra slot. Why am I blanking?
Expansion slot.
Thank you. The expansion slot. It was an expansion slot in Hunted, and the ability to, at instant speed, make somebody discard a card banish a card, while you also have to do the same in Vynnset. It's kind of like drawing it. It's better for you to banish it. It's so good.
Yeah, and when paired with the Face Purgatory, Vynnset just has so many options to really just poo-poo their opponent's plans. Maybe a little less so against Enigma, but Peter having no problem so far making this a very tough game for Gabe's Enigma.
And due to that banish, Gabriel just passes, it looks like, as Peter now sets up 7 rune chants.
Well, on the bright side, it looks like Peter is IPing 2 cards here.
That's true.
That it's quite a. I think the issue sometimes with Vynnset is being able to make use of all the cards in your hand, and that's part of the strength of Spellbound Creepers, right? To be able to elongate the chain of attacks you can put together in a given turn. But
sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, I didn't see if Gabriel blocked with or played that Warmongers. If he played it out quickly, it could explain why Peter bricked a little bit and decided to opt for the peace version and just set up a little bit more. But this is Gabriel's shot, right? To turn things around as he is able to double transcend. And if he's lucky, maybe he's got some kind of mirror guy in hand. The third copy right here would be, I feel like he needs something of that caliber to just rip the tempo back. Peter's sitting on 7 rune chants is terrifying.
Yeah, and it's, you look at the live totals and you think this is still quite close, and it's not too far off. But you sometimes forget to look down at the little purple tokens. That
sometimes I just
has.
discount. I think of myself at 20 when there's 7 on the board.
Yeah. One of the many problems I have thinking too highly of my position.
Yeah.
But here, let's see what we finally have 2 Spectral Shields being developed out for Gabe. We haven't, I don't think, seen him attack with any this game. This will be the first. So a little bit of offensive pressure via the Spectral Shields. And it's followed up by an Astral Etchings, it looks like. which
Okay.
will I believe place some additional counters on one of those.
Yeah, put 3 1+1 counters on target aura with ward you control, and if you control a spectral shield token, you can play it as an instant. I don't see the counters on the spectral shield yet, so maybe Peter's thinking about responding, or
Yeah, well, he did draw up there, so I think
okay,
well, oh, there it is. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. So
boom.
yeah,
A little cheeky
Yeah.
reaction on the side of Enigma, as if she didn't have enough tools. She could do it all. She can do it all except deal with these rune chants, apparently.
well, you know what's better than 7 rune chants is 9 rune chants, which is
my
what Peter has
gosh.
to start this turn. It's going to be a whole boatload of damage coming Gabe's way. He's going to have to pitch 3 blues, and assuming Peter doesn't prevent anything to save his
And
spectral
here's
shields.
another shadow card, just ripping straight through all that ward once again. Only 2, but every point matters in the game of Flesh and Blood. Ooh, as Peter plays 2 front pumps. This is going to be a scary
wow.
attack coming through.
Yeah, so that's 1 from the shadow puppetry, and
Yeah, 1 from Shadow Puppetry, and I think
Beseech.
3 from Beseech. So
Yeah.
we're looking at 6 + 4, 10, and then 9 rune chance.
Yeah.
Casual 19. Whoa.
wow, yeah, and Peter did indeed pay the life to make this unpreventable, I believe. So those spectral shields were unfortunately never going to be long for this world.
Yeah, so now Gabriel has to figure out how he's going to deal with this 7 Arcane coming his way.
And it's definitely a tough. Obviously, if you're Gabe, you don't want to take 18 points of damage. It's not feasible. But at the same time, you cannot simply just continually not pressure Peter and allow him to keep taking these setup turns, which is what allows these sort of recursive blow-up turns that we've been seeing. So it'll be interesting to see how much Gabe is willing to devote to the defense here.
Yeah, it's always such a tricky spot to figure out exactly how much you preserve your life versus how much you save to crack back and hopefully steal back the tempo.
And it
as
looks like
Gabriel drops to 18.
Yeah, he took all the rune chants there, just going to choose to block out physically here.
Yeah.
Maybe making reds into a 3 block.
Yep, blocking 6, I believe. Oh, and a sink below, so the full 10 committed. So Gabriel stopping at least the physical portion of this damage. Peter still has 2 cards in hand, though, which can be a little bit scary. If he can't use them, that would be great for Gabriel. If he can, he's got a little bit more to deal with those last 2 cards in his hand.
And Gabe does have Tunic and the Miraging Metamorph to offer up on his turn, so it's very possible we see the block with the other card, which it seems like is exactly what Gabe is going to be doing.
Yeah, and finally, Gabriel has gotten through all of those rune chant creating auras, so if he's lucky, Peter might start to break up a little bit. Now, he'll have to wait until the turn after next because that Deathly Whale did create 2 on the back end.
Mm-hmm.
But man, Gabriel needs to find some breathing room. He needs Peter to brick on the rune chant generation. That Miraging Metamorph, though, is a great way to just get some space, hopefully force some blocks, and hopefully claw back a little bit of tempo.
And it really does feel like Gabe has a bit of a superpower where he turns a lot of his cards sideways, but whenever I check the life totals, they're pretty close to parity.
Yeah,
so
I was just gonna say that we've been seeing Gabriel get his teeth kicked in this whole game, and yet here he is sitting equally at parity with Peter. So I have to give him credit. He's clearly a very seasoned defensive player, knows how to get the value defensively and offensively and just chip in where he can. And of course, Vynnset does a little bit of damage to himself. That's the whole thing about it, the Shadow Runeblade. So while he is doing a lot of damage and pushing that tempo, he's also kind of eating a little bit of damage on the back end with things like Blood Debt and that whale.
I'm smelling a 2 attack wide turn again here with this Terror Through the Portal, which will give this Phantom Banshee go again. Notably on Gabe's turn, he did present the Miraging Metamorph, which was promptly popped. So no damage presented.
Yeah, man, it would have been lucky for him if it didn't get popped, but can't catch a break yet. You got to keep blocking.
It would have been nice if he had a Spectral Shield or something to get value there, but unfortunately, looks like more defense here for Gabe.
And it looks like Peter did not use the hero ability, giving Gabriel the recourse to block all of the rune chants, as well as 6 of the 7 damage coming from that Phantom Banshee. And just taken down to 15, no cards left in hand, putting up the best wall he can think to make and saying, Peter, you're going to have to kill me the old-fashioned way. I'm not going to make it easy.
And notably, Peter has no attack actions to Runegate and Banish at this moment, or I guess any sort of value to be gained from Runegating quite yet. So I wonder if, depending on what Gabe's able to do here, or if this is yet another setup turn for Peter.
Yeah, this is exactly what Gabriel was slowing the game down, hoping to achieve, is this sort of clunky hand, no rune chance to speak of. I'm seeing Deathly Whales, which take 3 when they're in your Banish Town. And so we see Peter tanking a little bit. He still does have access to that Vexing Quillihan. So one final out to make sure he doesn't lose tempo. But if he does use that here and send a Deathly Whale over towards Gabriel, he'll be in the same spot next turn.
Yeah, one thing I've really noticed on these two players, they've both been extremely judicious on the use of their equipment. Nobody has I guess besides getting their free tunic resource, has had to use them in any way, shape, or form. So it'll be interesting to see both when Peter deploys, as you mentioned, the Vex and Quill Hand, but also when Gabe is going to pop his oh so powerful hat.
Yeah, no, this really feels like a well-balanced game. I could see either player taking it from this moment. I don't really see a lead in either direction. And if anything, maybe it's sort of started to tilt in Gabriel's favor, which is really, really surprising given the way that it seemed like Peter just was absolutely in the driver's seat for pretty much the whole game up until this point. Like 20 minutes of just throwing bombs and Gabriel deflecting as best as he could.
Yeah, and obviously still a lot of game left here, but if Gabe is able to do the trick of defending out only to ultimately turn the tides of battle into a victory, that'll fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, or well, that was a Bushism.
Exactly. No, I was gonna say you said it perfectly. That's how. Don't fool me again. Is the point, right? That's what.
I am the fool.
There we go. But the thing, I think so. If I see that Peter has a Deathly Whale in hand, if he banishes that and gets 3 rune chants from his gloves, or 2, 1 plus 2 is 3. It's still a 1-card play. Like, he is not using his hand efficiently by doing that. So I think he's tanking, just kind of like hoping that the cards in his hand might change. And I've been in this spot before. It's like you don't have go again. You don't have anything to like extend the value. And it's like, he's got sort of this one option and he doesn't like it. Maybe he can find a way, maybe using the creepers or something like that. But if Gabriel can block all 3 rune chants, I mean, it would be the last chance he has to use the creepers, as they would be destroyed if he doesn't deal any arcane damage. So there's a lot of risk, and he's got that equipment, like you said. He was judicious in saving it.
Yeah,
man.
And there was totally a barrage from Peter to start this game, but we did see a lot of those non-attack action rune chant generating cards, those malefic incantations, the Revel and Rune Bloods of the world. So, it's possible that, and he is committing Peter is committing the Vexing Cool Hand. So we are going to see it used here. That's a one-time resource. So from here on, it'll be a little bit of tougher sledding.
And instead of going for the Deathly Whale to create more rune chants, he opts for the one that banishes from the top of each player's deck when it hits. Blanking on the name, but this one...
Widespread Ruin.
Thank you, Widespread Ruin. This one, I think that's what he was tanking so long about. Like, do I set myself up for next turn, or do I maybe try to like get some more cards and banish? And it looks like he's opting for the banish option, but this is a little bit scary now. Peter's going to have to keep stringing turns together without any auras on the field.
Yeah, well, I'll be curious to see what is banished from the top 2. Maybe it's something usable in some way. Wouldn't hate to see a cull, perhaps. But to your point, Peter, now that he's committed this Vexing Quill Hand, I wonder how much rune chant generation we're going to have readily available to us. And you got to believe that he wants to keep applying the pressure to Gabe, because when you take the foot off the gas against Enigma, I find is when they are the most punishing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Gabriel is presented with a fairly easy block. I believe this is coming in for 9 and 2 rune chance. 1 was unpreventable, so it already went through. Gabriel is sitting at 12.
Maybe the players correctly gauging that this turn is really going to determine the game. I think they've taken longer on this turn than they have in the rest of the game combined.
Yeah, they were flying through those turns before, and suddenly they're just stalling, thinking, tanking.
Got a lot of time. They earned themselves a nice time surplus, so this is when they would do it.
Gabriel goes to 6.
Looking at Gabe's hand, it seems like we've got a lot of chi. Maybe going to take some actions before the combat chain closes here.
Gabriel hoping maybe to get some spectral shields that stick.
So we got 2 chi in hand instead of waxing. Oh, it's a mirror guy. We have found the third mirror guy. So understanding why Gabe was hesitant to be blocking on this turn, it seems like he's going to get to do the thing finally.
I'm going to have to see how this one plays out, but I'm thinking I might be giving Gabe the nickname of mirror guy at the exact right time every time Montes or something like that, because my God, this could, if this
something like that rolls off the tongue.
It's right, exactly. It's gotta sound good. No, but this is the kind of thing. If Peter doesn't have the ability to activate his hero ability next turn, this is it, right? This is Gabriel found his window, and it's still like this is the thing. Is it really really matters if Peter has that shadow attack action, non-attack? Oh wait.
All right, and popping the creepers here. Gonna play I believe that is a Revel in Runeblood. It is. And gonna create a lot more rune chance. He hit we missed this.
Whoa.
He hit off the blind banish, I believe, a widespread ruin.
Widespread.
That has to feel bad for Gabe.
Oh no.
Peter said, "What about my nickname?"
Pushing it all the way to the other end of the table. Peter knows this takes the rest of his hand. And that thing I said about him getting the mirror guy at the exact right moment, well, just like the other 2 mirror guys before this one, it looks like he's going to have to commit it to blocking, and that's not what he wants to do right now.
Yeah, he heard the talk about the nickname. He says, "I feel I deserve a nickname. Maybe Peter Banish Buddensiek." Banished, I don't know, whatever. Well,
I mean, that was better than mine, let's be honest.
I don't know about that.
Right, thank you. Thank you.
All right, so facing down a total of 10 damage, which is here, quite obviously, lethal. He's got the ability to deploy out a mirror guy with Ward 4.
He can't swing with it, though. Like, even if he commits his armor to blocking and a card to stop the rune chance and somehow lives with 1, playing out the mirror guy and passing does not help him very much.
So the best the Ripple Away can do at this point is block for 3 on either axis, right? And so he's got to find a way to stop. You're probably not profitably stopping the extra rune chance, so at least 1 there, and then block an extra. So he's got to give one of his cards to this widespread ruin. Otherwise he can't survive. And maybe this is when he commits to the desperation use of the traverse.
Right.
I'm presuming he's got a chi in the deck somewhere at this point.
Yeah, I'm blanking. Maybe Gabriel can find a line. I can't see it. This is such a tough spot.
Yeah, and we made our jokes about this turn taking up longer than the rest of the entire match, but this is quite literally going to decide the match. So understandable that the players have taken so long.
Oh wait, this is great. I mean, again, it's like he can't swing with it. If only he had that tunic counter, it might buy him enough time. It might buy him something as he drops down to 4, goes and finds the chi. He will be able to play that mirror guy, but he won't be able to swing with it.
Yeah, and if he's not going to swing with it, you have to imagine that Peter is going to be very incentivized, if he can, to trigger Vynnset's ability to make his rune chain unpreventable, which is just going to be bye-bye mirror guy.
And this just harkens back to before this game started. I was talking about how players kind of had this feeling like, Vynnset's ability just doesn't do enough into the Enigma. They can play around it. They don't have to build up these huge boards. But here's a spot where when you're on the back foot and your only option is to play a mirror guy into a Vynnset, I mean, that's all there is to it, right? Like he's gonna get that. I am so jealous right now as a Fang player that he can just use his hero power and say, bye-bye, Mira guy. Oh, I want to be able to do that. I got to find my one copy of Jagged Edge and play it with a resource.
And before passing over, Peter does develop out the Funeral Moon, so he'll have one rune chant to start the turn. So going to have a little bit of flexibility here. I wonder what, depending on that hand texture, I think I see a Deadwood Dirge, perhaps. He is an expert hand shuffler, so I'm not able to make too much out of that.
Yeah, the dexterity of the players that play this game when it comes to hand shuffling never ceases to amaze me. Gabriel, hoping beyond hope that maybe Peter hasn't found what he needs, but there
it's a rough sign.
Is a lot of rune chance. Does he have the shadow non-attack action? Shuffling, stalling for dramatic effect.
Yeah, I think
Peter,
I see.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I think I see a machination of Dominion in his hand.
Okay.
Perhaps that's obviously not a shadow card. Is that a shadow?
I don't think so. That's the one that gives it overpower, right?
Yes, and that is a succumb to temptation is the other card in
Okay, so
hand,
he
which
doesn't have
we
the
have not
shadow.
seen yet. Which is and yet another card in the Vynnset is disrupting you suite, as I'll call it. See what's Peter's got here. There is the machinations of Dominion that'll give overpower. Overpower is deadly at this point of Gabe's life total.
Gabriel dodging the first bullet he had to dodge in order to have a chance in this game. No Vynnset hero power activation, so just 4 rune chance and an overpowered Phantom Banshee.
I do see a the most expensive D-React known to man. Shelter from the Storm in hand for Gabe. So that will add some flexibility in terms of preventing this damage, because obviously 4 rune chance is a lot more annoying to prevent than 3 rune chance.
Huh.
I can a lot of potential lines for Gabe here.
Yeah.
Wonder which way he's going to opt.
I mean, if he can survive here and just like Peter needs to brick, he needs him to brick. So he just has to stay defending. Okay. Using the shelter as if it were a blue, preventing 3. And then 1 more blue pitched.
I think he's going to pitch the blue to A, B, and then have the 1 extra prevention go over. So
Yeah,
he's keeping his mirror guy around.
That makes sense. Oh, that's pretty smart.
Artful
like
approach
that.
for Gabe. I think it seems like he might be able to keep alive the mirror guy on
and he's
this.
going to have the tunic counter. So at least he can swing.
This does have go again, this attack. So it's very possible Peter can follow up. At the very least, he can send off his weapon.
Yeah, but he's got the floating prevention.
That's true.
Ooh, succumb. Wait, so does he have cards in? Yeah, it doesn't really do much.
Just emptying his hand. And you're right. The prevention there would have mooted the weapon attack there. So we are going to get a mirror guy swing for Gabe if there is a path to victory.
I would be surprised if Peter blocked any of this, but depending on his hand, maybe he has to just to get the value he can if he's got a clunker.
Yeah. And Peter, I think, is going to take a lot of time here. We have 20 minutes left in the round. These players did us a great service by playing quite lightning fast in the beginning of this game, and now we get to sort of agonize along with them.
Yeah, they're really important turns here at the end. They're just being so deliberate about thinking through their lines, playing carefully. This is what top Flesh and Blood players do, is they play fast until they know they need to think, and then they use the clock intelligently. 8 damage coming across. Raw guy staring Peter down. He reaches for maybe a card to block, one he couldn't utilize on offense.
And you could ignore this maybe once. After that, it quickly becomes unignorable.
Yeah.
Inevitable, some might say. So Peter, to your point, deciding that he couldn't make the use out of that, out of at least 1 card in hand, blocking 3 of the 8 threatened.
Here we see Peter banishing the Eloquent Eulogy and playing out his last red Malefic Incantation.
I think so. Yeah, it's got to be his last red one. So got some more generation on the back end.
So this is scary, but one important thing to note about this is that once again, no shadow cards were played. So Gabriel isn't forced to destroy that mirror guy. If he can block out 5 rune chance followed by 5 damage, he can keep the mirror guy. He'll need to keep a card too to swing with it, but I mean,
yeah, but he's got to do it while also maintaining a card in hand to be able to send out the mirror guy at least. No tunic resource available this time.
So minimum of 4 cards probably required. He could commit the tunic and a sink below.
Yeah.
Actually.
And tunics, it's going to be a long time. You may never see that resource again.
Yeah.
This game from tunic, so maybe this is the time. And I believe this attack, this is the final card in Peter's hand. So it's all very
he banished
face up.
the Eloquent Eulogy, pitched to play this, and blocked with a card, which was all 4 cards, I believe. So yeah, and no go again. So this is it. Yeah, it's all face up.
It's all face up for Gabe. He's a whiz at keeping mirror guys around. Will he find a way to do it here?
I don't know. I feel like I'm rooting for Gabe, which is something I don't remember ever rooting for an Enigma. But this is such an incredible clawback right now on the side of this Enigma player. I mean, he's just hanging in there, showing what good blocking looks like, showing how to claw your way back from what looked like a sure defeat.
Yeah, well, I'm just hoping both teams have a good time. But I also think that both players have displayed a lot of skill. For somebody who who has less familiarity with either of these two heroes, I think this is a great game to watch and sort of develop more of those skills.
Okay.
And Gabriel there pitching to his calming gesture to shore up that extra 1 point of damage. Figured he had the extra floating. Why not?
Wow. Okay.
So not only is Mirror Guy alive, and not only is Mirror Guy alive with a card in hand to be able to attack, Mirror Guy is alive with 2 cards in hand.
Is one of them Mirror Guy?
And one of them is Mirror Guy.
Interesting.
So imagining that's going to hit the arsenal at the end of this turn.
You can't play it out without the chi. But
we're hitting the point where now it is 1 card will not do it. Peter needs to give 2 cards to respect this Mirror Guy, which is going to make it a lot harder to present pressure. This is the turning point.
I gotta say, it's feeling like a pretty good face purgatory. If Peter has the cards and feels like pulling the trigger here, stop all the damage, get rid of that last card. Just destroy the arsenal.
That's an excellent point, Michael. And I think tomes could probably be written about when to use face purgatory. It seems like a very skill testing card. Sure. But no, I think you're absolutely right. If Peter, and I see a couple of non-attack actions in hand.
I can see a world where Peter obviously doesn't know what the card is, but maybe is afraid that if it's an instant, the face purgatory just doesn't do anything here.
Mm-hmm.
Although it blocks a lot of damage. So, deciding if you're going to commit, you might as well do it now.
Mm-hmm. And this is looking like it might be a called shot for you, Michael. Bringing over the face purgatory to the combat chain.
All right. Usually, whatever I think they're gonna do, they do the opposite. So feels good to call it out here correctly.
This could also, like I mentioned, he has to give 2 cards, and by he I mean Peter. So it could just be being used for 2 block value. Nope.
Giving up the succumb. Gabriel discarding the last card, the last Mirror Guy, but that means there's another one coming up. Maybe 2-3 turns from now. I don't know if we see it.
Yeah, I think that's right. It might be this hand.
But he's going to have to once again dodge. Oh, just kidding. Oh, no. Sorry. He's putting the hero power up for the banish. But he needs to once again dodge that terrifying cannot be prevented effect.
Mm-hmm. And I have not seen the card that Peter blind drew off of the face purgatory.
It is a Runeblood incantation. So once again, Gabriel dodging that effect. And wait, is that a Cull in Banish?
That is a Cull in Banish.
Okay, that's a shadow card. So I think Peter can use it here. If Gabe takes any damage, he's staring down. I guess if he takes any damage, the Mirror Guy's gonna die anyway. So
So Peter playing
Oh,
out the
there it
Cole
is.
here. I believe the damage clause is only if you want to play it as an instant. So maybe
I
he's
see.
playing it as an action here.
Okay.
Using
Oh,
his
he has-
eloquence
mhm.
token. So will not sacrifice the action point.
Oh, he got the eloquence from his grimoire of something.
Right.
Awesome use of that card. I very rarely see people using Grimoire of the Haunt. So seeing it here is I forgot he had access to an eloquence just like that. So
Yeah. And definitely making a lot of use out of that other weapon hand slot. I mean, in some matchups, Vynnset forced to use a shield that does blocks for 1 at most. So this is definitely a little bit higher upside in my opinion.
yeah, and now we see the unpreventable rune chance coming through. Just 2 of them. Well, 1 is unpreventable, but that is plenty to destroy the Mirror Guy. And Gabriel could not continue dodging those shadow non-attack actions as the Mirror Guy falls. 3 life to 10, 4 damage on the combat chain. Gabriel puts 3 in front of it.
Gabe down to 1?
Yep.
Or is that 2?
I think he went to 2. He was at 3 and he went to 2, and now
Okay.
Peter makes another eloquence token. But that grimoire does have blood debt on it. I don't think Gabriel can survive 9 more turns, but like that chip damage that Vynnset does to herself.
Mm-hmm. And crucially there, I believe that was a defense reaction that Gabriel was able to put in an arsenal.
Okay,
So
that's helpful.
I could be misremembering that. But in any case, in hand, we've got Phantasmaclasm, which is going to be able to present lethal to Peter if Gabriel's able to keep 2 cards in hand.
Yeah, and a shelter. So Gabriel's got resources to defend as Peter goes up to 3 rune chance, banishing that yellow Deathly Whale. 3 cards in hand. And, ooh, that's a lot of rune chance.
And we got to give a lot of credit to Peter. When he popped the Vexing Quill hand, we did question whether he would be able to consistently find these rune chats. Oh, wow. That is, oh gosh, I'm not going to remember the name.
It's Oblivion.
It's Oblivion.
The name of the
Nazareth.
Yeah, Nazareth,
Yeah.
right.
Wow, that is incredible. You don't see this. I'm not a Vynnset player myself, but
Yeah.
I playing against Vynnset do not see this frequently. Having an ally on the board is going to be able to present so much extra pressure into Gabe.
Yeah, and here we were talking up this big game about a Mirror Guy that can be killed with 1 unpreventable damage. This guy's got 6 life.
Yeah.
Absolute beast.
You almost wonder, I mean, you have to, you can't possibly survive this, the ally Nazareth hanging around for very long.
I
would imagine.
agree. I will say, though, it doesn't have go again. And if you can't, put go again on your attacks, sometimes it sort of just doesn't do anything. But it sure is nice to be able to block out and present 6 every turn. I mean, this is a very, very tall mountain for Gabriel to climb, no matter how you slice it. I think his only out might be just like keep surviving and let that grimoire tick away at Peter's life total. Maybe if he can get 1 more little chip shot in to speed things up, but certainly at 2 life, he doesn't have a whole lot of options here other than block it out.
Yeah, and Gabe, his body language is starting to betray his thoughts here, perhaps, maybe feeling like that Oblivion may have changed the trajectory of this game in the negative for him.
Yeah, he's either feeling a little depressed or locked in, focused up, and I honestly can't tell you which one it is, but he's fighting still as he's thinking about exactly what he needs to do to prevent this. And it is a shelter discarded, as well as a chi, preventing 6 rune chance. 5 now on the combat chain in the form of physical damage, Deathly Whale.
And Gabe will have to give at least 1 card here, even with the Restless Coalescence out. It can't feel great to give up your whole hand with Nazareth still out, but Gabe may just be priced into that eventuality.
Yeah, the fact that Peter has unremovable blood debt in that banish zone is kind of like it's permission to use your whole hand, because blocking with your whole hand is moving towards an end goal, right?
Yeah. It's pseudo offense on, and if I'm looking at Peter's deck, it's looking a little thin.
Yeah.
I wonder, I feel like Peter has enough pressure here to maybe seal the deal, but that will have to be a consideration if he bricks at any point here.
Did Gabe forget to tunic, or had he already done that? Because I thought that maybe he could tunic and then swing that Restless Coalescence.
I'm not quite
But
sure.
that would be-
I think he remembered it.
Okay.
It might be a 2.
Yeah. They always move through that past phase so quickly.
Gabe says, "Look, I take my actions on defense."
Yeah, 5-card hand from Peter. Gabriel, 2 life.
Peter would love a way to be able to go multiple chain links wide on this turn.
Yeah, if he can find a go again with that Nazareth on the board, I don't see how Gabriel could live. But he does need to have that go again source in his hand, along with a card to banish to Rune Gate. You certainly need to piece things together. Vynnset isn't like some consistent, oh, you always get it type of deck. Sometimes you can just brick.
And Peter is in the tank here. Obviously, this is when games are determined. So, wanting to make sure he's taking every second he can.
Yeah, it looks like he's kind of paying close attention to his go again sources. So thinking about, okay, I need go again to close this out, and it looks like maybe he's tracking his pitch there, trying to figure out where is that go again, how long do I have to survive.
Yeah, and it looks like he's got 2. Oh well, giving up a cold to his start of turn effects here. But I think I see at least 1 Malefic in hand, perhaps 2. Peter's so good at hand shuffling. I don't know if I'm seeing double.
Yeah.
Oh wow, just a flail.
Whoa.
Interesting.
It could be that because he's taken damage, he has a way to. Is he going to play that cull out with? Oh, this is an interesting sequence. So I think what he's doing is he's using the flail, playing cull before the rune chance pop to hopefully make one of them unpreventable. Is that? I'm not sure if I'm understanding that sequencing correctly, but that would be, if he's allowed to do that, a pretty heads up play.
Yeah, and we are getting word from our offsite expert here that is in fact something he's allowed to do. So a heads up play by Peter here.
Just brute forcing that damage one at a time as he playfully prods Gabriel with the cull.
This is not blocking 2.
Yeah. So 1 damage forced through as Peter takes 1 on his own end, going down to 6.
Yeah, and Peter is. It seems like he is the aggressor here. It seems like he was in the favorable position because he's so close to closing out Gabriel's life. But he's got to worry on 2 axes here. He's got the Grimoire in the banish, which will slowly ping him, bleed him out, as you're saying.
Yeah,
and that deck is looking awful thin.
I mean, as cool as that play was, it was like 4 damage, maybe 3. Like, I don't think he has another action point after this. So Gabriel goes down to 1 and then gets to keep a 4-card hand, 3 in hand and 1 in arsenal. So,
I mean, is it possible that what we interpreted as Peter looking for ways to give go again was him actually looking for shadow?
That could be
cards
it. He knows that he just needs to do that 1 damage, and so
yeah. So maybe just presenting as much damage as he can this turn to just strip cards, or I guess Cole is going to strip a card on its own. And then trying to find that eventuality. He knows, presumably, he has at least 1 left in the deck.
Okay, there's also a succumb to temptation. So since Gabriel took,
and that'll do it.
And there it is.
Never mind.
Real quick, for those of you who blinked and missed it, Peter was able to gain go again, or gain an action point rather, playing at instant speed the succumb to temptation, follow it up with a 6-power attack when Gabriel was out of cards in his hand. So I think it was a Deathly Whale red. So yeah, closed it out. Well played. That was a great game. It seemed like Peter was just pushing it so much, but the life totals were equal the whole time. Gabriel had these really sick ripple aways, and Peter had to deal with the Miragai the old-fashioned way for 2 turns, despite having that hero tech. So it really shows the depth of interaction between these 2 heroes. This was a cool match. I really liked watching that.
Yeah, and with that win, Peter, I think, locked for top 8. Gabe maybe going to be on the bubble here. But
yeah, with your last win in round 6, I think it's likely, or sorry, last loss. With your last loss in round 6, it's likely that both of these go up. But of course, we're going to have to wait for the standings. So we're going to go to break and do a top 8 announcement shortly. So before we go anywhere, I just want to thank Top Deck Keep once more for sponsoring this, and we will see you shortly. We'll see you shortly. Welcome back, viewers. We've got our top 8 cut announcement coming up in just a bit. So, and a spicy hot round coming up after that. Although we haven't decided which one.
Oh yeah, the lighting
Ooh,
is
it's a
very
blinding
interested.
round. Can we? I don't know if you know how to do that, but this is too bright.
Yeah, this jumped up.
I'm regretting
to
not
50
getting my
too.
tan on. The ghostly paleness.
I could touch this.
So here is our graphic. In first place, we have Christopher Iaali on Aracne. Slip through the cracks. Up against... Am I muted? What? Oh, sorry. I am not muted. We've got Chris Iaali on Aracne in first place. In second place, Peter Buddensiek, who you just saw on the screen on Vynnset. In third place, we have... do we have two? There it is. Bryce Miller-Brooker, not Bryce the Caster, on Zen. Fourth place, Anthony Pham on Aurora. Fifth place, Angel Benitez. Sixth place, we've got Aidan Kwasneski, who you also saw earlier today on Vynnset. Seventh, we've got Tyler Horspool on Aurora. And in eighth place, you know him, you love him, Kano, coming in hot. That was the joke I was trying to make with the lights. It was going to be like, oh, Kano's so hot that it's blinding me.
Yeah, Kano being piloted by Ryan Brown, who loves Kano. I rarely see him play anything else but Kano. He sticks to this hero through thick and thin. So it is exciting to see a Kano in the top 8. You know, they're always there, so you do have to respect them. But another thing I want to mention is Bryce Miller-Booker on Zen. He is a relatively new player, plays at Odyssey in turn 0. So cool to see him top 80. I think this should be his first AGE that he's played in. So nice to see him performing well on Zen right at the end of its legality. Or maybe not, depending on if no one can finish a tournament with him.
Yeah. I heard AGE is going to give half a Living Legend point. So
ooh, that'll put him at 991.5. So
Yep.
only a couple of ProQuests and a half
only
to go.
the same number of points needed to cross the finish line. Cool lineup here. No more than 2 of a kind. And after Vynnset and Aurora, we've got all unique heroes. Really cool to see a Slippy here in first place. I don't know if that's the match we're going to watch because of how quick it'll go and how possibly unfavored it is for Slippy. But we'll talk to our producer and kind of figure out which match is the best one for the camera. But all of these matches honestly look really exciting.
So the Vynnset Aurora one is one that I mentioned earlier as Vynnset, you know, having a possibly good matchup into Aurora because of, you know, Aurora's unwillingness to block and all the disruption that Vynnset can offer. So we'll see if Peter is able to make Tyler succumb to his rune chance.
Yeah, and as much as I've watched Zen on camera over and over again, I don't believe we watched any today.
There's a lot of Zens there today. It was like tied for second most represented. But yeah, we've just got one in the top 8 and new player. So, you know, anything can happen at these events.
Yeah. So overall, really cool spread. I think the players are currently setting up. So we've got about 10 minutes. So we will take a little bit of a moment to talk about our sponsor, Top Deck Keep. Top Deck Keep is what city are they in?
They're in Riverside, California.
Thank you, Riverside, California. Great place to buy singles. They love buying up your great place to buy and sell singles. So they love buying your singles and selling you singles for all kinds of games, but in this case, Flesh and Blood especially. So don't forget to check them out and follow them at their socials at Top Deck Keep on Facebook and on Instagram. We also have some prizing on the line. $400 for first place, as well as 30 AGE open points, $200 for second place, as well as 25 AGE open points, 100 for third through fourth, 50 through fifth through eighth, and a swath of AGE points on the line down the standings, 20, 15, 12, 8, and 1 for participation, which is very meaningful because of our Players' Championship coming up at the end of this circuit, which will have, I want to say 10,000 prizing on the line, which is a pretty big deal for a grassroots tournament
I
like
think
this.
it's 2,000.
Is it 2,000?
But
Okay,
there's
maybe it
also-
was.
There's also a PTI and a gold foil.
Okay, got it. I think maybe I was thinking of some older years prizing, but the PTI and gold foil are new and very exciting. Definitely want to get your hands on those. The gold foils, they do not give those out all willy-nilly. It is hard to get one. So really cool that you can get one from winning the Players' Championship.
Yeah, and with half or even more than half of the top 8 being people who are not currently in the top 16 for the Players' Championship, we could see a pretty major shakeup in the standings depending on who makes it on to the semifinals and finals.
Yeah, that's a really good point. If we look at our top 16 standings, you mentioned that, was it 5 players from here are in the top 8 or 5
Let's
are
see.
not?
So we've got Tyler and Aidan and Anthony. So those are 3 who have top 8'd today who were here in the top 16, but the other 5 are not.
Yeah, wow. So only 3 from this list are in the top 8, which means that very likely somebody will get onto this list that you don't see here. Is Chris Iaali not on this list?
He is not.
Wow. Okay, so maybe he'll make it onto this list. He'll still need to perform. I think this next matchup, Kano, could be a very, very dangerous match for him. Arachnid slipped through the cracks. Not sure how many blues and how much arcane barrier they like to run, but my guess is not a lot. So this could be a very, very tough matchup for him moving forward. I think that's just about it for our standings and sponsors. So thanks for sticking with us. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break. And, I'm sorry. We've got one more graphic here. We've got the April Open for Arcane Games and Events going on right now. And in May 24th, we've got in Riverside. Don't forget to get your tickets at www.age.events. And we also have an East branch in New England. AGE East just started recently, a few months ago, at Great Stories Comics and Gaming. Their next tournament is on the 13th of April coming up, and you can also get your tickets here at www.age.events. So make sure to sign up. These tournaments are often capped, so you want to make sure to get the spot locked in as soon as possible so you don't miss out on the ability to compete for prizing, AGE points, gold foils, everything you could possibly want in a Flesh and Blood tournament. So go get it, age.events. And I think that's it for now, and we will take a quick 10-minute break. We will meet you back on this stream for the top 8 quarterfinals in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Thanks for waiting, folks. We're back here with our first game of the top 8 round quarterfinals. I believe it is a Kano versus Aracne slip through the cracks, which I am really looking forward to. How are you feeling about this one?
I'm very excited. Always cool to see Kano, and this match, while it may not be very long, it's going to be very spicy. So we'll see who is able to draw the nuts first.
I know. You and I are both sort of Kano stands. I know it's a controversial hero. Not everybody likes him. In fact, I don't think anybody likes him except for maybe us, and I think there's like We Make Best and maybe Hayden, Dale. There's like maybe 5 people on the planet that like Kano.
Some of those Vegas guys like him.
Some of those Vegas guys. And of course, Ryan Brown, who we see here making top 8 in 8th place, playing against the first seed, Chris Iaali, who is also playing a super spicy deck in Aracne Slip Through the Cracks. Love the art on this one. So looking forward to this match. And of course, Chris, having the higher seed, will choose who goes first and who goes second. What do you think he's going to pick?
I think it depends on his AB situation.
Yeah.
I think a lot of Kanos, well, he has the respect.
He came ready.
He ready.
This is going to be, we said it was going to be a fast match. I think with a setup like this, it's likely to be a little bit grindier because although Ryan does kind of want to pop off, first he's going to have to chip away at Chris. And as much as Chris is an aggro deck and would love to just tear through Ryan, he needs to hold a card back and respect that wildfire potential. Although, of course, he has Ward 3, but he needs to ensure that's enough because sometimes this Kano can just do surprising things.
Yeah. One interesting thing is that though Chris is on AB3, it's not the Lantern. He's got 2 Hunter's Claves. Normally, if you have the ability to run 2-handed things like that, Arcane Lantern is just such an easy auto include. Yeah. But Chris really values the ability consistently to mark the Kano. And also the Spell Void does not hurt either.
So Ryan Brown going first, kicking things off by using his hero ability to play out a Potion of Luck, a Potion of Deja Vu. Which is a really important card in this matchup, allows Ryan to dig deeper and put the cards in his hand on top of his library as a way to basically, put the wildfire, whatever card he wants to play, he can then put that on top and from his pitch, that is, and then play it at instant speed. So
yeah, definitely nice to be able to get Potion out on turn 0 and get the arsenal. Interesting to note that he did pitch away the Clarity Potion, so he had the ability to play out either, and he just valued the Deja Vu over the free opt.
Yeah, I think that makes sense as we see now Chris attacking in for his turn 1. Hunter's Clave connects, marking Ryan, and then a Leave No Witnesses, which is a pretty darn annoying breakpoint for a Kano to deal with. Kano doesn't have any armor that can block, so either Ryan commits 2 cards to this or he loses his arsenal.
Yeah, very true. And thankfully for Ryan, this does not have Go Again. It is not a stealth card, so he just has to worry about the card that is left in Chris's hand. And see how much he values protecting that arsenal.
Yeah, I didn't get to see what it was that he put in there, but we do see a wildfire in his hand, which is a really, really important card in this matchup. It might be too soon, and it might be that he opts to block with it here. But definitely every turn counts. Although this is going to be a relatively low turn game, I imagine a lot of tanking in each turn because of the absolute lethality that both of these champions can present with the attack reactions on the side of Chris Iaali and
wow, okay.
And wow, what is this? So Chris so Ryan just pitches two reds and a yellow and then pops the potion. What did he pitch him to?
So I think he's activating Kano,
okay.
And then he's going to Deja Vu them on top. It doesn't look like he has any blues in hand, but he's I don't know, maybe that's could be a Kindle in Arsenal, so wants to get a little value off the off the plane of it.
Oh, so Sonic Boom with 2 floating is a great way to play the next card for free. As he uses his Crucible and pitches a second Sonic Boom to play this, coming in for 4 damage. And Sonic Boom is a really important card. I haven't seen a lot of Kanos
Yep,
playing
there's
it
the
recently. Okay, there it is. Kindle, grabbing.
All right.
Something. I didn't see which card he grabbed, but I'm guessing it was the
was
Wildfire so that he could put it in Arsenal.
Yeah, there are 2 reds. I didn't see. I think it was a Spindle. He pitched Spindle, Wildfire, and Sonic Boom. So
Yeah, having the ability to hit a Spindle here and then having the Wildfire in Arsenal and then opting a huge number of cards is what he's trying to do. So Chris is going to have to block at least 3 if he wants to prevent this Sonic Boom.
Except it's for 4 because of the Aether Weave. So even if that's a blue in Chris's hands, then he's only going to be able to prevent 3 of it, take 1, Spindle gets banished, and he plays it at a discount. And actually this Kindle,
and the
so
Kindle,
it's for
so
5.
it's 5. Oh,
so
wow.
This Spindle
Chris
is
just
coming in
takes
for
it.
free, and then he's going to save the AB for the Spindle.
Man, the creativity of that play. Props to Ryan to see that line. That was really cool.
Yeah, whenever I was on Kano, he got the Wildfire instead.
Interesting.
So then that's a Spindle in
Yeah.
hand, I believe.
Well, okay, okay.
If I was reading,
Yeah, I
the
think it is a
card correct.
Spindle. So Ryan instead choosing to order that a little bit differently than I would have. I definitely value opting with a Wildfire in Arsenal, but it could be that he is afraid of Arsenal disruption.
Yeah, but I mean, if that's a Spindle, then you're gonna Arsenal it anyway. So I think if you're gonna end with an Arsenal, then you might as well do the one.
Yeah.
Whenever I was on Kano and playing against Assassin, I would just run because I was bad at blocking. I would run Waning Moon, and if they did anything too disruptive, I'd just go, all right, I'm just gonna empty my hand and throw as much damage back at you as possible. Which is kind of what we saw Ryan do that turn with the Kindle. It's leaving the Arsenal anyway. Might as well get value out of it.
And we see 30 life to 25. So Ryan really cracking a lot of damage there. 10 coming across as he passes his turn, puts that Spindle in the Arsenal. And Chris starts things off with an Infect 3. And thanks to the Slip Through the Cracks ability, go again. The Infect has the on-hit ability of creating a Blood Rot Pox token. And we'll see how Chris chooses to get over this.
Interesting. So he's playing the Codex just for the tokens. His arsenal is full and Ryan's arsenal is full. So, you blocked out my Blood Rot generator. Guess what? I'll just make one for you anyway. And then pitches 2 reds to play the CNC. All right, Ryan has blocked with 1 card, but, Chris is tapped out. Oh, doesn't matter. We're just blocking.
Okay, so once again, just blocking things out. And okay, we're getting a little bit of information from our producer that the reason Ryan chose to put the Spindle in Arsenal rather than the Wildfire is because he didn't. And it was a mistake and he misordered. And that's unlucky because I think it would have been really nice to have that stored away. Having that's your ticket to victory. So he's really going to have to hope to find another one soon because that could be a game-losing mistake if he's not able to get a Wildfire into Arsenal to threaten lethal.
Well, I mean, he says it's a mistake, but, imagine that this Spindle's Wildfire right now, then he's just throwing 5 damage that doesn't have an on-hit. If it was Wildfire, if you don't throw it, then your turn is basically nothing.
No, absolutely.
So.
And I think you bring up a really good point that Kano really needs to do a little bit of pre-damage. And the best card to do it with is the one that lets you look at the top 5 cards of your deck and piece together the next turn that you want exactly. And wow, look at that. Ryan keeps all 5. So he's happy with it. Maybe he found that other Wildfire that he needs to be able to hold on to. But once again, it's sure, you want to sit on that in your arsenal for as long as possible. But also, Arachne has so much arsenal disruption. It's almost better to only hold it for one turn, for the one turn that you need it, rather than sitting on it all game where it could potentially get blown up.
Wow. Ryan really respecting this Mark the Black Widow. And Chris says, all right, we'll just move on to the next tech then. But no arsenal for Ryan. So, yeah, I would love to take 4 vanilla damage. Banish the top card of my deck. Didn't need that Sonic Boom. So he's going to establish a potion and get an arsenal. And then
Yeah, establishing those potions is so important for Kano. So he's pretty happy with that. Gets that wildfire into Arsenal, as well as a potion of deja vu. So he still has his work cut out for him though, because Chris Iaali has Spell Void 3 in his equipment.
He does, but one thing I have not seen from Chris yet is a blue.
Yeah.
Every time he's pitched, it's been multiple reds, a red and a yellow. So I'm not sure which blues Slippy runs in this list, but Spell Void 3 is great, but if you tap out, then that's all you got, and then that's it for the rest of the game. So you better be able to kill him from there. Oh, two more
yellows,
pitches.
or a red and a yellow, but he just wants to clear his hand out, and there is the Command and Conquer, that Arsenal disruption that basically says you need to take things slow the game down a little bit. You can get your 2-card hand, but you can't blow me up right now.
Yeah. So we're just gonna see what's on top. Hopefully it's a potion.
Nice. A 0 cost is exactly what he wants to see. I think he'll just play that out for a little bit of chip and then establish the potion of energy, the energy potion rather.
Yeah, this is like the best thing that he could find on top, except for maybe another potion. That would
yeah. The more energy potions Ryan has, the happier he's going to be. If he could get up to 3, he will be in a fantastic spot. Of course, the combo still needs together, but the most limiting thing about Kano is how many resources do you have access to? So having those potions on the field is crucial.
Yeah, and the thing with Slippy is he does probably more damage on average than Assassins, but he's still not a full-on aggro deck, like Aurora or anything. He does rely on disrupting his opponent, and if the opponent can just pop off in response and ignore your disruption, then you don't have what you're trying to accomplish in your game plan.
Is that a 4 blue hand from Ryan?
I did not see.
Okay, because the more blues he has, he might be set up for a wildfire combo, is my point.
Gotcha. All right, so 6 damage, Art of Desire Mind. That's a good one, but again, it's just damage. It's not disruption. So we'll see if Ryan even cares all that much. If that is a 4 blue hand, then maybe he says, all right, I'll take it. What else do you got?
Yeah, I think he's going to ask Chris to show him a little bit more before he decides to commit anything to this.
Yeah, and probably not super important, but there is no, on hit that relates to marking. So this will clear the mark, and Chris could obviously just flick and reapply it. But if he doesn't have a lot of dagger retrieval to employ, then he's not going to be able to do that too much. But Ryan is thinking on this.
I wonder. I mean, this is the thing: is you kind of have to make a decision right here, right now, if you think you can kill, and if you don't, you probably want to block. And I should say, if you think you can kill, if your opponent taps out. But Chris Iaali is a fantastic Flesh and Blood player, and that he's thinking about what the possible combos Ryan could throw at him are. And so it wouldn't surprise me to see him only play one more card after this and hold a card. Maybe he'll play his arsenal out, but it's so common for the really good players to just know that when you're down to this life total, 23 life, doesn't matter if it's red, blue, or yellow, you hold a card at the end of your turn to threaten like it's a blue, so the Kano player can't just have all the information that, guaranteed kill.
Okay, so, yep, Ryan elected to block, and Chris does have the best response in the Take Up the Mantle, so now this is going to come over for 6 and banish a card from his hands when it hits, which is very painful.
Yeah.
But Ryan's still at 9. He's going to essentially skip his next turn. But, Chris is still down to 23. And if I wonder what would have happened if Ryan had said no blocks on that, because Chris just has 2 reactions in hand. And so if he had just played them the same way he did without Ryan blocking, then he's tapped out.
No, I
And-
think that Chris knows not to do that, but
Yeah.
it's a good question. And Ryan, happy to just send the 1 for 3. Now Chris down to 20 with only 20 life. This is getting a little bit scary. Although Ryan still needs to be able to piece together quite the combo to get through Ward 3. That's a lot to get through. So Chris just continuing to chip away and play it really smart. 3 damage now on the chain in the form of Art of Desire Body, I believe is that one.
Yeah. So has go again already because of Slippy's ability, and then maybe it will gain Chris a life. But the thing he has to worry about is another take up the mantle. It is also if he could draw a card if it banishes a red off the top. But Kano is not the most red heavy deck in the world. He's got like 50% blues. He's got a handful of yellows. So this isn't a guarantee, but Ryan's respecting it.
Yep, decides to give a block. He's not quite ready to commit to the combo yet. So Chris pumping it up now. Razor's Edge.
Yep. So another 3. Let's see if it's a red. It is not. Pretty sure you just run blue, the Twinings. And then more Arsenal Disruption.
Are there reactions that can target this in his list, do you think?
Well, we've seen 2 Razor's Edges. No, Razor's Edge
Razor's
just
Edge,
says
yeah,
stealth.
stealth.
Yeah,
Shred can hit it.
Yeah.
Thank you, producers. This is a tough choice. Now, Ryan could give 2 cards, and then if he shreds and gets over, just pocket that last wildfire.
Oh, he said no blocks.
Wow.
So that puts him down to 5.
Okay.
Do we have anything else?
That's
Are we
smart
going to
because if he
1?
did block, then he'd give value to the shred. So instead, saying
Yeah,
you
that's
can
just to
have
make us
my
go there
wildfire.
forever.
Going to 1. So this is probably Ryan's last chance to do damage. And I will say one of the tough things about going to 1 is Kano.
2 blazing's gone.
Oof.
All right,
Not what he
searching through
wants to
the
see.
graveyard. Do we see a 3rd blazing? Don't think so.
So one of the difficult things for Kano about going to 1 is now you need to make a decision to go during the first attack rather than being able to force your opponent to play their whole hand out.
All right, this is the perfect thing for Ryan. He's going to demand at least a card from Chris. Otherwise, he's going to perfectly sculpt his next hand. But yeah, to your point, he is now on Flick Knives Lethal. The second that they enter reactions, Chris is going to be able to do that, and Ryan has to respond immediately and kill him. So hoping he's going to find something. Well, he's looking for blues, so I imagine you just any blues you find here, you leave them on top. Anything else goes to the bottom. You get that wildfire in Arsenal, and then you just
knowing that there's only one more blazing aether left in the deck, it may be that even if they're blues, he needs to hedge and dig a little bit and just say, if it's not blazing, I don't want it. But blues are fantastic for the combo. So it's a really, really tough decision for Ryan to make. And he's going to have to think about how much he trusts his deck in this very moment. Is the next card blazing? Or does he need to forego these blues, put them on the bottom, and just say, I don't think it's the next one. I need to dig more. And hopefully the next couple are also blues. But
yeah. And I mean, blazing is good, but if you have blazing in hand and other reds, then that makes the combo very difficult to achieve.
yeah. And it looks like he opted to put 2 of the blues on top, putting 1 on bottom. So doing some sneaky Kano math, saying, I need at least 2 blues, so let's make sure we get those. And then, is that a Kindle?
I think it's not Kindle. Oh, and a blazing. Okay.
That's a good hand.
Yeah, so Ryan is definitely going to be entering the tank on this one because he has to respond to this.
Yeah, he can't take this damage, which I'm sure he would love to be able to go to reactions and make Chris use a few more cards to put him into lethal range. But no, Chris gets to put 1 card on the combat chain.
Yeah, and Chris is low. I mean, you know, you've got the Kindle, which assuming you're going to use on the Wildfire, and then you probably afford Crucible. Maybe you can afford the Metacarpus node, and you know, Chris can block at, I mean, 6 of it at most, as long as he has a non-red in his hands. But Chris is at 17, so if we find what we need on top, then it could be bad news for Chris. One thing I was thinking about, so he's had a Justin Nick in his arsenal for almost the entire game. He arsenaled that on one of the first couple of turns, and the only thing Justin Nick works on is the 1 power attacks. Those are the blues. Like, those are the blues Chris is running. And so, like, how often against Kano are you just saying, yeah, I would like to play this blue card out of my hand? And obviously, Bonds of Agony, Persuasive Prognosis are very useful. But, you know, playing the blues to hold on to the reds and the yellows.
I think that's a really good point. I'm curious. It looks like Chris only has 2 cards in his hand. I don't.
Yeah. So he blocked.
Okay.
Of the
Okay. That's right.
spindle.
He pitched. Thank you. And here it is. Ryan Brown emerges from the tank, casting his Storm Striders, pitching a blue. And you got to think it's some kind of fancy kindled, stack it all up type of thing.
Double
Kindle.
Okay, so maybe it's not. Okay, no, it was a blazing. Right?
Yeah, no, it's a blazing. So he's going to, and is that a blue or a red?
I mean, if it was a blue, I'd imagine you just put this back on top.
It has the, I think it's a flood the gate, whatever, enter the floodgates.
Open the floodgates.
Open the floodgates. So I think you only run that in blue, right?
Yeah, potentially.
So this is, he might just be thinking about, you know, sequencing, and maybe he wants to draw some cards off of it. And no, he just takes it and pitches it.
No, it is a red.
It is?
Yeah, okay.
Oh,
that was why
yikes.
he was thinking.
Okay.
Okay, so he's still got 2 card draws. Okay, so he's popping the Deja Vu now to get... he's going to just...
Does he have the resources to...
Well,
he's
so
got
gonna
2
let,
Kindles, right?
Yeah,
Okay, so
he's
he
going to let
needs...
1 resolve and draw blue, and then probably activate Kano to banish the Open the Floodgates, and then let the other Kindle resolve and hopefully draw blue. If you don't draw blue, I think you're toast. That's a yellow.
Okay.
Not
I mean, he
ideal.
has an energy potion. He definitely can't Metacarpus, but he still has the chest piece.
Yeah, so that's true. So he's got 5 resources to work with, and he has already paid for Striders. Open the Floodgates costs 2, Wildfire costs 2. So I imagine you're just going to Wildfire, buff it with Crucible, and then so that's going to be 7 with the 2 Kindle buffs. At least 1 is going to leak through. Then you play the Open the Floodgates, and Open the Floodgates is almost certainly going to be doing more damage unless Chris is just like flush with blues. So
yeah, it looks like Ryan is just a little bit resource starved to do it all. He's going to have to make a choice between playing this Metacarpus or playing this Crucible, I think. I haven't done the full math. I'll let Ryan do that. I don't want to take away from his brilliance, but looks like here he's decided to cast the Crucible and play the Wildfire.
So he's 1 resource short, I think, because he had nothing floating.
Yeah. So
and he pitched 1 for Crucible and then 2 for Wildfire. So
right. So he Are you saying to do this play at all?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
So he's doing it now.
Okay.
So the Wildfire is coming in for 7. He's got nothing floating, but he's got the energy potion needed to pay for Open the Floodgates.
Yeah.
What do we got? 2 reds?
Oh no, that's
it's a red and
yellow and a red. So he blocks
6 of 7.
But crucially,
1 came over.
Yeah.
And he's out. He's out of stuff. So if Ryan draws 2 blues off of this Open the Floodgates, which is coming in for 4,
yeah.
then
wait, this is 5.
Wait, I think he's dead.
I think he got it.
Yeah, because Blazing Aether. No, hold on, not yet. Because
he needs a little more.
yeah, so Blazing Aether currently is coming in for 6. Could pump it up to 7 with Metacarpus Node. He does need one more spell.
Yeah, I think if it's 2 reds, he might be hosed. But
I think that's
it's
a blue and a
yellow.
yellow. So he has to find a spell on top.
If he
finds
a potion, he's also not happy at all.
Right. Oh no, that's a Will of Arcana. No.
This is why you don't spend hundreds of dollars on legendaries, folks.
The smile from
the
Chris.
worst card in the game, and there's nothing he can do about it.
No. All right.
Oh my
cast the blazing
gosh.
Response. Puts him to 5. No. The worst card he could find. I mean, I guess like a potion also does it, but tragic. The worst top deck. If that Will of Arcana was 1 card higher at any point on the turn.
Literally flip the order of those 3 cards any way you want, and Chris and Ryan gets this game.
So we found Will of Arcana. What's the next card? Show us.
Yeah. Will of Arcana.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah. What's the next one? Gaze?
Oh my,
Gaze was perfect.
Gaze would have crushed anything else.
Yeah. So tragic ending.
Heartbreaking. Really awesome game though. I think the thing I really like is when Kano plays into decks that have the tools, Arcane Barrier. You know, they're aggressive. They have the Spell Void. This is, I think, a really cool matchup, and it was really great to see how Kano can still play into that kind of stuff. I think sometimes it feels like, oh, you can't do anything as Kano, and you only prey on people who don't have Arcane Barrier. But I've actually found playing Kano myself that you get some really fun interactive. I know I'm talking about Kano still. Interactive games when you have these Arcane Barrier and Spell Void type lists. So really well played by both players. And congratulations to Chris Iaali for taking it, as he'll move on to the semifinals.
Yeah, super well done by Chris. He knew to hold back the 3 resources so he can maximum block the wildfire in the next turn and blocked as much of the spindle as he could. So didn't see a single blue that game, but doesn't matter if you just kill them.
All right, well, we've got a short 10-minute break before our next match, the semifinals coming up, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you shortly here at Arcane Games and Events.
And we are back. Thank you for staying tuned. We are just about ready to get started with our top 4. How was that game for you, Patrick?
Really exciting. I was glad that you and Michael were there to explain what the Kano cards do to me. I was learning a lot of that for the first time. Ryan is an excellent pilot. Seems like he almost got there. And of course, Chris just consistently finds ways to win.
Yep. Chris is really good, and he's playing a very exciting and interesting deck. So much so that we've decided to have him on again. But before we get to the game, let's take a look at the updated top 8 bracket. So Chris is moving on, and he's going to play against Anthony Pham on Aurora, who was able to take down Angel on New. And then in the bottom half of the bracket, both Vynnsets have emerged victorious and will now play the mirror to see who is the better Vynnset and make it into the final.
Yeah, and obviously Chris, both going back to the top of the bracket there, seeing both, we've seen both Chris and Anthony get wins earlier today. They're both obviously very skilled players, both members of the AG Pro team, and so completely unsurprising to see them here in the Final Four. I don't know, Evan, do you have any thoughts on who is typically favored in the Slippy v Aurora matchup?
Well, I do know that Chris and Anthony played against each other in the last round of Swiss, and Anthony won. But seeing as Chris is still the top seed, I think it was just a matter of him being the last undefeated person. So we'll see if Chris played that game in earnest, or since it had no bearing on his standings, maybe he just lulled Anthony into a false sense of security. So Slippy, puts out a lot of damage and is very disruptive, which Aurora has a lot of trouble dealing with usually. But if Anthony can repeat what he did against Ynez earlier in the day and just come out swinging right away and put Chris on the back foot, then anyone can take this down.
Yeah, and it is interesting, because we think of, well, first of all, it's interesting that to see Slippy doing so well, probably happy. Who knows what Chris is capable of anything, but to not see New beat Aurora and be here in the finals, because then, of course, the major drawback to Slippy would be very relevant. Here, you're Slippy, you have this awesome hero ability, and you're not really facing any of the drawback besides your 2 less life.
Yeah, sure, Chris is relieved not to have to deal with that. I also wonder how much time non-Slippy assassins spend practicing that matchup, or if they go into it and go, oh, my attacks that don't normally have go again. That is pretty cool. So
yeah, and I also don't want to give short shrift to the bottom half of the Final Four. That's of course Aidan Kwasneski and Peter Buddensiek. We saw both Peter and Aidan, I believe, win on stream earlier today. So we have 4 for 4 on people who have already won on stream. Somebody's going to break the streak. Aidan, of course, an immensely popular player because of his 3 Floating YouTube channel. I know I started playing by watching 3 Floating, so it's just really a huge privilege to see Aidan succeeding.
Okay, so we're getting the word that players are ready, so let's go ahead and go down into the game. All right, so we see Chris and Anthony having a laugh. They're good friends and teammates, so hopefully neither one will feel too badly when they get knocked out of this tournament. Chris is happy to be in the top 4 and getting points, so hopefully this is enough to put him onto the top 16 leaderboard, and Anthony is just going to cushion his lead or get closer to the top of that. Looks like Anthony is going first. Chris had turned selection and decided to go second.
And from memory, Chris was number 17. So he's going to be looking pretty after this.
Yeah. All right. So we have some very interesting equipment on Chris's side. We've got Mask of Perdition, which I haven't seen since Huntsman. Occasionally some Usuris ran it in the beginning, but even more importantly, we have Redback Shroud, which makes me think that Chris thinks that this game is not going to go very long.
Yeah, and it's when a deck does not block as well as when a deck is like Aurora and does not block very well, short of the scam, that's probably a reasonable expectation. And of course, Chris here, starting with the ultimate Slippy mind game of leading on a bonds with Go again.
Yeah, and so Anthony has to decide if he thinks Chris is this going to send another attack? Oh, okay.
Whoa.
He is respecting it immensely. He's going to give the Face Purgatory and the 2 cards immediately to get the discard and the card draw. We see the Justinic. Does he have another reaction, though?
So if he commits the Justinic and then flick knives, that'll take bonds up to what?
So that's only 2 reactions, but he has the mask.
Yeah.
So, okay, so he is deciding to just hold on to the Justinic. Just like last game, he's going to be arsenaling the Justinic early, and we'll see how long it stays there. But Anthony just says, you know what? This is just a blocking turn.
Scamming. Getting to scam, getting to keep 2 cards in hand despite covering the breakpoint here. It'll be interesting to see which one Anthony chooses to deploy because obviously neither will have go again. Perhaps it's not obvious. And so he's going to be able to play 1 this turn in addition to this, I forget. This one that has go again from being played on
Lightning Surge.
Lightning Surge, thank you. And then he'll have a Chainmail Ender, and then we'll have 1 to keep in the arsenal. Of course, against an assassin, putting anything in arsenal is no safe proposition.
Yeah, very true. I think Chris has to be very happy as he takes the Rin Chain and he took the 4 from the Lightning Surge. I think he's very happy to get that Face Purgatory out of the way early and just get multiple blocks. So here he's going to cash in the block from the Redback Shroud. They're having a blast down there. Normally Chris is a very serious player, always,
Well,
got a good poker face, but they're joking around.
Maybe Chris feels like, oh wow,
Oh,
okay.
man.
Well, I'd be laughing too if
Yeah.
I was able to do the bonds, bob and weave, perhaps 2 turns in a row here.
Yeah, and difference this turn is now it's a 5-card hand bonds, where last turn is a 4-card hand, and Anthony doesn't have the Face Purgatory, so we've got the Justinic in arsenal.
And I think he's got 2 of the same card, and if I'm seeing 2 flittering charge, perhaps.
Hate to see that when you're going against a bonds. Bonds is already disruptive enough, but if it can take multiple cards out of your hand, we've got the Justinic in arsenal. I saw a shred in Chris's hand, so this bonds is connecting. Anthony is going to be losing some cards. So though he has the life lead for the moment, I think this is going to be very devastating for him.
And I think you're basically priced into blocking with one of these flittering charges. You probably know. If you don't, you're just going to. He probably can go over, and you're probably going to get double stripped of your cards there.
Mm-hmm. And I also think I see a Channel Lightning Valley in hand, which Anthony will need to play out in response if he doesn't want to lose all 3 of them, and then unless he's able to keep a lightning card to keep it around. But yeah, so this is all of a sudden this is up to 12.
I'm going to go on a limb and say this is hitting.
Yeah. Okay. So Anthony is just dumping his hand to lose no cards. He's going to take 10, even the life total, make an embodiment. This Channel Lightning Valley is likely to die on his next turn. But if he's got an attack in arsenal, it will at least get a little bit out of Chris. But this turn isn't even over because Bonds has go again. So we stripped the hand. We've done 10, and we've got 2 cards left. So what do we got? We got an Infiltrate.
Oh.
That could be very, very punishing depending on what's on top of his deck.
And Chris is he's loving this. He's
Taking it all. All right. What do we got? Infiltrate says, banish a card. You can play it next turn. Ooh, Skyward Serenade. So that's, well, two modes are going to be all right. I mean, I guess he could search his deck for a Skizzik if he wants to shuffle his deck. But, he could go 3 chain links wide on the next turn and buff his attack by 1.
I mean,
let's see what Anthony's got.
Realistically, I guess he would have to have 3 attack actions in his hand to make full use of that embodiment of lightning token.
Yeah. At minimum, it's going to be 1 damage, so buff whatever attack by 1. But thanks to the instant speed things that Anthony was able to do, Chris does have to respect this damage a little. This Starfall is coming in for 1, and he blocked out the Entwined Lightning. He doesn't want Anthony drawing any cards, so the Channel Lightning Valley is not going to get no value.
Yeah, maybe a bit of tension here for Chris between having to commit a card to this, but also wanting to have as having
Wow.
card density in hand to be able to make use of that embodiment token.
Yeah. He gives up a take the mantle there. He really does not want Anthony to draw a card. So with 2 cards in hand, 1 in arsenal, Skyward Serenade may just be a +1, which is, better than nothing. But I think Chris is probably hoping for, one of those snatches or maybe even a Sigil of Suffering.
And interestingly, Anthony drew up and sees CLV plus Sigil, which does represent the potential, if Chris is not careful, for Anthony to draw a card on Chris's turn.
Yeah, Sigil and Channel Lightning Valley, very powerful combo if you're able to get it off. And it looks like he's going to be able to because Chris is tapped out. So he does have the option to do the boots, which Anthony is blocking this out regardless. Interesting that he decided not to play the Skyward Serenade if he wasn't planning on doing any more attacks. Like that could have just been, a +1, but decides to hold on to it. And he's just going to play it to make an embodiment? Or no, he's just not playing it. No, he's getting the embodiment. So his next attack, well, if he leads with a Leave No Witnesses or something that doesn't normally have Go Again. But he also has that Shelter from the Storm, which is very well timed for the snatch that Anthony is just assigned to Arsenal instead. Shelter, Extended Art Shelter, very nice.
Pretty excellent hit for Chris there off of the Infiltrate to be able to get some the perfect answer to the snatch that Anthony was about to deploy there.
Mm-hmm. So Chris popped his AB to prevent the card draw. So any arcane damage that Anthony does for the rest of the game is unpreventable. So if he is able to line up another Channel Lightning Valley and Sigil of Suffering, it will connect. But maybe Chris thinks he has enough tempo that it doesn't matter.
And we've seen 2 CLVs already at the very least, so it could be something that Chris just thinks is a sort of remote possibility.
Mm-hmm. Yep, very true. So blocks out the pain in the backside, which is interesting. I guess Anthony really doesn't want to be marked, but pain in the backside is not usually one of the more disruptive attacks that you see usually, or that Aurora cares about. They just don't want cards stripped out of their hands. But you never know when the mark is going to be that impactful. Ooh. And as we see the Codex of Frailty, Chris is probably going to find something fairly impactful.
Yeah, I'm curious to see here. I mean, Leave No Witnesses seems like the likely target, but Anthony is marked, so I suppose a Mark of the Black Widow could also be a very defensible choice. And just going for another Infiltrate here to continue drawing cards. He's been able to make use of 2 out of 2 hits. Anthony just not even to give him the chance to make it 3 out of 3.
Yeah, Chris really wanted that 6-card hand to go through, but Anthony says no, and then here's a snatch for 3.
It's a lot less good than a snatch for 4.
It is. And, I mean, I guess it technically demands a card from Chris because he has snaps available, so he could still make use of the card draw. So let's see what he does.
Well, if Chris has a D-react, he could maybe bait out the snaps, but it doesn't look like that's the case here.
Yeah. Have we seen any D-reacts from Chris? Yeah, we see the Sink in the hand. Maybe this is like the first one we've seen so far. So lead with an Infect, and
Wow.
Anthony said no blocks very quickly. This is just damage, and Aurora's supposed to do that better than Arachne, though that has not been the case so far.
And this is a lot of damage. 2 Blood Rots in addition to 6 physical, representing a total of 10 points. Understandable from Chris's part why you would. Oh wow! And ending it on a I believe is that a Codex of Frailty?
Yes.
Codex of Frailty, which is another, of course, a powerhouse card here, and repeatedly going to be looping his infiltrates here.
Man, he's played this Infiltrate. I think like that same Infiltrate 3 times.
Yeah.
So the second Sigil of Suffering comes in second or third, but just gets the 1 damage through. I guess we just haven't seen a Leave No Witnesses, or maybe if Aurora's not blocking that much, then Infiltrate is just like the most powerful card against her on average.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen it hit. Well, 1 not so impactful, but the getting Shelter was I feel like just an incredible hit there. So maybe there are more hits in this Aurora deck than we are at least envisioning at this moment.
Yeah. So we're going to get the first Arc Lightning of the game. Chris has to take the Arcane because he has no more AB. Blocks 3 on the Lightning Surge, and then we've got a second strike, which is going to be for another 4 plus an Arcane. Anthony's got the blue in hand, so he could just... Let's see, he is going to swing the Starfall for 1, even though he has the Frailty, so it is technically 2 damage total. So opting to just take the Blood Rots and see if he can get these life totals closer to parity, but he's going to take 4 more damage at the end of his turn.
Let me ask you this. What do you think are the odds that Anthony has Flicker Wisps in his deck for this game? Because that could be very powerful now that Chris has absolutely no AV available to him.
Yeah, I'm not sure. There's lots of very different Aurora builds. Generally with Flicker Wisp, you do see some combination of the Crown of Dominion, Aether Ironweave. Tyler earlier was on just Crown of Dominion, which he did not end up pairing with the Flicker Wisp, but was still useful on a multiple blue hand. So I don't know. I think maybe the Flicker Wisp is better generally in the more defensive matchups. But if this game is a race, they play this matchup a ton. So if they just know it's a race, then Anthony's probably just thinking, it's not going to connect with the Arc Lightning all that often.
Chris here presenting a Mark of the Black Widow obviously has the ability to mark Anthony at at reaction speed with Flick Knives, which it looks like he's going to opt to do here. That to me is signaling that Chris has a pump in his hand. Does that say the same to you?
Potentially, but it does have go again, so he's just gonna follow it up with this, get a new dagger, and okay, so we've got more disruption coming in. So
just to follow there, I think Chris flicking to get his mark, knowing that he had the Graphene Calicera incoming from the Orb of was that called the Orb Weaver Spinneret from Arsenal. So getting full value here, and before he presents yet another annoying on hit for Anthony.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how I do not expect Chris to ever actually swing this graphene calculator, graphene Chelicera. I think it is literally just Flick Knives fodder. So we get another block from Anthony. So Anthony is just permanently relegated to these 2-card, 3-card hands. He's got an Arc Lightning, which you do not want to deploy on a hand this small. So he's probably just going to find something to do with this blue, Arsenal of the Arc Lightning, and pray the damage and disruption is minimum. So he just pitches a Grasp.
Pitching a whole card for 1 Rune Chant can't feel great from Anthony's side of the board. But given the amount of pressure and disruption Chris is presenting, maybe just not a whole lot of other options for Anthony.
Yep. So Anthony's got a solid hand if he's able to convert it all. But Chris also has the 5-card hand. He's still sitting on the Mask of Perdition. This normally Mask of Perdition is a kind of fatigue thing where you're just trying to deck them out, but this game is going to end long before that. But Chris has drawn one of his most powerful cards in Kiss of Death, so this one is likely going to be dealing a ton of damage to Anthony this turn.
Yeah, so I guess we didn't see a toxicity play before this, which would have really amped up the damage. So this is representing obviously the 3 physical, the on hit of 1 life, and then inevitably there will be a second chain link wherein Chris uses Flick Knives to flick the dagger.
Yeah, so toxicity obviously very good with Kiss of Death, and also Spike with Blood Rot, very good as well, because the flick does apply all of the bonuses, but we've got very good tool in the Bonds of Agony. Chris has 2 reactions ready to go in his equipment, so all he needs is 1 more from his hand or arsenal, and this is turned on. And then Anthony is going to be taking 2 more damage from the Flick and Kiss.
And if you're Anthony, maybe you're less worried about the disruptive aspect of this than you are about the fact that you are at 6 life.
Yep, very true. I mean, this Bonds is representing at minimum 4, but you have to imagine that one of the reactions in Chris's hand is going to buff the damage. So Anthony is going to have to think long and hard about these blocks. He's got one block left on his grasp, one block left on his tunic. It's probably going to require one more. He does have 1 3 block in hand that he could deploy and reasonably stay alive, but
I mean, any way you slice it, if this Bonds gets online, Anthony's going to be in a lot of trouble, I think, and because he's getting the Kiss of Death afflicted him, which is going to represent 2 more damage at minimum, so he'll be down to 4. It's very, if this is pumped by something that is a reaction that is enhancing the power, this is presenting as much as 7 to 10 physical as well. So Anthony, he's going to have to commit some cards from hand. Chris is still at 18. I think Anthony might be in quite a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, and Anthony doesn't have too many attacks in hand. There's a lightning press, and then I think he had 2 attacks. So he had the exude, the lightning press, and this arcanic shockwave. So if he has to block with at least 1 attack to survive, and if he takes any damage, then he's going to lose the other attack and just pass his next turn. So Anthony is very much in the back foot, and he's going to require Chris to probably have a very bricky turn sometime in the near future in order to get back into this.
Yeah, and you'd love for this to be the turn that you had the electromagnetic somersault at least available to you to be able to cover up a lot of this, I would say probably inevitable damage, because a player like Chris is only going to present this Bonds of Agony, I think, in this position unless he can turn it online or have some other way of utilizing his cards in his hand.
Mm-hmm.
And so, again, it's just really hard to see how Anthony survives this turn without committing at least 2 cards.
Oh, he's just blocking 1. So he's saying, I cannot win this game if I have to block with these cards, so I'm just going to hope that you don't have it. But take it, the man's good. And there's the fist bump. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. I think, at a certain point, you have to know, you're at 18. I need these cards, or at least most of these cards, if I'm going to be able to push the damage required to win. And fortunately for Anthony, that was his line. He took his line.
Yep, I think Anthony did as much as he could, but the damage and the disruption came from Chris very hard and fast. That second Bonds that he played after the face purgatory was gone did a ton of work. Equalized the life. Actually got the life lead for Chris, stripped Anthony's entire hand, essentially. So, yeah, that's the power of Slippy.
And I think we're teed up for something really intriguing in a final here. We know that the other match in this Final Four is a Vynnset versus a Vynnset. So Chris will be playing against a Vynnset. Of course, Vynnset was the hero that Chris piloted to a top 4 finish at last month's AG. So just a little bit interesting here for Chris to be playing in the finals on his new hero against his old hero.
Yep, very true. And Chris, importantly, top seed. He's going to have turn selection, which is very important versus Vynnset. Vynnset loves to go first. So Chris is definitely going to deny that from them. We'll have to see if he imagines it's going to be as quick as the Aurora game in his equipment choices and what he chooses to use the equipment for. Like the Redback Shroud was 1 block and 1 resource, and the boots, I think, just blocked 1 arcane. It was just Spell Void 1 just for that 1 card draw. But Vynnset games, I think, are going to go longer, so we'll have to see how he decides to navigate that.
Excited to hear it. But I guess before we can go into our final matchup with Chris Iaali on Slippy versus a Vynnset to be named, we're going to take a quick 15-minute break, and we'll be right back with you.
Stay tuned.
Welcome back, folks, to the final round of Arcane Games and Events April Open. I'm joined here with Patrick, and we have a banger of a game to show you. One last one before we crown our champion for the month. But before we get into that, let's take another look at the top 8 bracket to see what the story has been so far of these players as they climb their way through the ranks, battling it out for this amazing top prize. Here we can see it displayed in the screen in front of you. The game we didn't catch between Aidan, Kwasneski, and Peter Buddensiek ended with Aidan being slain the Vynnset mirror as Peter proceeds onwards to the finals against Christopher Iaali, who we just watched coming through, slipping through the cracks, if you will, all the way to the top of the bracket. And of course, the previous games, we had a swath of awesome matchups. Anthony Pham making it through. Bryce Miller Booker not quite going as Aidan took him down. And of course, Tyler Horspool falling as well in the quarterfinals. How you feeling about this finals match?
I'm excited. These are two players who we've seen pilot their heroes very well throughout the day. Chris has only lost one game all day today. Peter, of course, also masterfully winning against an Enigma on stream. We watched that, and that was an awesome game as well. So, Peter, I'm really excited to see if he can seal the deal here. I know he's come close a couple of times, and if he could get over the hump against Chris Iaali, I know that would be a tremendous accomplishment.
Yeah, I definitely would not have predicted a slip through the cracks versus Vynnset finals today, but here we have it. So I'm really excited for such a spicy matchup. And let's take a look over at our prizing to see what's on the line. First place here getting $400 and 30 AGE points. Second place, of course, getting $200 and 25. The rest already closed out. If you want to see them, it's right here on your screen. But we've got a match coming up right now, and I believe the players are getting ready. So can we take it on to the players' cams as we get the game? Oh, I'm sorry. Before we do that, let's take a look at the players. So we've got Peter Buddensiek here. 68% win rate is pretty amazing, honestly, for anything, much less a stacked tournament like Arcane Games and Events. I see that he's still playing League of Legends after 15 years, so go ahead and die on that hill, Peter. You're not alone, but I'm not going to join you. Of course, his other piece of media, song, movie, quote, book that resonates with him, Enter the Battlefield, Life on the Magic. The Gathering Pro Tour has been a favorite of his. The master class of showing the back end and passion behind the competitive card games, and his goal has always been to be on a documentary like that. Well, good thing, Peter, we've got you on camera. We can use these clips in your life story when we film the Flesh and Blood documentary. So glad to see you here, and glad to hear that that is an important thing to you.
Yeah, I'll need to check that out. I haven't heard of it yet, and it sounds really intriguing.
Yeah, and I think, do we have a Chris Iaali player profile? Or no, never heard of that guy before. Not going to see him on screen. So we'll go into... There it is. Chris Iaali sitting on the left, Peter Buddensiek on the right. What?
And it looks like players are just starting to draw out their opening hands. They've already determined their starting decks. I wonder if Peter, only one person would not allow him to choose who gets to go first, and he's playing against him. It's Chris. And Chris, starting off with something we just saw him do to Anthony Pham twice, which is lead off with the Bonds of Agony.
I have a question. How annoying is this on turn 0?
I think it's heavily dependent on the amount of D-reacts your deck is playing. Vynnset has, none that cost 0 available to him right now.
Right.
Aurora has only the 3 in the sigils. So I would be if I'm going to see this, I'm at least glad it's on turn 0.
This has Go Again because of the Arachne ability. This feels like a Twinning Blade to me. Like if you give 2 cards here, which is probably correct, then he can just go, thanks for the 2 cards. Here's another attack that I can probably get through. I mean, it's definitely an annoying attack to see here. I guess you never want to see it, but
And look at Chris's face. He loves putting his opponents in this position. They just truly do not know what his hand texture can look like. I mean, and it could be one of those situations, maybe to your point, maybe there isn't a right answer.
So, Peter given 2 cards. Chris saying, thank you for the 2 cards. And snap blocks. So, Chris throwing out the leave no witness. 2 cards coming into block. Chris, with a shred, manages to get 1 point of damage through.
So Chris,
unless that's a 2 block, in which case he will get 2 points of damage through. Yep,
and it was indeed a 2 block. And Chris is leaking 2 damage and importantly putting into arsenal that what looks like a Codex of Frailty.
Oh, yeah.
So Chris had his choice of his power cards on that turn 0.
And choosing to go first, I believe, because of how powerful it is for Vynnset to go first. So this is kind of just like a free turn for Chris. And now Peter has to sort of take his time to set up, get his first rune chant in the game, and hope that he has some of those spicy aura cards to start building up that unstoppable wall of rune chant generation that Vynnset can do.
Looks like banishing an elegant eulogy, which of course will, when he's able to play it, will generate a eloquence token, which is so key in allowing those go wide turns for Vynnset.
Yep, and just kind of banking it and then pitching actually to play the Phantom Wraith. So 1 rune chant coming through and 7 physical. Just a pretty average vanilla amount of damage, and Chris respecting it, looking like he maybe is going to lean into more of a value, a slower game, isn't going to try to race things out. Of course, you know, it always matters, the hand texture, and Chris has the ability to figure out exactly when to block and exactly when to put his foot on the gas, and right now it's time to block.
Yeah,
preserving the life total.
And this is a little different than what we just saw with Chris's game against Anthony. That was just all gas, no brakes, not a lot of cards getting sideways until they absolutely had to. I think maybe we're in for a much grindier affair here.
Yep, and it looks like he also committed the Mask of Perdition, and here we see a key Arachne card, Kiss of Death, coming in. Not pumping it with any additional on-hits yet, but that card is always one you need to watch out for, as anything that gets applied to it also applies to it when it gets flicked from the Flick Knives ability. Pain in the backside following it up, 3 damage, and when it hits a target dagger you control deals 1 damage. So this is a way for him to flick the Kiss of Death without needing to utilize the equipment if he wants to do that. Peter only giving 2 block on this, reduced to rune chant. And Chris will opt to flick that Kiss of Death. Yeah. Kiss of Death. Dealing nothing.
Wow.
Peter
Excellent
had
answer.
the response. So preventing 1 there and 1 on top of... well played. So Peter really kind of blocking that very efficiently and creating a rune chant on the back end. So Chris just going ahead and playing out that Codex of Frailty from Arsenal. Leave no witness.
Yeah, really an excellent read by Peter there, to your point, to be able to nicely cover that up. Of course, there's only so much you can do when Chris has that turned and followed up by a Codex of Frailty.
Yeah, and I don't think Peter is his arsenal. He just grabbed that. Excuse me. So no cards in hand and an arsenal means that's not going anywhere.
And interestingly here, Chris using the Mask of Perdition. During the last game, Chris also presented it into Aurora. I remember Evan made a comment that is perhaps signaling an intent to fatigue. Obviously, didn't seem like that was where the Aurora game was going, but perhaps Peter came really close to being fatigued against Enigma earlier today. Perhaps that is the direction Chris is attempting to attack on.
Sure, and right now Peter's sitting on 3 blood debt cards in his banish zone, I believe. So fatigue through damage through blood debt might actually be a very real game plan that Chris Iaali is leaning into. So using that Mask of Perdition is a huge hint, and I'm glad you pointed that out. We'll have to watch out for if Chris is able to create enough silver to keep recurring that and try to force cards into Peter's banish zone faster than he can play him, and sort of take advantage of that leak blood debt damage.
And really cool that Peter was able to generate some real offensive firepower on a turn where he had literally no cards in hand or arsenal. course, the downside of that is he had to give up his Vexing Quill hand. You really love to be able to have that for when you're in a pinch, but then again, that I think would qualify as a pinch.
Yeah, and I think that it's really important. It's a tough spot, right? Because you don't want to give those up. Those are your out. If you ever brick again, you are bricked. But he can't let that blood debt keep rolling. So I do like the decision to clear up some of that blood debt, now only taking 2 at the end of his turn, which is not nothing, as Chris sits at a healthy 34 still. And I think there it is, 2 silver committed to the Mask of Perdition. So what an interesting game plan. If you asked me how Slip Through the Cracks is supposed to beat Vynnset, I wouldn't have said Mask of Perdition cycle, but Chris just showing his mastery on this champion. I love seeing these alternate win conditions come out and the way that the brains of some of these just really, really talented Flesh and Blood players can cook up win conditions against various decks and how to pilot their own to maximum potential, as we see the first attack being blocked out with the
Succumb to Temptation.
Thank you. Succumb, really important card in Vynnset, but important that it blocks 3 as well.
And interestingly here, I do think this Art of Desire body is quite threatening.
Why is that?
Vynnset's probably playing enough red cards in this list. I think so, from memory, Peter's playing enough that this has a pretty good chance of, if it is allowed to hit, of generating Chris an extra card to tuck into that arsenal.
Yeah, so I think you're right about that. The draw is threatening, but even more so, maybe the banish.
Very true. Very true. Yeah, so to your point, yes, very multiple axes that Chris is thinking on. And as we see Peter banish away a Cull there, obviously one of the power cards that he was able to use to very strong effect in his earlier matchups today.
We see an interesting question now being asked of Chris. Do you commit 2 cards here to make it so that the Cull is not an instant? And I think the answer is yes, especially because he's got that Mask of Perdition now without a counter on it, thanks to the buyback mechanic using silver. So cashing that in for the block, and then once again for the banish, seems like that would fit with what we've seen Chris's game plan to be so far.
And Chris, very familiar with this hero. As I mentioned, played Vynnset last month at AG West. So he will know the lines. He will know the threats here, and will have snuffed that out. And as you can see, he's putting something in the pitch zone and maybe a Codex to cover up exactly those 2 runes.
Which just goes to show you how much he values that game plan. There's a double whammy here. Not only does he get to protect his hand from Cull, but he gets to force Cull to stay in the banish zone. So as powerful as that card is, what we see instead is Chris pitching it away so that he can prevent any damage going through, playing the slow game. And clogging Peter up, sorry.
No, all good. And importantly, Chris has this recursive headpiece now, perfect for covering that extra block point and blocking out all damage Peter was able to present. So unfortunately for Peter, no Eloquence token generated.
We see Mark of the Black Widow coming through now. 3 damage, no mark at the moment, but at reaction speed, Peter could be marked. So we'll see how he decides to handle this.
So much implied threats with Slippy. Of course, we talked about at length about Bonds of Agony, but also, this just forces you to play around the possibility that you could get flicked and you could end up having to banish a card from hand. Here he opts to do it, but a lot of times they can just, yes, I'll take my extra value, thank you. Maybe you wouldn't have blocked this otherwise, and I can just take that little extra value and keep my turn going.
Yep. Chris goes ahead and flicks that knife, marking Peter, and then look at that. The what is the name of this one? It replaces with a card.
Take up the mantle.
Thank you. Take up the mantle now, Chris. Going to find another card with stealth to replace.
We knew what it was going to be. It was.
Is that 3 reactions? Oh yeah, of course it is because of the mask. Yes. Oh my gosh.
If there's one thing about Chris is he's going to play Bonds of Agony. And Peter can't love to see that. Pumped up to 7. If he maybe, I guess he could have a was it reduced to the rune chance, the D-react, but no rune chant available, so he'd have to pay for it. I'd say there's a pretty decent chance this is hitting.
Yeah, he does have the tunic, but it doesn't look like he has a D-react in hand, so that was 2 cards, right, that Chris played. Just there's something about this that just felt elegant, right? 3 reactions. He got the block out of Peter, still gets to hit.
And, that's no accident. Chris is an excellent Flesh and Blood player. He knows the way to thread the needle and really inflict as much damage as possible with the cards in front of
When
him.
Bonds hits, it banishes, correct? Everything
Correct.
from the deck, it doesn't go to the graveyard?
It will, I believe it is a banish effect.
This is going to be an interesting decision because obviously Vynnset wants cards that have Blood Debt in banish. Okay, so Chris showing that his goal is not to kill through Blood Debt ticks, but rather fatigue, possibly deck damage, or at the very least doesn't want to risk putting 3 Funeral Moons in that banish zone because those are maybe too easy to get out. But I was really interested to see if maybe he would go for a card with Blood Debt and kind of show what his game plan is of turn after turn Blood Debt damage kill.
And I love your thinking on that because that's that's the sort of that just I think really demonstrates the complexity of this game. That's a line I wouldn't have even considered personally.
Sure.
So not doing it here, but that we saw this in Peter's previous games as well. Just that slow drip of damage from the forced banishes, so to speak.
Yeah, and it makes a lot of sense. I think the Eloquent Eulogy had already been played, so he couldn't grab a bunch of copies. And the Funeral Moon, you can play it at instant speed. You could play all 3 copies out if you wanted to, so it wouldn't have the effect that you would even want from the Blood Debt. But no more Shadow Puppetry is also a pretty big deal. That is one of Vynnset's power cards, as we see Peter just banishing that Eloquent Eulogy, going down to 21-3, Blood Debt ticking away, and Chris is just taking over this game on Slippy.
Chris has been on a rampage all day today. It seems to be, unless Peter can, of course, obviously lots of time to turn the tide of battle around, but Chris has just been on an absolute force of nature today.
Yep, and here's another just 3 damage, but if it hits, it's actually 5. the amount of chip damage Peter is taking incidentally. And we'll see if Chris has a reaction to push this over the top as Peter blocks 3. Chris thinks a little bit about how to handle this follow-up.
And that's what's so scary about this Slippy deck is it's all just relevant on hits and pumps for said relevant on hits. So it's just very stressful to be playing against this.
Yeah, it's kind of weird because none of these cards are breakpoints. They're all for 3. So on the surface, it just feels like this underrate, kind of like, oh, it's a 0 for 3, go again. Who cares that it has an on hit? Because I blocked it and whatever. But yeah, Chris just kind of showing that the versatility of all the other tools in the kit, it's not really about connecting every single time. It's about what do you do to follow up? How do you, twist and turn your way through the turn to then go, yeah, thanks for the card. You didn't get hit here, but now how about a leave no witness?
And Chris taking an interesting line there. He had the leave no witnesses in his hand. He played out the Codex of Blood Rot to then place the leave no witnesses into his arsenal and play it out. He does have a ponder token, so unless he can make use of that card in his hand, he's going to IP. I have a pretty decent suspicion that if he can, he will use that card.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. We're thinking about maybe a reaction, maybe a shred, and Peter probably has the same intuition, and as he's thinking to himself, maybe Face Purgatory?
Could be. It's tough on the Face Purgatory here because if you're using it now, yes, you're preventing one hit and leaving no witnesses, but the ponder is you're still not depriving Chris of a 5.
I called that other turn that Chris played elegant, and this right here is another it's a beautiful turn because Peter's damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? I was like, oh, of course, you play the Face Purgatory, but Chris could very easily have a card that doesn't do anything here. It could be an IP situation, and he could just be thinking about baiting something out instead, as we see Peter now activating that Grimoire to get an Eloquence token, committing his Tunic, and just blocking out 4 and saying, yeah, maybe that's not a reaction?
Yeah, let's see. And nope. It looks like Chris will be IPing, so... now we can see it was a Justinic.
Yeah.
Leave no witness is not a legal target for that, but obviously a very scary card to have available.
You can just see Peter wiping the sweat from his brow. It just, when Chris plays this game, it feels like he always has it. And I think it's because he knows how to set things up like that, where it everything he did said that was a reaction.
Yeah.
And then it wasn't. And I think Peter, like, he trusted his gut and he sort of made the right play, but you could tell just like how much he didn't like it. He didn't like risking everything like that, as he now is able to start his turn and finally kind of start to do something.
Unclear what's maybe just
Yeah,
demonstrating.
he has to. Yeah,
demonstrating an alternative play line, perhaps. But yeah, Chris, I think you're exactly right, Michael. He's sort of playing several levels above. He knows how strong of a player Peter is, so it's sort of like, what sort of fake outs, what sort of information am I going to imply to somebody who I know will catch on to that information?
Yeah, and watching him pilot an assassin has just been something of a beautiful thing to watch so far.
I think that's the first malefic of the game for Peter, so hopefully he can start getting some momentum going, get some rune chance generated.
He's got to clear that banish zone out. Too much blood debt is coming through at the moment.
I think Peter's still recovering from himself making the bold play. And look, sometimes you play these games, you can't play to not lose. You have to play to win. And that was definitely a strong play by Peter to try to win this game.
Yeah. One difficult part about that decision is that he has another card with blood debt now sitting there in the form of the Grimoire.
And that one ain't going away.
Yeah. 5 damage coming through. Sorry, first the 3 rune chants, followed by the Deathly Wail of 5.
Using Tunic resource here to prevent one of the Arcane, and Chris taking the other 2. So that means the Cull will be live here for use at instant speed.
As well as the Succumb to Temptation.
Oh, wow. And there we see Chris was going to present another dangerous turn here with his choice of Disruption Suite. We have the Mark the Black Widow, the Bonds of Agony, and the Persuasive Prognosis.
It's interesting to see that Chris did not commit a blue there. I can obviously he likes his hands, so he's sort of being a little bit greedy and thinking, oh, I've got the life lead. But if he had sniffed out that Succumb, it may have been smarter to just go ahead and pitch that blue instead of using the Tunic resource. Of course, hindsight's 20/20 here, and he did not make that choice. So Peter now gets to choose a card and force Chris to discard it, as well as gaining an action point.
Well, we now have information that Peter does not have, which is that Chris has a Justinic in his arsenal. That is going to make that, well, the Bonds of Agony would have been online with the Take Up the Mantle, but it's going to also make that Persuasive Prognosis a really difficult card to make not connect.
Exactly. And so Peter showing that he's pretty sick of the card he just banished. Remind me the name again?
Take Up the Mantle.
Thank you. Yeah, the Take Up the Mantle.
Or as I like
in the graveyard.
Or as I like to call it, Bonds of Agony 4 through 6.
Yeah. So he sees the actual Bonds of Agony and says, I would rather get rid of the 4th copy. No, but it makes sense because, right, that's the reaction and it helps to activate the Bonds of Agony. So he's hoping that by removing that reaction and leaving Chris with only attacks in his hand, that he won't be able to activate the bonds.
Chris thinking about his next turn right now. I'm thinking it's going to be Persuasive Prognosis followed by Justinic, and maybe this is a black. Oh, okay. What did? Oh, Peter took yes.
Yeah. So the Deathly Wail went through. Chris took some damage. Now we're getting the Eloquent Eulogy, and because Chris took damage as well as Peter on that turn, 2 rune chants will be made. I'm sorry. Is that because of the Malefic? Nope. Okay, it's because Peter miscounted. So one rune chant gets made, and as well as an Eloquence, taking 2 from the Blood Rot and 2 from Blood Debt. So Peter doing a very good job of clearing out that banish zone, still ticking away, and Chris showing the Pervasive Prognosis. Peter, it's up to you, man. Is it for 1 or is it for 6?
Yeah.
What do you think? You guessed right last turn. Can you do it again?
The trouble with this is if Peter commits, he needs to commit 2 cards if he wants to respect justice.
We know that.
Yeah, right. If he does do that, Chris maybe just says, okay, pass.
Yeah, of course.
So
that's what's so annoying about these attack reactions is it's like, even if he knew that it was in that arsenal, it would almost be like you still can't block it.
Yeah, so Peter actually, I think, took the best line he could have there, which is to say, you know what, that persuasive prognosis was going to be annoying even with 1, but I'm actually not that affected on the difference between 1 and 6. So, go ahead.
Yeah, Peter going down to 11, banishing the widespread annihilation as well as a shelter to the storm. That's going to be a hard card to get out of the banish zone right now with only 1 Malefic Incantation running and 1 Rune Chant on the board. Although he does have some more generation in his hand. I didn't catch if there was anything that could spike.
I think there's a Deadwood Dirge in hand.
Okay.
That could do it. Notably, there, Peter did have the shelter in hand, as you noted. So maybe he was thinking, okay, if this is a pump for 3, I can cover it. But you're not covering a Justinic with just 1 card, unfortunately.
That's right. And so able to get rid of, he chooses the Eloquence token to go up to 4 Rune Chants and does get to play that widespread annihilation. So pretty good to be able to clear that out. You know,
this is maybe the first hand that he first turn that he's going to be able to strip a significant number of cards, I would think, from Chris's hand, both because of the amount of damage being presented, and of course, unless Chris covers all of it up, which 4 Rune Chants, we know that's how annoying that is to cover up. It's going to make Chris banish a card from hand. So you have to imagine Chris is going to start his turn with much fewer cards than he would like.
Yeah, and he just goes ahead and takes 4. Likely doesn't have a blue to efficiently block that out, or he probably would have used it. And takes the 6 too, because at that point it's just vanilla damage.
Okay, and that's a big turn for Peter, being able to push across 10 whole damage and minimize this life lead. And Peter is running out of turns. He's, as you know, that Grimoire is going to be there.
Yeah,
that's not leaving anytime soon. He's got a Deathly Wail also just slowly bleeding him out. So I don't know. He adds anything else that we may be looking at maybe 3-4 more turns of this game.
Yeah,
max.
And we see now Art of Desire Body coming out. This one reads, when it hits a hero, banish the top card of their deck, and you can draw if it hits. Does not hit as Peter blocks it out. And we see
Tarantula Toxin.
Oh,
which is going to minimize the defense, but to allow the Art of Desire to hit. But Peter, of course, has the D-React there. Reduced Rune Chant, a great time to draw that card. And Chris, not able to do much with his 2-card hand.
Yeah, Peter stabilizing a little bit. He only has 9 life to work with, so he really needs, if he can pull it off, he would love to get both of the cards out of his banish. I mean the one he's about to banish, if it has Blood Debt. But actually, you can just not banish a card with Blood Debt here. And he goes for that play instead. So I really like this. Peter now has, as long as he blocks every turn from here, he has 9 more turns in the game. After that, it's over. Blood Debt ticks down. But if he can keep efficiently blocking, taking 0 damage every turn, what he's doing is he's sending this really pesky arcane damage, which Chris doesn't really have the blues to defend efficiently. So you can see it here again, going from 17 down to 13. It looks like maybe the life counter is ahead of the board, as that included the block or the 1 damage coming through. And Peter ends his turn. 13 life to 8. This game just became a lot closer.
Yeah, but notably Chris with 4-card hand to play with. So I'm thinking Chris is probably going to be able to present lethal this turn. So, in a world where Peter doesn't block, of course, Peter is going to have to block. So we are now hit the point in the game, I think, where Peter is going to have to start making the most of smaller hands.
Yeah, absolutely. He'll have to do the thing where you hopefully just banish 1 card and send it over and over and block with the other 3. Luckily for him, it seems like Arachne slipped through the cracks, although I would never say that this deck is easy to block. These 3 power, sort of lack of breakpoints, really, if you can sort of just trust that there's no reaction, which you can't do that every turn, but we've noticed that Chris doesn't seem to always have that reaction. It's very common for him to just play a card, 3, go again, block it. But Peter just says no blocks. Takes the 3.
Takes 3 there. I don't think Chris binned a dagger. He will bend a dagger.
There it is. So marking on the back side.
Total 4 damage on 1 card there. Not bad. And then, of course, Chris's favorite card against Anthony, infiltrate. Maybe less use here. And I was about to say, at some point, we're going to see this mark deployed, and that seems like as good a time as ever. Oh, and look what he threw away. He threw away a Take Up the Mantle. That was, depending on what was in Arsenal, that could have represented yet another copy
Other
of Bonds of
coming
Agony.
through. So Peter taking 3, going down to 4, 2 cards in hand with Chris sitting at 13, banishes a Widespread Annihilation. So threatening that Arsenal now with 4 rune chance. Even if Chris has a blue, it's unlikely that he'll... Oh, no, he does have a Tunic counter. So he could, if he wants to, he could stop all of this fairly easily.
And I just want to give a lot of credit here to Peter for deploying that face Purgatory where he did last turn, because he was facing down yet another Bonds of Agony, and which may have just lost him the game on the spot. So excellent, fortuitous, I guess not fortuitous, fortunate that he had the attack action and non-attack action to commit to the combat chain, but good time, good patience to keep it until then, and using it perfectly.
It is 10 damage. Chris has 13 life. He won't die even if he takes all of this, but...
And Peter, meanwhile, is effectively at 3. So it's, the magic number, as we've been talking about with Slippy, is 3. And so you're dead to any pump that you block perfectly.
Right. It gets so scary, right? Because you block a card that does 3 damage, they pump it by 3, you're dead. That's it.
So really scary position for Peter. At the same time, I think you're right that Chris, I don't think he can quite just say, all right, I'll go down to 3 and I'll banish my Arsenal. So we'll see how he chooses to defend himself
Chris
here.
does have the blue, so he could choose to just block this out and... opting to take the 1.
Yeah.
And
took the rest.
Take the damage. Interesting.
So Chris only saving 3 damage. 3 damage is big. That's double the life he would have had if he did nothing.
Yeah.
But it's, maybe, making the value judgment there that I think maybe that I can do 3 damage to you in 1 turn cycle with these 3 cards in my hand.
Yeah. So probably threatening some kind of reaction. And if he has another Tarantula Toxin here, Peter is marked, or Kiss of Death.
Well, a Tarantula Toxin on Kiss of Death is the best thing you could probably be doing on Slippy. I think Peter is just, there's nothing to be done if that is the case.
I think I know why Chris took some damage.
But really, any pump is going to be so threatening here because Peter blocks 6. Chris can, I'm trying to peek at what card is in hand there, but if it's a something like the one that pumps cards with stealth for 3 from Hunted. But
the Razor's Edge.
Razor's Edge.
Yeah.
If it's a Razor's Edge, for example, he's just dead here. So, and it is a Razor's Edge.
Does Peter have a reaction?
He does have the ability to prevent 2 here on the Haunting Rendition, so he will go down to just 1, which means Peter will die on the end of his own turn.
Okay. Well, surely that's okay, right?
Chris said, follow up, of course, the Callisto flick, and that will do it.
Well played by Chris. It never ends with these Arachnes. You think their turn's over? No. They've got the flick. They've got the extra. They got the go again. They've got the reaction. They're going to go grab a Bonds of Agony from the graveyard, and that will spell defeat for Peter and victory for Chris.
Excellent finish for Chris. He came so close in losing in the semifinals to Brian Gutierrez last month. And here I believe this is his first AG win of this season. Of course, he's no stranger to spiking these events, but he played masterfully the whole time we watched him.
That was great to watch. I feel like I learned things about how to play Flesh and Blood by watching him. Seeing the different angles and where he was able to gain value, play the mind games, imply certain things with his attacks, and sort of put his opponent into damned if you do, damned if you don't situations. But hats off to Peter as well. You kind of mentioned that he played that face Purgatory very well, and saving it and finding the right spot is so important when you're piloting these cards that have conditional effects that are super powerful. Timing it right is everything in the game of Flesh and Blood. So hats off to both of these players. They both played it masterfully, but Chris took it to the finish line, and he is our champion. So we will take a quick break, about 5 minutes, and come back with an interview with Chris Iaali to see how he did it with Slip Through the Cracks. So don't go anywhere. We will see you all shortly in a minute.
Welcome back. I'm Patrick, and I am here with Chris Iaali, who just took home AG April West 2025, which will mark Chris's second victory in April of an AG Open. Chris, we got to follow you throughout the entire top 8. It was awesome to watch your various games, and I do want to go over them. But before we get there, how do you feel? Did you have fun today? How does it feel to be back on the April throne?
Yeah, no, Slippy was a lot of fun. Assassin cards are fun to play with, but not very fun to play against, I think. So, but yeah, I had a good time, and it's always fun to play in these opens and see all our friends and play good games of Flesh and Blood. So.
And I noticed, so let's start with your quarterfinals game against Ryan Brown on Kano. And for the first thing we noticed right here in the commentary booth was that you seemed very ready for Kano. You had 3 instances of Spell Void, the Widow Veil equipment. What are those? What are you have those for? Were you actually afraid of Kano? Did you see Ryan Brown walking around?
I mean, he's always around, right? He's always at the top tables. Like we have our. I heard Peter was coming out. Peter could show up on Kano. Who knows, right? But I mean, a lot of it was Kano, and Kano did really well at that team battle hardened. There's a YouTuber blazing for lethal.
Yeah,
he posted a pretty cool Kano video on his YouTube channel this week about his new tech list, which I think Ryan's list was based off of. It wasn't the same, but it was pretty similar. And so Kano seems to be picking up in popularity again, and I had the space, wanted to be ready for everything. It could come in against Verdance also, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, that's why you're you, because you called the shot. And I want to go back to that last turn against Ryan. You are about to put lethal on the stack. Ryan responds. You know you have just I believe a red and a yellow to pitch to AB, and he's popping off. How before he reveals his last card, which we I don't know if you saw, but it was Will of Arcana. How sure were you that you were going to die on that turn?
He needed to find any 3 basically, or any 3 or 2 1s, and so it's kind of likely. But he did have like a good number of bricks left. I think like all those potions are bricks. But like below the Will of Arcana was another Open the Floodgates or yeah, so it was close. Yeah, it was 1 card away, as it always is with Kano.
And then going to semis against teammate Anthony Pham, an excellent player, obviously, and I think your only loss in the day, if that's correct, during Swiss.
That's right.
This game that we watched, it seemed like you sort of just never took your foot off the gas. Constant pressure, constant damage Anthony's way. What felt different between that Swiss game and this semifinals game?
And having turn selection definitely helps, being able to go second. But also, like, those games against Aurora really just come down to how good your Bonds of Agonies are, how early you see them, and how impactful their Channel Lightning Valleys are. Like, you saw that game, like, I think he played 1 or 2 Channel Lightning Valleys. I'm not even sure if either of them drew a card. So, yeah, I mean, things just went my way that round. And, yeah. I'm not sure what else to say. Like, I had some pretty good hits off Infiltrate. I mean, the Skyward Serenade wasn't great, but hitting that shelter was huge. So I love Infiltrate in that matchup.
Yeah, and I think we saw you play the Infiltrate out like 4 or 5 times in that game, and it felt very threatening.
It was my Codex target.
And I can't help but notice from here in the booth, we can see you as you're playing these cards, like how much joy it fills you with to start off with the Bonds of Agony as Slippy. Can you just walk me through how that feels as a Slippy player?
Yeah, it's more about just seeing like the pain in their eyes. It's like you play it, and you just hear them sigh, and you see them like lean back, and it's pretty hilarious.
One player can win, and one player can have fun.
Anthony's the only player I know that will call me out on my Bonds of Agony bluffs and stuff. Like I think during the Swiss rounds, I did try to bluff a Bonds of Agony at the start of the turn, and he just had no blocks, and it's like, all right, take what, It's like, but that's one of the upsides of playing Slippy over like Marionette.
Yeah, and speaking of the upsides of Slippy, let's just talk for a second on the downsides of playing Slippy. Did you run into another assassin at any point today?
Not today, no. But I said in my earlier interview that I'm not really too worried about the new matchup with Slippy. It's more just Marionette. I think Marionette gets a bigger buff of the extra go against. I don't really think new decks are built to take advantage of that go again. And if they do, like, their attacks aren't that threatening. So.
And then if we can just go to the final game against Peter Buddensiek, playing Vynnset, the hero you brought to last month's AG to a semifinal finish, one you're clearly comfortable with.
Right.
So there was a specific turn, I believe, where you played a Codex of Blood Rot, I think, put a Leave No Witnesses into your arsenal, and then presented a Leave No Witnesses. And you had one more card in hand and a Ponder still to come. It was going to draw you another card. And it seemed to us in the booth that you were really representing that was a shred or something to manipulate, to be able to make use of that. And Peter, of course, just blocked it out regularly. Were you sort of trying to put that thought into Peter's head and taking that line?
No, not necessarily. The card was a Jesenic, and if I wanted to keep the Jesenic, then I think I would have chose to put the Jesenic and Arsenal off the Codex of Blood Rot and then just play the Leave No Witnesses from hand. But I thought there was a chance that he would block with Face Purgatory if I kept it in hand, and I had already seen like some of my blue attacks already, so I wouldn't be upset if I had to discard the Jesenic to Face Purgatory if he decided to block with it, and I would just draw off the Ponder. But as it played out, I ended up arsenaling that Jesenic, I think, and then drawing 3 blue hand later, and it worked out. So, but yeah, I mean, the threat for a shred is always there for sure.
And with this win, you become, I believe, only the second person to win 2 different AG Opens, the other being Zachary Wallach, fellow AG Pro Team member. Nice. And, net yourself a nice chunk of change to hopefully do some traveling. Are you planning to go to any of the events that are coming up, whether it be the Pro Tour, Nationals, so that folks maybe come say hi to you?
Yeah, I'll be in London for sure. At least on Tuesday, so we'll get there Wednesday night. After that, we're coming right back here for Battle Hardened in Santa Clara. I'll be there. Then it's ProQuest season, Nationals right after that. I'll be at everything. So
yeah. And if Chris, he hasn't committed to what he's going to play yet, but I know a lot of you in the chat are asking what's Chris's deck list look like. Deck lists will be posted tomorrow on AG's socials, on AG's Blue Sky. That's arcaneevents.bluesky.social. And Chris, you were an excellent pilot. It was really fun to follow you throughout the day. Really well played games. Thank you so much, and congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Everybody else, thanks so much for joining us today. It was a lot of fun. I hope you had a lot of fun too, and we look forward to seeing you next month.